The global stocktake is a stark reminder of the reality we face, a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all.
COP28 is our chance to urgently change the direction of travel using the global stocktake as our roadmap. We need to bring the whole of society on this journey.
As first movers and leaders, we're working together to catalyze action towards the most impactful climate solutions.
But for us all to move faster, we need political leaders and policymakers to provide more policy incentives that implement zero emissions.
The future we are choosing is pollution-free and transforming all our systems that drive the real economy.
In fact, change is happening faster than we think.
We've seen exponential progress in clean energy technologies, and electric vehicles could account for 2/3 of car sales by 2030.
With over 12,500 members in the Race to Zero, businesses, investors, cities, regions, and others
are leading the way to halving emissions by 2030 and are already turning their climate pledges into plans.
We are on our way to actually deliver to the 6.5 billion euro investment goal into renewable energy.
The world will fail to achieve a just and green transition without sufficient, efficient, and fair flows of finance, particularly in developing countries.
And we must remember that in pursuit of a net zero resilient world, we should put people and nature first.
We, as business leaders, are aligning our advocacy with net zero goals.
And we're changing our business models. Of the world's largest 2,000 publicly listed companies, half have set 2050 net zero targets.
We as finance leaders are supporting governments to turbocharge the transition.
For example, sustainable bond issuance has totaled $109 billion so far in 2023, higher than full-year issuance in any other year on record.
私たちは都市や地域のリーダーとして地域の気候行動を実現する革新的な政策を実行しております。京都市は2030年民生部門
In my city, we have successfully adopted climate actions for almost 20 years. We have switched to 100% electricity from renewable sources for all of our operations.
We don't have time to wait. Later is too late.
We are ready to support ambitious policy incentives and work in collaboration with governments on national climate action plans due in 2025.
We are calling on you, political leaders,
for courageous leadership at COP28.
We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Hello and welcome to Day 6 of the Climate Hub, live from Stockholm and Dubai. The themes of the day are multi-level action, urbanization and built environment, and transportation. With 56% of the world's populations living in cities already, what we can do to reduce our emissions in urban environments is just as critical as taking care of our natural resources and regions. What's more, we know that transportation has to transform from air travel to delivery trucks. So we'll be looking closely at what industry-leading businesses are doing to transform their transportation and the transportation of their suppliers and supplies to radically cut emissions. Later in the day, we're also going to look at Africa and how this beautiful continent can and should transition to a net zero future. However, to set expectations for the day, I have with me Andreas Magnusson from the Youth Hub and Ingmar Renshaug as always. So Andreas, please tell us about the Youth Hub. What's going to happen today?
Yeah, well, today is day 6, and we're of course really excited as always. And we're starting with this, of course, but then we're going into having 2 keynotes from 2 brilliant organizations. One is called Reforesting for Peace, and the other one is Earth Uprising. And we so look forward to that, and also having a little bit of a Q&A. We will also join broadcast later today, and we will engage with one of our partners, correct me if I'm wrong, Alfa Laval, that we will engage and discuss with them and get to ask questions, which is brilliant, of course. And then we'll have a session with Fiona Pelham, which I interviewed here a couple of days ago, we will talk about designing your COP future, and talking also about Pavilion for People, which is some all of the things we will be talking about today.
So Andreas, you've been involved in the youth climate movement for quite a while now. So what is the sort of the feeling you get when you interact with these youths coming in from all over the world? What is the importance of this, what we do?
I think, you know, given the extent of the climate crisis, given how overwhelming it is, we need to have the spaces and create the spaces where we can actually meet, and especially when we're young, when we're teenagers, when we're, you know, closing into 25 there, we're still evolving, we're still becoming us, and not being able to meet, not being able to discuss, not being able to, you know, interact and talk about these big, huge, overwhelming problems, that's not good at all. So creating this space that We Don't Have Time is doing now is hugely important in, you know, also moving forward with the transformation.
Well, thank you, Andreas, and thank you for your work. So Ingmar Renshaug, we're past the halfway mark now in terms of the COP. So what is your input of the state we're in right now?
I mean, it's very exciting because for the first time the elephant is out in the room and oil are discussed widely, and it's not just the NGOs, it's countries. And I have some love, some warning, and some love. So let's start with the love, and I want to give a huge love to the High Ambition Coalition that is led by France, Kenya, and Colombia. Those are the countries leading the fight for having phase out of fossil fuel in the agreement. That's courage, so keep going, I will say.
And send climate love, enforce the climate love to this coalition.
Yes, definitely. We need to support them all the way we can. The warning today goes out to the problem that we are still here after the Paris Agreement, and the emissions are going up. Since the Paris Agreement, the carbon emission has gone up 6%, and it will go up with about 1% for 2023. It's like we're drug addicts. We know it, and we're doing more drugs. And this is something very important people need to understand, and that is, it's great that we're scaling exponentially all the solutions, all the renewables, all the clean energy, everything we do is amazing. But it will not help if we are not scaling down the thing that are poisoning our planet. It will not help. So we need to start phase out, scale down the problem, and that's why we're doing what we do here. So that's my warning. And some love, more love. I want to give a huge love to leading advocates like Johan Rockström and Al Gore that we had on the show yesterday. They have been working for so many years, saying the same thing to our world leaders over and over again. And it's not I mean, it's a most people, they do that for a couple of years and they zoom out because they give up. But those leaders are not giving up. They're getting better and better to deliver that message. Johan Rockström was super clear yesterday. There's no other solution. We must phase down coal, oil and gas.
If you didn't watch this segment with Rockström, please do. It really affects you. And we all need to act. In terms of tipping points, there was a report out just this morning. Of course, this is extremely alarming that we're reaching the tipping points of nature. So Ingmar, what is your take on this report?
This is the challenge. I'm working on communication, and this is the challenge to get people to understand. If climate crisis just were like it's getting a little bit worse, a little bit worse, a little bit worse, humanity can adapt. It will not be a better future, but we can adapt to it if that will be the case. But the tipping points is very much that if we hit a level, things can happen very, very rapidly, and we can't adapt to that kind of change because it could be basically from 1 week to another, or from 1 year to another. We need to produce food. We need to plan that. We can't adapt to very, very sudden change. So I got this news that get me kind of very concerned this morning, and it was just a small news in the newspaper. All the Swedish forests can die. Just imagine to live in that world during our lifetime.
All the borealic northern forests are threatened, yes.
That's just one tipping point that can happen. And I have some others. I'm going to show you very quickly. I take this super fast. But normally, to show how the climate crisis is playing out is not the best thing to show graphs, because that is not appealing to your feelings. But I'm a mathematician in scholar, and this graph scared the hell out of me. This is a graph of the Antarctica sea ice extents, and this is for the year 2023 compared to the rest. This is dangerously looking like a tipping point to me. And just to make my message clear, we are running out of time. We don't have time to wait to fix this. There's only 6 years, 27 days, 15 hours, 51 minutes, and 36 seconds to the year 2030. And I read in this report this morning that our carbon budget for 1.5 degrees will be depleted. We will run out of the budget before this date. I mean, this is the COP we need to change things. I hope we do.
Thank you very much, Ingvar, for spelling it out so loud and clear. And thank you, Andreas, for your great work at the Youth Hub. So, with me in the studio now, I have two new guests. And Mats Pellbeck-Sharp, you've been with us before many previous COPs. You're a sustainability chief at Ericsson. And Anna Järlemö, you are Anna König Järlemö, sorry. You're an expert advisor on sustainable cities, and cities is one of the themes we're focusing on here today. And you had many prestigious roles in your career, having been mayor of the city of Stockholm, for instance, and also you've been former vice chair of C40 and former member of World Economic Forum's group of future cities. As president, you've also been president of Eurocities, and which is the largest network of cities. So let's start out talking a bit about cities, Anna, here, since this is really your topic. Related to the tipping point report that came out this morning, in terms of the role of cities here, how can cities be part of the solution? I mean, the majority of the world's population is already living in cities.
So cities is only 2% of the world's area when you look at the landfill, but of course it's 78% of the energy consumption as well, and 60% of the emissions. So cities are crucial if you also want to mitigate emissions, if you want to phase out fossil fuels, and of course also energy efficiency. And I would say that you can see that cities today are much more agile, much more action-oriented, much more result-oriented. So when the nations and the country leaders are giving great speeches. You can see it's actually the mayors around the world that do the hard work. They're very close to the citizens, and because they can also feel the consequences. They meet the citizens. They can see the bad air quality, the bad water quality, all these effects of the climate change. That's why cities are crucial in the transformation.
Now, this tipping point report that was out today, of course, electrification was looked upon as one of the solutions or one of the ways of preventing reaching these tipping points. So in terms of cities and electrification, what are the key success factors that has worked, for instance, in Stockholm, from your perspective?
Yeah, because cities is very dense, so it's positive to start in the cities if you want to electrify public transport and logistics. So one thing we did is to create a partnership with the business community and the academia and the industry to create public charging infrastructure, and we set a goal to 2030. And then we used our purchasing power, our procurements, to say we will only procure electric after 2030. So that's one tool you can use. And then you can start working on the construction side. So you can actually reduce heavy traffic with 90% if you have mass consolidation centers. So it's also how you plan your city. It's not only to phase out the fossil fuels, it's also to work on how can we work smarter, and we can have a lot of logistic at night, for example, if it's electric, because it's less noise pollutions. So all this brings healthier environments for our citizens. So when you present this, it's not to mess with car owners, it's actually to create a more healthy place for our children to grow up with. Yeah.
Thank you for connecting the dots here with the health perspective. Mats, Ericsson, of course, has worked extensively with cities and also with transportation. So in terms of this report with the tipping points, what are your reflections here? The role of digitalization in this transformation away from reaching these tipping points?
I would say that two things. One, I mean, the worrying part that we are reaching and closing in on the tipping points, the negative tipping points, very, very fast. I think that's something that we need to really, really watch and start changing the way that we are driving things. The positive side, the two things that were pointed out as sort of positive tipping points and tipping point one was that there was more renewable energy, solar and wind produced last year or built last year than there were other forms than fossil for the first time. So I think that's a huge change. And of course, it's based on the fact that renewables are the cheapest energy. So it's a good business sense to do it. And the other part is transport and electrification of transport, that now it's reaching 10%, and in China 40% of all personal vehicles are electric. And taking it back to what Ericsson can do, I think that's digitalization is hugely important, and both for transportation and the energy sector. 5G, the latest mobile technology, is crucial to make us balance, because when we introduce more renewable energy, the grid have a tendency to be less balanced than before, when we had the revolving mass of coal power plants or other things in the system. So we need to balance that, and then being able to sort of control very, very fast the loads in different parts, so the charging of vehicles or the heat pumps of houses or everything else, and use that as a balance when the wind sort of stops blowing or starts blowing or suns come out and in. So digitalization is hugely important, but also then mainly, I think, for the transport planning, for heavy transport, to be able to know that you have power and charging available when you reach a charging point with a heavy vehicle going between long distances. They are a very, very thin margin business, so they really rely upon, when they stop for breaks for the driver, they have to have sort of the charging available at the same time. So it's the whole business case is built on that. And then, of course, being able to connect and know and plan all those transport and all these different vehicles on highways is hugely important. So I think that is our technology is fundamental for this transition, and I think this is not fully understood, as we have talked about earlier, about not building the digital infrastructure. So currently 5G is built for consumers, for us. It's not built for the heavy vehicles. It's not built for the energy sector, because that is not sort of part of the licensing agreement. So we really need to start investing in the digital infrastructure to have it ready when we are supposed to be scaling.
Thank you very much, Mats. Anna, you've been active at the C40 network, the 46 cities in the world that are really focusing in on transformation towards a climate-neutral world. So, Anna, the importance here of knowledge transformation and transferring knowledge from the developing countries to the developed countries and vice versa in terms of how we develop cities. What can you say about this, and also maybe connected to digitalization? How do we move faster, and how do we spread the good stories, the good examples faster? What is the importance of networks and other type of, well, maybe platforms like We Don't Have Time to really push, because we can easily be buried in bad news and just feel completely overwhelmed. So how do we spread the good news and the good stories better? What's the key here from your perspective?
Yeah, it's a great network, C40, because the cities are there, almost 90% of the big cities around the world, with the industry. So we publish report, for example, where you can share also best practice, but also co-create innovation and solutions together. And I know that several of my former colleagues are there right now. And
they're at the COP.
Yes, and the organization is co-chaired by London and Freetown in Sierra Leone. And I think that's also a sign that we have the global south and we have the north. And we can also work on good ideas to scale in both kind of regions, because sometimes I think that it works in the Nordic, but it will never work in the global south. And I think you can question that, because today it's possible, and we see great innovation also in Africa that we can scale in Europe. So it goes both ways, but it brings jobs, green jobs, it's growing companies, but also, of course, direct effect on climate and positive change for the citizens. So I think it's definitely possible today that we should look for scalable solutions, not only the lighthouse project that we showcased a couple of years ago in the cities, and every city went there and said, this will never work in our city, it's too expensive, and it's a little bit, it's only for the wealthy that have the possibility to live here. Today we're looking for, with digitalization, solution where you can scale everywhere from day one. We don't have time, as Ingmar said.
Indeed.
To wait.
So Mats, your perspective on spreading the word of scaling good examples.
Yeah, you could go back and look on the broadcast from Monday when we talked about buildings and how we can save energy on buildings using digitalization in heating, and saving 7-8%, and the installation time for that system is less than 4 hours. So, I mean, if you can do that, utilizing the digital infrastructure, the cloud, and AI to save energy in buildings on heating, and this is not sort of one building, one lighthouse project. This is 1.5 million square meters in Sweden and Finland, and that was 350 out of the 7,000 that are now connected. So it's scaling extremely fast, and that's by using the digital infrastructure, because then you sort of scan a barcode, put up the sensor, and the longest time it takes is to sort of get the energy to the new hub that you put on the house. And so it's not really the connectivity part or the other things. And then you're online and can start saving immediately. So I think those types of solutions, by demonstrating them and showing that if we use digitalization, the existing infrastructure, we can scale super fast. And I think that's extremely important, as we see we are reaching these tipping points from the report very, very fast. So we need to really utilize these digital solutions to bend the curve now, to give us time for the other parts of the buildings where you sort of retrofit the heating system or other things. That take much more time, but we need to do both, but we need to do the quickest one first.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mats, and thank you very much, Anna. We need to go to Dubai now. Thanks for joining us here in the Stockholm studio, braving the snow to get here. And now we're going to turn over to the hot Dubai and over to Nick, who is hosting a Q&A with Commissioner Aline Cardoso of Sao Paulo in Brazil. So this will be exciting, from Stockholm city to Dubai and Sao Paulo. Take it away, Nick.
Thank you very much indeed, Katerina. Yes, and it indeed is a great pleasure to have with us Commissioner Aline Cardoso of the Secretariat of Economic Development and Work from the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we're going to hear a bit about their pioneering work in how cities are dealing with the food issue, the agricultural issue, but also climate change as well. So you've been with the Municipal Secretariat of the Economic Development and Work of the city of Sao Paulo since 2017, aiming to stimulate the generation of employment and income for the population, fostering entrepreneurship, and promoting economic development through urban agriculture and food security. Tell us a little bit about some of these wonderful initiatives you're doing that link to the food, the climate change story, but also the circular economy as well. I understand from a new report by IPES Food, which is a global network of experts on this issue, that, for example, you have a farmland protection program called Connect the Dots. Tell us a bit about this. What are you doing?
Hello, Nick. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, the Secretary for Economic Development in the city of São Paulo, a huge city with 12 million inhabitants. We have a lot to do to support our economy, but we have to do it looking to the future, looking to the trends, and looking to the people's city and planet needs. So one of our programs is indeed supporting the urban agriculture, and by doing that, we are tackling at the same time different issues. We are talking about economic development and green jobs generation. We are talking about protecting the environment, the green areas of the city, but of course we are also talking about food security. We are producing food in our cities. Today we have 1,200 agriculture spots in São Paulo. You know São Paulo, it's known for being a very gray city, but we do have 28% of our land is rural area. It's more, it's close to the city center, so sometimes people don't even know that region. So we are, first of all, supporting agriculture in that region, where we also have water springs, for example, and, remaining Mata Atlântica, which is our local biome, our local regional biosystem, and then we are supporting agriculture in that rural area. But with Connect the Dots, which is a program that was supported by Bloomberg Philanthropies, we won the Mayor's Challenge Award, and then they supported us by giving us funds, but specifically technical assistance, and then we spread that to the whole city. So as I said, 1,200 agriculture spots. The magic of Connect the Dots is, well, first of all, we connect the dots. So you're talking about the food production, but also about the markets, the whole circuit, the whole production chain. And also that this food producers, these agricultures, they are usually poor people and they don't have, innovation, knowledge, technical knowledge. So we are supporting them by teaching them how to use innovation. And believe me, we're talking about organic agriculture, bioagriculture. So it's amazing, and we are very proud of this project in São Paulo City.
Yeah. So good, it's organic agriculture, sustainable agriculture. It means the food is not covered in pesticides and chemicals, healthy food. And you're therefore helping to restore the soils and the biodiversity in these rural areas on the edge of Sao Paulo. Then the food comes into the marketplaces, is that right?
Yeah.
What happens there? Because you were telling me a little bit about the circularity is also a circularity of dealing with waste and like that.
Yeah, we won 2 awards with the Food Waste Initiative. We are fighting food waste. We waste a lot of food. This is, this is sad.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah, so what we are doing, we have street markets, 800 street markets where we sell fruits and vegetables. So usually in the past, when the fruit was not beautiful, you said it's called ugly food, right?
In England they call it ugly food. They're potatoes that are misshapen. Or
it's good for human consumption. It's nutritional, but it's not beautiful, so they cannot sell it. So what we do, we bring boxes for this fairs, for this market, and those fruits and vegetables they cannot sell, they put into this box and they donate for the food bank. So when we go to the food bank, first of all, we donate it to poor people. But still, some of these fruits and vegetables cannot be eaten anymore. So it goes to composting. Now we have a lot of composting plants. And then from composting, it goes to this organic agriculture project. And then we sell it again in the markets. So it markets, food bank, composting, agriculture, markets are very simple, easy to understand, easy to, copy in your city. And we are tackling with many issues here. We are also creating jobs opportunities. We are protecting the environment. We are avoiding waste in the landfills, and we are feeding people.
Yeah. And it's also fighting climate change as well, which is the topic of COP28. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I understand that as well, you've got a special purchasing program as well to provide local sustainable farm-sourced foods in schools. So again, healthy food, organic food coming into school meals. Tell us about that.
Well, the school systems for younger kids held by the city of São Paulo has 1 million students. I'm not talking about high school, I'm just talking about younger kids, 1 million. And we have to feed these kids, right? So the purchasing system is huge. And what we did is we passed a bill trying to give as healthy food as possible for these kids. So we are going to bio, into organic, and then we have to go, I think, up to 2026. We have to go, I think, 40% organic or something like that. So what we do, we can purchase from anywhere, but we are connecting the programs. So this Connect the Dot initiative, producing food, organic food in the city, is supplying to schools also. So what we did recently, just for example, we invited 400 school leaders to better know our agriculture programs so that they can buy from them. So by connecting everybody, we are, one is supporting the other, and the chain, because, climate change is also about avoiding logistics. If you're buying vegetables that come from 1,000 kilometers from your consuming place, the emissions. So buying locally is also about avoiding climate change. So we are supporting in many ways each other, and the schools are some of our clients in the agriculture program.
So how fascinating. Basically what you've done is you've kickstarted a market in healthy food, growing the bio or organic food, giving a market for the farmers, creating a system whereby you reduce waste through the local markets, and you bring what is not eaten back as compost back to the farmers to grow, again, new, healthy, organic food that also these children, 1 million young children, are getting to consume. That's an incredible achievement, actually.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mayor Nunes is very much concerned about climate change, about healthy food and everything. So he's supporting this initiative. Yeah. And I think this is one of the key messages we need here at COP28. To find solutions, we need political willing. So political leaders have to be committed. And being committed is also giving, budget. So we had a amazing budget increase in the past few years because we have to support our people. These farmers, they are poor people with no education and no, technical knowledge. So we have to support them. We have to support with technical assistance, with budget. And by buying, the public procurement system is also pushing the economy. So by buying their production, we have to buy from someone, so why not buying from them? So we are, again, supporting the system.
So, Aline, thank you very much indeed for being with us. That was a brief but very fascinating insight into this link between food, cities, social development, economic development, and climate action. We admire you for your work, and we wish you all the best back in São Paulo, but also here at COP28. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for your work.
Thank you. So, back over to Stockholm, I believe.
Well, thank you very much. What a great session about food and the aspects of how we can transform that system and connect it to cities. Really, really interesting. So this marks the end of the first the welcome session today, and we're going to move on to a session about how we trigger financial system transformation and the role of companies. Trillions of dollars. Not millions, not billions, but trillions. That's how much money is needed for investing in the clean energy solutions that we need in order to halve emissions by 2030, and also to limit global warming to as close as possible to 1.5 degrees Celsius. All financial flows will need to shift towards activities that help solve the climate crisis. Public and private finance, that's what Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement says. We're talking systems transformation here. We want to shine a light today on the roles that companies can play in triggering this transformation. We'll hear from companies in just a little while and from a bank too. But first we go to Andrea Lindblom from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative at COP28 in Dubai. So Andrea, why do we shine a light on the role of companies? Please tell us.
Well, the short answer is that we're doing that because companies can play a role and because we have to pull all the stops, right, to shift finance towards where it needs to go, away from fossil fuels and towards low emission activities and climate solutions. And the longer answer is that the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we work with companies, right? We unite innovators, transformers, disruptors that take action in line with 1.5 degrees. And the framework that we use here, that is our 1.5 degree business playbook and the 4-pillar climate strategy that we show here in a slide. So that's pillar 1, reduce own emissions. Pillar 2, reduce value chain emissions. Pillar 3, provide and scale climate solutions. And pillar 4, accelerate climate action in society. And when we now look a little bit closer at pillar 2 in more detail in this next slide, we recommend that companies evaluate and take action to reduce the footprint of their financial supply chain. And the idea here is that companies have a financial supply chain that is actually quite similar to their material supply chain, as this illustration now shows. So companies generate cash, they deposit that cash in the bank, and it becomes part of the assets that the bank uses to support activities. And these activities can be either green, they can be low emission, or they can be high emission and at worst go into fossil fuel expansion. So through their cash deposits, companies may actually indirectly be financing really high emission activities. And as this slide now shows, if the companies were to report these indirectly financed emissions, their total reported greenhouse gas emissions could be much, much higher than what companies are currently reporting. And the Carbon Bankroll report that was launched last year from Topo and Bank Forward and others that revealed exactly that. Most companies' actual total reported greenhouse gas emissions would increase significantly if emissions from corporate cash holdings in the bank were counted. And that's simply not great for a company that's sincere in its efforts to reduce emissions. So we at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we teamed up with Topo and Bank Forward and also with Fair Finance Guide Sweden to produce this very practical little guide here, an action guide, the Greening Cash Action Guide. And that lays out 7 concrete actions that companies can take to reduce the emissions from their cash deposits in the bank. And these actions involve gathering data, they involve engaging with banks, talking to their banks, and potentially also shifting money to more climate-friendly banks. And the bigger thinking is now illustrated in this graphic that we show here, that when companies signal to banks that they need to reduce the carbon intensity of their loan and investment portfolios, that can lead to banks then rethinking what they're doing in terms of fossil fuel financing, et cetera, and putting stricter requirements in turn on the companies that they lend money to and invest in. And those stricter requirements can be transition plans and net zero policies. So that would trigger what we call here the virtuous cycle that would support and accelerate the transformation of the financial system. And that's why I'm very, very excited that you're, Katharina, now going to be talking to two chief financial officers from member companies in the Exponential Roadmap initiative about the role that companies can play in triggering financial system transformation. Over to you, Katharina.
Well, thank you very much, Andrea, for explaining why the Exponential Roadmap Initiative is looking to its members and companies to leverage their influence over banks to really trigger the financial systems transformation. So joining me here on the stage here in the studio in Stockholm are two, as Andrea said, two chief financial officers at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Members are you, you're that also, Icebug and Ericsson. So welcome James Varkey from Icebug and Carl Melander from Ericsson. Wonderful to have both of you here. So let's start with you, James. Icebug, a fantastic brand that makes fantastic shoes. You're wearing them. I'm sorry, I'm not wearing mine. But so Icebug, how do you work to reduce the emissions from your supply chains?
So even getting a figure has been pretty difficult. So this is the first year that we'll be reporting financial emissions. So it's been difficult, I would say. We started this journey maybe 5-6 years ago, starting to talk to the banks about their emissions and how do they work with reducing emissions, setting targets. And something we specifically wanted them to do was, stop funding new fossil extraction. So it's been a long journey, and finally now at least we have somewhat of a figures that we'll report.
Thank you, James. And how about Ericsson? Carl?
Yeah, I think for us the most important thing we can do here to influence the financial supply chain is to cater for our own house. So we issued, for example, last week a green bond. It was really well received, actually. It's a 500 million euro green bond. Yeah, we engaged a lot with the credit investors to drum up the interest, and I personally went to 11 meetings, maybe met 50-60 investors there. Great dialogue on how we will use the proceeds, the money, which is really about boosting our R&D, our research and development efforts in more energy efficient products, the mobile network equipment that we sell to our customers. And in the end, it was more than 3 times oversubscribed, this green bond. So I think we are really starting to get traction. That's one of the ways that we try to influence and have that dialogue with the financial partners.
That's very inspiring to hear that it was 3 times oversigned.
Yeah.
Indeed, that shows us something, right? Tells us something. Mm.
It does. I mean, there's big interest, and I mean, we can also come into the challenges. This is an ongoing dialogue all the time with the financial institutions, and as was just said here, I think we are both trying to influence each other from the corporate side and from the banking side and so on to work more diligently toward a better, greener future for the planet. But I think we both play a role here in sort of sparring each other to.
For sure.
Indeed.
Isn't it? Yeah.
So let's move on and touch a bit upon the challenges. So James, from the Icebug perspective, what challenges have you faced in trying to get this moving?
There have been many. As a pretty small company, we can't, voting with our feet is not really, doesn't matter for them really. So what we've chosen is really the path of dialogue. So we've just had a lot of discussions with them and trying to move this forward, but it's hard to see a lot of measurable results. What we've seen is that they've been interested, right? So they've invited us to speak at seminars for their customers, and also things like educating their employees. These have been good things, but it's been a journey. Really, from the first times we started talking about this, they were completely unaware. This was questions that had never been raised before about the banks, what their role was in the climate transition. So it's been a lot of challenges, I would say, but also encouraging things along the way.
Sounds like you basically need to educate the system a bit?
That was our perspective, at least, and maybe that's because we work with the SME advisors. Maybe for the large corporate clients, they are more in tune. I don't know, but from our perspective, at least, it's been a journey just to get them to a decent place. But they're moving forward quite quickly now.
Oh, good work.
Yeah.
How about the challenges you have encountered?
Yeah, to build on what James just said, I think we have a bit of similar challenge. I think of two things. One is that, and this is fascinating, I mean, Ericsson is a tech company, we love solving problems, and we think that digitalization, 5G can actually help the climate. And we are part of an industry in information communication technology that stands for 1.4% of global emissions, but can enable a 15% reduction of emissions. And now with 5G and AI and cloud, we think that goes up to 20%. That's a fascinating story we have. But that, on your point, there's an educational effort that needs to happen there for financial actors to see this, and also for regulators actually to see that digitalization of countries, of societies can have this very positive impact. So that's one of the challenges, I would say. The other one is more concrete. When I sit in investor meetings, I seldom get questions actually on our climate policies, our actions, what we do. Maybe it's taken for granted. Of course, the subject matter experts in, for example, in banks, they are very engaged. You have ESG departments and so on. But I would like to see more mainstreaming of this, that this would be part of the overall dialogue around financing topics in general, and also from the equity side. That's there we have a lot of steps to take still.
Yeah. You need to ask them why they don't ask, huh?
Yes, exactly. It is important for us. It's really embedded in the business. Of course, I mean, I'm generalizing now because some of them are very much into this. I met, for example, the world's largest sovereign wealth fund a couple of weeks ago, and there was one message coming out of them, and that was, make sure you link your financial value creation objectives with the sustainability objectives. And I mean, that's great. I couldn't have said it better myself, cool. Because that's when you get real traction, when you combine core business and financial value creation and that with your sustainability objectives, then you get action and traction. So I love to hear that. That's really great.
So James, in terms of what levers to really pull to get this on rolling faster, what would those be from your perspective?
So, like I said, we've chosen the path of dialogue, and we've seen that we get some traction on that, right? So our objective is to get as many as possible to have this type of dialogue with their banks, right? Because only when it makes financial sense for the banks will we get a lot of movement here. So if a lot of us are interested in getting this kind of action from the bank, I think they will move much faster.
And you're here today, so people, more companies will know about this. So thank you.
Thank you.
From the Ericsson perspective, the most important levers here, what would those be?
No, I think we will continue to green our own financial activities, of course, just like we do in our core business, our technology development. I mean, we in finance, we have to be on the same or higher ambition level there, of course, to push green financing, to make sure that we place our cash in greener and greener ways. We're talking also in trade finance, for example, or the green bank accounts, that can be used and so on. So we try to push this everywhere. Again, on your point about dialogue, I think we can be stronger and better in a more systematic discussion with banks, with our core banks, for example, on sustainability policies and so on. So I think that's the next frontier to really lift this dialogue to a next level. And we will do that.
Excellent. Well, you're both trailblazers and educators, it sounds like you are too. So thank you so much for shining light on your work here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we'll hear from a bank that did change its climate policy, Danske Bank. The Financial Times recently said that this bank was a model student from an environmentalist point of view because of its new, unusually tough fossil fuel policy. So now we're going back to Dubai to Andrea Lindblom from Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and she has spoken to, she will be talking to Danske Bank.
Thank you, Katharina, and also really great to hear from two of our Exponential Roadmap Initiative member companies there, represented by their chief financial officers, on how they see the role of companies in triggering financial system transformation. I'm now really pleased to welcome here Samu Slotte, Global Head of Sustainable Finance at Danske Bank, a bank that has earned itself very positive media reporting for changing its climate policy and for quitting new fossil fuel financing. So, Samu, what allowed Danske Bank to change its climate policy despite full awareness that you're going to be losing business over it?
Yeah, thanks for having me here. So we did publish our new climate action policy in the beginning of the year. And we did set, first of all, we laid out what the current situation is in terms of our climate profile. And of course, large part of our climate footprint comes from our lending activities to our clients. And in that report, we also then set targets, 2030 targets for the most high emitting sectors, ranging from shipping and cement, steel, power generation, but also oil and gas. And I mean, our goal is, of course, not to get rid of clients. We want to support clients in their transition, provided they have sufficiently ambitious transition plans. And for most sectors, this is quite possible to actually draw the line on what is a sufficiently fast transition. But upstream oil and gas is particularly difficult. It's really difficult to tell when an oil company is transitioning fast enough. And we then set criteria for that, where we demand or expect our clients to have ambitious targets for their own decarbonization, but also their Scope 3 emissions, so the oil and gas that they produce. And in addition to that, we also then said that we would not be financing oil and gas companies that expand into new oil and gas fields. So that's aligning with the IEA's net zero 2050.
But what enabled really that new policy?
And I'm just about to come to that. So there's two things really driving it. First one is that we have, of course, made commitments that we want to align our portfolios with the Paris Agreement. And that's one of the drivers. The other one is really financial risk. And it's not so much that we would be worried about the credit risk in these oil and gas companies. I mean, they are doing great and really striving economically. However, as a bank, we renew our loans to our companies roughly every 5 years. So there's a refinancing risk, because typically any company would have between 10 or 2 and tens of banks in their core banking facility. And if you as a bank want to exit, then somebody else needs to take your place. And if you don't find somebody to take your place, or if the company doesn't find anybody to take your place, then you're likely to have to continue with that. So there's a refinancing risk, and that's also one that we wanted to avoid and really choose our own point in time when we exit this sector.
Were there any other factors, pressure from civil society, pressure maybe including from your corporate customers to change your climate policy?
Well, we of course listen to all of our stakeholders. That ranges from our customers, both private to corporate customers, our shareholders, and of course there is a lively debate in the Nordic countries and in Denmark about the role of the financial institutions and how they should decarbonize. So of course we listen to all of these stakeholders, but I think the key drivers were really our commitment to the Paris Agreement through different initiatives, and then the refinancing risk, i.e. financial risk.
Now, this Greening Cash Action Guide that the Exponential Roadmap Initiative launched together with its partner Topo Bank Forward and Fair Finance Guide Sweden, that guide puts out the idea of a virtuous cycle set in motion by companies, by corporate customers to banks, putting requirements on their banks. Is that an idea that you can relate to?
Yes, I think it is important that our customers would require, or customers would require their bank to have a solid climate profile. However, it's not very common, I must say. There are quite few corporates that demand that. We also have institutional customers, and institutions like pension funds and the likes. They tend to be much more vocal about it than corporates. So I would actually welcome that corporates would also have a stricter requirement on their banks through the procurement of financial services and that, through that drive change. So absolutely, I can relate to it. However, then what should the parameter be in order to determine if a bank has a ambitious climate plan? In this proposal, it looks at financed emissions divided by the total assets, so carbon intensity.
Carbon intensity, yes.
Yeah, it's a good indicator, but it's a point-in-time indicator. So it looks only at what's happening right now, whereas you should also look at what's the direction of travel. How fast will that come down? Because clearly, if a bank has a profile that they finance high-emitting industries that also need financing for their transition, then the current emissions might actually be, the intensity might be quite high, but the trajectory needs to be fast enough. And that this indicator wouldn't capture, at least yet. So I think that would be a good addition to include it.
But that indicator would be in a bank's transition plan, isn't that right?
Yes. But the banks, so for instance, we have transition pathways for 8 different sectors. So getting that into just one number is a bit tricky. So it requires something a bit more analysis than just looking at the one indicator. The same way as any financial indicator from a company or a financial indicator or a financial institution. It's not enough to just look at the profit and loss line. You also need to look what actually is behind it. How was that number derived? So the idea is really good, and I think it's the right direction, but it needs a bit more analysis around it.
So if we look forward now, what would enable you as Danske Bank to take the next step and become even more ambitious in your climate policy? And what would that then look like?
Well, we're constantly reviewing our climate policies. So we now publish this climate action plan, which sets decarbonization targets for many of our sectors, and of course for our own operations. We will expand it to include also those sectors that we don't yet have there. There are still a number of high emitting sectors that we don't have in it. Car manufacturing, for instance, just as one example. So we will expand it. And of course, we will also seek to increase the ambition level in the target as we go forward. We have submitted our targets to the Science-Based Target Initiative for validation, and are working on getting that validated. And in due course, we will expand to other sectors also than what we have now.
And maybe we can come then to my last question. If you had to place a bet on one actor that could trigger the financial system transformation, who's that, and what do they need to do?
I'll answer it this way. What will drive, what's the biggest drive of financial institutions in changing will be financial metrics. So risks and opportunities, financial risks and opportunities. Those could transpire through different mechanisms, but the largest one of them will be policy. So for instance, at this COP, there's a lot of discussion about whether we should be, or nations should be phasing down or phasing out fossil fuels. And I think phasing out is an important signal because it sends a policy signal that this is what will happen. And with that, the financial markets then start to calculate in risks that, okay, so when will it happen? How fast will it happen? And what implications will it have for my portfolio? And how do I need to act? So I think policy signals are hugely important and will be the key drivers, in my opinion.
Thank you so much, Samu Slotte, Global Head of Sustainable Finance at Danske Bank. And with that, we'll go over again to Stockholm, Katarina, and our guest, James Varkey of Icebug and Carl Melander at Ericsson.
Well, thank you so much, Andrea. We heard now from Samu Slotte that corporations could be much more vocal in demanding more ambitious climate policies from their banks, but also that policy should send clearer signals, including by agreeing at COP28 to phase out fossil fuels, right? So when closing, I'm turning now back to my guests here. I will give you the same question that Andrea gave Slotte from Danske Bank. If you would place a bet on one actor that would trigger this to happen, the financial systems transformation, what would that be? Who would you place your bet on, James?
Yeah, like we talked about before, I think nothing really scales unless it makes financial sense. So I guess it'd still be two actors, right? So it'll be regulators and it'll be customers making demands. So that should be able to spark a lot of action, I think.
Thank you very much. And Mats?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think maybe three things actually that I think we can do and should do more. And the first one is really to use our power, whether big or small companies, as customers of the financial industry, to put demands and make sure we steer in a greener direction. Yeah. But secondly, I mean, we can also influence policy setting, regulations. Sustainability reporting is a huge topic. We can be in there and influence that so it really creates real action. And for us, I think, thirdly, you know, and I'm speaking for, of course, ourselves here in a way, but also for the world, that to advocate more how digitalization, decarbonization of industries can actually help here and attract funding from the financial sector into that type of investment. I think those things can be a positive tipping point, if we use that term here.
Well, thank you very much, Carl, and thank you very much, James, for joining us here and for the work you do to push this financial system to become much more climate friendly and sustainable. So best of luck with your continued work.
Thank you. Thanks.
And for all our viewers, if this conversation made you curious, check out the Greening Cash Action Guide. That's what Andrea showed in the camera before. It's on the website of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. So now, after a short break, we'll talk about accelerating the transition away from fossil fuels, a future beyond fossil fuels in Africa. So tune in for that. "600 million people in Africa currently lack access to electricity. Despite Africa having abundant renewable energy potential, countries are being pressured to expand the production of fossil fuels for export despite the conflict and ecological harm production has created without delivering economic benefits to most people. There is a growing grassroots movement to resist expansion and to promote a just transition in the region which the Fossil Fuel Treaty is a part of. Now back to my co-host Nick Nuttall. He's ready to host a panel with several environmental experts and leaders from Africa. And we'll hear their thoughts on how Africa can phase out its fossil fuels. So over to you, Nick.
Very much indeed, and greetings to Stockholm. Yeah, we've got some wonderful guests here as part of this kind of series we're doing on the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, here looking very much at developing countries and renewable energy as a way of substituting for fossil fuels, of course. I've got with me Sebla Samuel. She is an Ethiopian-Canadian community organizer and climate justice campaigner based in Addis Ababa. She's head of Africa campaigns and advocacy for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Great to see you. I've got Eric Njuguna. Fantastic. All right, thank you. A Nairobi-based youth climate justice organizer fighting for a just and equitable fossil-free future. And she is a youth champion of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Welcome. Nice to see you. And then we also have Fadel Kaboub, senior advisor of PowerShift Africa. And Fadel is an associate professor of economics at Denison University and the president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. We met each other in New York, I think, when we were doing something with Earth for All. So very good to see you too. And last but not least, I also have Dean Bekomuzi Beheba. Bibi. Okay, good. Thank you for clearing that up. Campaigns lead with PowerShift Africa. He's also a co-facilitator of Don't Gas Africa, a campaign led by African civil society to ensure Africa is not locked into fossil gas production. Fadel, please share an overview with us on the status of fossil fuel production and impacts in Africa versus renewable energy production and potential.
So starting with what the science is telling us about fossil fuels, the production gap report that came out just a few weeks ago is telling us that we're currently on track to extract and burn twice as much as we're allowed to if we're going to meet the climate challenge by 2030, which means two things. Number one, not adding additional fossil fuel infrastructure, but the reality is that we're adding at least $500 million in additional new fossil fuel infrastructure every year. Number two, what the production gap is suggesting is that we should have a plan to rapidly phase out fossil fuel.
Yes, please. I think we probably got what's called a technical hiccup. And over. So let me, I've asked the question, and I think let's go with the production gap report. Too much is going to be burnt, right?
So production gap report is telling us that we're on track currently to extract and burn twice as much as we're allowed to by 2030, which means two things need to happen. Number one, not adding additional fossil fuel infrastructure, but the reality is that we're adding at least $500 billion of new infrastructure every year. And number two, we need to sit down and negotiate a fossil fuel phase-out plan with a just transition framework that delivers on the equity front, on the transition front. So that's the science and the reality, unfortunately.
Yeah.
In terms of Africa's potential is the largest potential of renewable, solar, wind, geothermal, tidal energy, the largest potential on the planet. And yet, when you look at the investments that are going into renewable energy globally, only 2% is coming to Africa. And that 2%, the majority of it is not to deploy renewable energy to be consumed and used in Africa, but rather primarily to be exported to Europe. So that's not the way to deliver electricity to the 600 million people currently who don't have access to electricity on this continent. That's a basic pillar of development and prosperity. No country can function without food, without energy. And without energy, you can't have health, you can't have transportation, you can't have agriculture. So for us in Africa, the renewable energy potential is not just for electricity, it's for industrialization. It's for development, and that should be the starting point of the conversation.
So when we hear that fossil fuels are doubling every 3.5 years in terms of penetration around the world, when we hear that solar in the last 18 months has doubled in capacity, this is in a sense slightly bypassing Africa. It's happening elsewhere. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. Dean, tell us about efforts in the region to advocate for a just transition, including the Don't Gas Africa campaign.
Right, thank you for your question. So currently the Don't Gas Africa campaign houses over 500 civil society organizations that are saying gas is not a transition fuel. We also collaborated with Global Citizen, and in the past year, we've accumulated about 60,000 signatures across Africa, where civil society and individuals across Africa are calling for gas to not be adopted as a transition fuel. So the campaign is growing, and there's huge awareness around it. The big problem, or the big push that we're really trying to address, is the historical legacy of fossil fuels on the African continent. Currently, the narrative is that Africa has got every right to develop, thus we need to use, fossil fuels as a developmental pathway. Essentially, what we are trying to understand is, if we're looking at examples, for example, Mozambique. When Mozambique had gas 5 years ago, it was promised that the 70% that don't have access to electricity would have access. Today, we're at COP28 2023, still 70% without access to electricity, right? Same could be said in South Africa, where we've seen a lot of coal being invested into the electricity industry, and load shedding. People have no electricity for 8 to 12 hours per day, and this has been ongoing for the last 2 years. So the notion that, fossil fuels does build a pathway towards development, maybe in the basis of Europe, because that was based on exploitation and segregation. But, in the African context, it has not proven to be true, right? Thus, we need to take a new turn, which is why, my former colleague then mentioned the need to build towards a renewable energy pathway that would unlock, development for the people of Africa. Another key issue that's growing, around this movement is the issue around food security, particularly in the marine communities. So, for example, in Senegal, the coastal communities have had little or no fish in order for them to consume and actually sell for their livelihood. So, income coming to households has been quite low. We've got about 80% food insecure coastal communities across Senegal as a result of deteriorating marine ecosystems. And one sad story is that if your house has been located at least 10 kilometers away, you have any gas exploration in Senegal, your home has been turned into a swamp right now. So those individuals, about 2,000, and have been relocated to another area that is a makeshift of raincoat material for them to live, and they've been living under those conditions for the past year and a half. So that is not development, right? And it's constant examples across African communities where we've seen fossil fuels fail. The life expectancy in Nigeria currently in the Niger Delta is 42 years old. It's ridiculous, right? Because
that's Ogoni land, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Ogoni land in the Niger Delta, 42 years old. That's the life expectancy. And we're expecting to embrace the idea that fossil fuel will usher in development in Africa. You know, when humanity moved away from the Stone Age, it's not because for the lack of, you know, the deterioration of stones. Stones were still available, but we had to take a radical movement towards another new form of ideology, and that's what we're trying to do with renewable energy.
So let me turn to you. You're a climate justice campaigner. Can you talk a bit about why you're supporting the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, Sebla?
Yeah, definitely. And thank you so much for those who shared before. I think it paints a really important context for how much fossil fuels are underdeveloping Africa. We've seen, despite decades of extraction, the fact that 75% of the world's population living without electricity is in sub-Saharan Africa. And that, as they've said also, the vast majority of these fossil fuel companies are foreign owned, and the majority of the production is destined for export. So despite all of this extraction, we have failed to power the continent. And there has been, along the kind of production cycle of fossil fuels, so many human rights violations, gender-based violence, sexual violence, health impacts along the way that are failing to deliver any sort of energy access in a meaningful way for the continent. And the example from Nigeria, there's 85 million Nigerians that are living without access to electricity, grid electricity, even though it's the country on the continent with the biggest fossil fuel production. So how long are we going to keep perpetuating this cycle of fossil fuel extraction that is powering other continents and not our own? It's deteriorating our own continent, expect a different result, while sitting atop the biggest renewable energy potential on Earth, around 40%, and also the largest solar resources, around 60% of the world's best solar resources. So we are not resource poor. We are truly just deepening and entrenching into a model that has not fulfilled any of the energy needs for the continent. And so I campaign with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty along all of our panelists as well, because we know that there can be another future for the continent that can actually tap into this renewable energy. But to get there, international cooperation is essential, because countries like Nigeria, like South Africa, like Angola are really entrenched into this economy of fossil fuels. And without finance and without technology transfers, they're not going to be able to shift away. And even frontier countries like Mozambique or Senegal that are expanding into the gas industry, for example, without financial support, they won't be able to make that transition. So we're seeing calls for this fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty growing. Even we started COP with 8 countries supporting, now we're at 11 countries supporting. And one of them is a major fossil fuel producer, Colombia, which exports a lot of oil and coal. But even they are seeing that the future is heading towards renewables, and to get there, they need this international support. So I think we call also for this treaty because it's grounded in equity and justice, and understands that a continent like Africa, but also fossil fuel dependent nations around the world will need international cooperation to make this just transition to renewable energy for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Good points. Erica, what about the role of grassroots movements against fossil fuels, and how are those frontline efforts fitting into the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty?
I see the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty as a treaty that complements the work of grassroots movements, who are especially those on the front lines of the impacts of the fossil fuel industry. Because lots of, for instance, in Uganda with the East African crude oil pipeline, communities are losing their own lands to construct the pipeline, the 1,200 kilometer pipeline, for oil that is not even going to be used in Uganda. Most of it is for export to European countries, and that's the larger context into which oil and gas infrastructure is for in the African continent. It's always oriented around European economic growth. And so I see it as complementing because they're pushing for no new oil and gas infrastructure. And that is the same thing that the treaty is pushing for, no new oil and gas infrastructure. And also when we talk about, I think many health experts have endorsed the Fossil Fuel and Proliferation Treaty, and it complements the work of grassroots communities because, for instance, Dean has talked about the impacts of Shell in the Niger Delta. Communities are getting different types of cancers because of oil spills on their lands, right? So it complements, because, and that is why health experts have come together and have highlighted the need of the Fossil Fuel and Proliferation Treaty. It's also beneficial for Africa's economy, noting that many African countries are debt-ridden, and with the Fossil Fuel and Proliferation Treaty, we're calling for more finance to support renewable energy infrastructure in Africa, which should be people-led, because we're not moving from the same system, big oil to big renewables, right? Whilst big companies are making profits amidst an energy crisis where people have to choose between heating or eating, right? And that is why we need a different business model. So a community-led renewable infrastructure model, so that profits are reinvested back into the community. And that is if they're profits, because we are also rejecting the privatization and commodification of renewable energy infrastructure.
Two questions then. One is, as activists in this area, do you find that there is suspicion or even violence against what you're trying to achieve among, say, governments or local authorities or the business sector? I mean, we heard just the other day the number of environmentalists protesting against lots of things, deforestation, fossil fuels, but the numbers of people being attacked who are doing this, you know, expressing their free speech, their freedom to protest, are being really badly harmed in some places. Is that a factor? Anybody?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a big factor. I mean, during the Global Day of Action during New York Climate Week, we had actions across the world, and we had like 7 Ugandan activists, student activists that were arrested because they were freely expressing their need for a renewable energy system in Uganda, and they were thrown right into prison, right? Earlier on this year, with community activists in Senegal, we mobilized and we were saying no to BP. What actually happened is BP called in, you know, on the government, and the government sent in soldiers who actually destroyed boats of fishermen and also harassed the community. The same people that elected, you know, the government to protect them, had their liberties taken away and had their freedoms taken away just because they just wanted to eat. And, you know, these are some of the examples where we've seen oppression really largely, and which is why it's very important to mention that when it comes to climate justice issues, when we mean climate justice, there's no reason we cannot improve on peace. There's no human rights without climate justice. There's no peace, there's no prosperity without climate justice, and that's why it's important.
So what we're saying is, if we can go to renewables, if we can go to renewable energy, if we can do this, we can decentralize, democratize energy systems into the hands of the communities, and that then is no longer in the power of these large exporting fossil fuel companies who have one interest, which is to basically make profits at the expense of the people in the communities. Yes, Erica.
Yes, those whose vested interests are going to be affected by our call for a system change are pushing back with militarization, policing our protests, reducing the democratic space, the civic space to protest. Dean has talked about the activists in Uganda who were arrested. In South Africa, Mama Fikile was killed as a result of fighting back against coal construction, and it's a pattern. But one thing I can assure you is that when you take one down, millions across the globe are going to stand up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good point. It's not all bad, is it? I mean, there are some some countries in, I was going to say some countries in Kenya. There's only one country in Kenya. There are some countries on the African continent where actually it's not going so badly, right? Kenya has currently a surplus of renewable energy, a lot of geothermal electricity expanding, and the Lake Turkana wind farm, solar power coming there. No, you think everyone's nodding and saying Kenya's not a poster child. All right, tell me why.
Yeah, I'm from Kenya, and I don't think Kenya is a poster child because of privatization of renewable energy. The Turkana wind power plant is 30% owned by BlackRock, the same company that invests in fossil fuels, and that's the same pattern. That's the same pattern with other renewable energy projects which are privatized. And in reality, for communities, it means very expensive electricity. Every Kenyan is complaining about privatization of renewable energy and how they cannot be able to afford electricity. Every month after month, it's becoming even higher. And now with the IMF in play, they have been pushing for privatization of production, distribution, and transmission, which is going to grow the prices of electricity even higher. And also, it's also not a model because of how indigenous people have been kicked out of their lands for geothermal projects. Yeah.
Okay. So how is this going to then change? I mean, you need policies, but you do need investment, right? I mean, investment has to come in to countries. So if not BlackRock, who? You know, if how is this going to work? Who wants to take on? How do we fast track a currently not very attractive situation into another kind of situation?
I can talk a bit about finance, but I know Dean knows lots about finance too. And Fidel, sorry, the father of finance. No, currently around the finance for fossil fuels around the world, but also in Africa, dwarfs any sort of renewable energy financing. So countries from the G20 are putting 4 times more into fossil fuel financing than they are into renewable energy. So despite the fact that prices for renewable energy are falling, fossil fuels are disproportionately they're advantaged, and it's a false advantage that they receive by having huge public subsidies. So there's also a lot of calls to shift this finance. We don't need to be subsidizing something that's killing us and not delivering on our energy needs. We need to be subsidizing the solution. So there can be also a lot of shifts in public finance to come away from fossil fuels and towards renewable energy.
So where does, I mean, obviously it would be fantastic if overnight they just switched off the fossil fuel subsidy tap. But if we just take that out of it, there are in some countries in the world, despite fossil fuel subsidies, the investment in renewables is skyrocketing, you know, in many parts of the world. Uruguay, for example, or in many of the richer countries, of course, in Europe. So how do we displace the fossil fuels, including with their subsidies, out of this market in Africa to bring renewables in? Where do we get the money from?
Well, I mean, we have to look at the bigger picture here. Okay. We have the concept of a carbon budget that countries in the global north have exceeded. So they have a climate debt that they owe to the global south for this just transition that we're talking about. And when I owe you a debt, I'm supposed to pay you, right? I'm not supposed to give you a loan and demand profits from it. I'm not supposed to give you something as charity and demand that you give me part of your forest. I'm not supposed to give you a little bit of money and expect you to sell me clean electricity on favorable terms to me. You're just supposed to pay the debt. So the climate finance is a climate debt question. Unfortunately, what we've seen in these COP meetings is the global north simply rejecting completely the idea that they're responsible for this climate crisis, that they owe climate reparations. Instead, they're shifting it to the private sector. They're saying the private sector, investors from Wall Street, will figure out a way to generate climate finance. Well, Wall Street investors will do what Wall Street investors do, which is expect returns on their investment and engage in extractive economic practices. And that's not the way forward for Africa. That's not the way forward for the planet.
So you're saying a direct transfer of funding from the rich countries of the north, so-called north.
Funding and transfer of technology.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like reparations.
So without these prohibitively high interest rates and all these other things which act as blockers against the fast uptake of renewables. Yeah.
I just want to add on to what Victor was saying, because the problem is, this has happened before, right? Debt cancellation. It's happened before in World War II, and Germany was transitioning and Europe was trying to build. The United States brought 5% of their GDP, for that, and debt was cancelled, and that was to the sum right now of around $2 trillion. So it's something that has worked, and it's something that can be implemented. The question is, why not Africa, right? And this also speaks to the structural systematic crises that we're also trapped in. Even with the economic activity that determines how we conduct ourselves, and even access to climate finance, was still being conducted by a system that was brought up by the Bretton Woods systems in 1945. When that was initiated, no African country was independent. That means that was constructed at a time when there was colonialism, inequality, segregation, and exploitation. Now, why have we allowed ourselves in the 21st century to still be governed by an institution that was actually created at a time when there was no democracy in Africa, there was no representation of African people? And that's where we have to tap into the underlying causes for us to begin to answer the wider macro level questions in order for us to access climate finance as well as to a large extent.
Erika?
Just to quickly add that the narrative that global North countries push is that no country can pay this much climate finance or can be responsible for it. But I think if history has taught us, when you look at how finance avail itself for wars under the fossil fuel industry through subsidies, history has shown us that it's not a lack of finance, but misplaced priorities. The finance is there, but they don't want to pay up.
Exactly. I mean, I can't remember the numbers, but there are literally bucket loads of trillions of dollars sitting in mainly richer countries' bank accounts that people either saved or investors are just sitting on the sidelines in this particular moment in the world because of it's risk averse. This is money that could be deployed in a very interesting way around the world. But sometimes people, investors in the north that might have the money, and I'm not talking BlackRock, I'm talking all kinds of different institutions, pension funds, things like that, are always a bit nervous about Africa, right? They're worried about political risk, they're worried about other things. How do we overcome this mental block in many ways about Africa? Because it strikes me, with all the potential you have to actually contribute to lifting people out of poverty, bringing a new possibility for the continent of Africa and its people, it's very young people in many cases, and then your ability to contribute to the global efforts to fight climate change because of those natural resources, the sun and the wind. How do we break this relationship that the North has with Africa in terms of trust?
I think it's a question of I think it's not a question of trust. It's a question of political will. When we spoke with the World Bank, for example, and we said, you need to stop funding fossil gas production in African countries. They were like, okay, fine, we understand, but we only fund projects that are bankable, and also at the same time, the investment has to make sense. Now, in Mozambique, there is a number of insurgents at the Cabo Delgado province, meaning Mozambique is not an investable country. If we're looking from an economic investment opportunity, right, the risk is just too high. But why do we see a strong investment from the World Bank, millions and billions of dollars being invested into fossil fuel industry? So it's a case of political will and them choosing what is bankable either way. So I think there is a level of trust, but it's only trust when it suits a particular group of elite people who want to benefit out of the struggles of the entire African continent.
So where do we go from here? We've got 7 minutes left before we have to end this fascinating session. Where do we go from here with this? What is the next step on this journey to get out of the situation as described, the current situation, to one that's better? Can the COP do anything here, or is it an artificiality of the reality? I mean, yes, I think we'd all like to see wording that fossil fuels should be phased out, right? 100 countries want that, and even the private sector, of some progressive companies want it. What do we do now?
Well, I can add to this, and I also wanted to add to the question before about how do we shift this relationship. And I think I mean, obviously there's a relationship of power and of colonialism that does exist, but when you ask the question, where is this trust? I mean, seemingly it exists in the expansion of fossil fuels, because when Russia invaded Ukraine, Europe suddenly had, well, not suddenly, but Europe had this trust to expand gas production in Africa. And so why is it then therefore possible to eye Senegal or to eye Mozambique or all these countries? Because it's to fulfill Europe's short-term energy needs. It's not for energy access on the continent. So if there is actually a switch and it's around increasing energy access in Africa and not around fulfilling Europe's short-term energy needs, then the conversation shifts. That it's not about entrenching or locking in Africa to decades of fossil fuel extraction when the world is actually transitioning away and fossil fuel demand is set to decline. It's actually and investing in new energy systems that are renewable and distributed and people-powered. And for the question around what we can do in this COP, I know there's a lot of work around getting fossil fuel phase out in the text, and it's a big fight to have it be there. And I think there is this growing demand for, obviously we have to be tackling the source of this crisis. We cannot only focus on demand, only focus on emissions, and expect we'll be fine when we're not tackling the source. Like Fadel said at the beginning, 110% more fossil fuels are being built between now and 2030 than what we can burn to limit warming to 1.5. So we need a binding plan to make this happen. And this is why the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is a complementary, or can be a complementary initiative and mechanism to the Paris Agreement, because it tackles the root of the cause, the production and extraction of fossil fuels. And it's grounded in global equity and justice, which means countries like Canada and the UK, the US, Norway, Australia need to phase out their production first and fastest, and give support to countries like Angola, Iraq, countries like Ecuador that depend so much on fossil fuels for their national economy, and even have debt relationships with countries like China, Ecuador to China, to pay that debt through oil. So there needs to be an international mechanism to allow for this shift to happen, to have a world that's free from fossil fuels. And the idea is that the Fossil Fuel Treaty can be a complementary initiative, a complementary mechanism to the Paris Agreement to make this happen.
Yeah, it was a very good sum up. We've got actually 3 more minutes, so we have to just, what about your work? What's your next step?
Well, I think when you look at the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty initiative, you have a country like Colombia that just endorsed the treaty initiative. Colombia is a developing country that is heavily dependent on fossil fuel exports for its own economic activity. And yet it's a country that recognized that the world is going to decarbonize, and we're going to lose all of these export revenues. How are we going to survive and function as an economy if we don't diversify and move away from the fossil fuel economy? So they're taking preemptive steps to change their own position and recognizing that the rest of the global south is in a similar situation, which is why it's important to sit down and negotiate in an orderly manner, a just and equitable phase out for the global south and for the rest of the planet.
And it's already happening, isn't it? I mean, China is now 50% renewable energy. I saw something from, was it Carbon Tracker or something, saying that they thought the emissions were peaking and that they were now coming down. If China's 50% renewable, it's not that far to 51, 52, and then it's the majority of the electricity supply. And then therefore, whatever the petro states think, they're going to be in a worse position development-wise very soon, because they won't even have the revenues for oil. So, you know, this is very urgent that this happens in Africa, so we don't get another problem coming along as well, that nobody now even wants the oil or gas, and then there's no revenues from that either. We've got to get the renewables in fast. Yeah, it strikes me.
So Nick, what you're describing, if I can summarize it, is the following. When you're investing in additional fossil fuel infrastructure on the African continent, you're doing one of 2 things. If you're taking the science seriously and the economics seriously, you're either signing our collective suicide pact, knowing exactly what the consequences will be, or you know that those assets will be stranded assets financially and physically. Therefore, you're committing a financial fraud by misleading investors.
And the fossil fuel companies, under the current kind of subsidies rule, will be able to set them, write them off as tax write-offs and just leave that shit in the ground for somebody else to clean up. We've got to stop here. Thank you very much indeed. That was a really absolutely fascinating session. I think we could have gone on for ages, but I'm sure the audience out there will have learned something that they didn't know about what is actually happening in Africa, and I think that's very healthy and very important indeed. So thank you very much indeed. And I'm going to hand back now to Katarina in Stockholm.
Well, thank you, Nick, and thank you, panelists. This was fascinating. And if you haven't signed our call to action already, please do so to end fossil fuels. It's on wedon'thavetime.tech/endfossil. So wedon'thavetime.tech/endfossil. So please sign it if you're a person, company, or country for that matter. And this marks the end of this session. We're going to move on. Involving your suppliers in climate action is essential for companies to reduce their emissions. Your suppliers will need to be on board for companies to meet their net zero targets. So now I'll be handing over to the studio in Dubai, where we will hear from Exponential Roadmap Initiative, BT Group, Nestlé, and RBA that will be discussing the topic of supplier engagement. Which examples of what is being done, what is needed, and also results, of course. So let's now turn over to Louise Rebinder from Exponential Roadmap Initiative in Dubai.
Thank you, Katarina, and welcome to COP28 in Dubai. And one of the most impactful things you can do as a company is when you're working with climate action with your suppliers, when you're working with supplier engagement. Because if you are working with climate action, if you find it important, you're setting your targets and you're doing your plans, you should not expect anything less from your suppliers or from your customers for that matter. And when you work with supplier engagement, cascading the message of climate action, then you get this one-to-many effect. Because if you as an organization ask your suppliers to work with climate action, instead of just you working with climate action, there will be many working with climate action. So it will be much more work. So it's quite logical. And the effect can be quite massive. My name is Louise Rebinder, and I work at Exponential Roadmap Initiative as director. My previous experience is working with sustainability and climate action for the telco industry, and especially with the supply chain. And this session is organized together with BT Group, with Gabrielle Guinier sitting here in the panel. And Gabrielle is the one instigating this session, saying that it is of such great importance, so we should really talk about this. And I couldn't agree more. It's probably one of the most important and one of the first things you should do as a company. So it's a bit windy here, so I get hair in my mouth, but I'm very happy to introduce the panelists that we have today in this session called Supplier Engagement and How to Work with Value Chains. So I want to introduce to you Gabrielle Guinier, who is Head of Environmental Sustainability at BT Group, which is in the telecom sector. We have Rob Cameron, Global Head of ESG Engagement at Nestlé, which is in the food and beverage industry. And we have Dan Reed, Senior Director of Environment and Circularity, Responsible Business Alliance, which often is called RBA in short. And RBA, for those who don't know, and Dan will be telling us a little bit more, but it's an industry coalition dedicated to corporate social responsibility in global supply chains. Very suitable for this session. So Gabrielle, since you were the one, or we were the ones saying that we should have this session, I want to ask you and start with you, and why do you think this topic is so important?
Thank you, Luis, and great to be here with you again. I think it's so important because if you look, for example, at BT Group's end-to-end carbon footprint, only 6% is from our own operations. Around 20% is from customers using our products and services, and the vast majority, over 73%, is from our upstream supply chain. So for us to get to net zero, we really need to focus on reducing that bit of our carbon footprint. I think it's also important because, as you said, Luis, it's where you can really have an impact. And for me personally, it's probably the most satisfying bit of my job because I can see changes being made in the supply chain. It's a great area for collaboration, for sharing best practice, and as you said, for the cascade and inspiring others.
I agree. I find it's very satisfying, especially when you find these suppliers that you've been talking with, agreeing and setting targets, starting to plan, and so on. It's quite fantastic. And as input to this panel that we have today, Gabrielle, a little bit more. Can you say a few examples of how BT is working with its supply chain, and why did you focus on those things?
I think one of the most important levers that you can use is your purchasing power. So being the customer and using your customer requirements to change supplier behavior. So when we look at our adjudication criteria, around 15% is linked to environment and to human rights. And I think that's very powerful. Also, as you know, Luis, we worked with Exponential Roadmap Initiative and you to launch a new engagement campaign to suppliers. And basically said to them, you know, we want to know what your targets are, when are you going to be net zero, what are your challenges, and what are you doing? So that kind of direct engagement. And finally, disclosure to CDP. I think companies all need to be public in terms of how they're progressing against their targets. We need to have that kind of public accountability of how companies are getting on.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And now I want to turn to Rob. Can you please give some examples of how Nestlé is working with its supply chain?
Yeah, thanks, Louise, and good to be with you today. It's really interesting, actually, listening to Gabrielle, because we are in completely different businesses, completely different, telecoms and tech, and we're in the food and agriculture business. And yet the numbers that Gabrielle just outlined are more or less exactly the same as us. We're a food and agriculture company, and so much of what we do is upstream impacts in terms of carbon impacts. So that's where we have to pay most attention. Over 90% of our emissions are scope 3. That's the supply chain or down in the value chain. And much of that, 66%, is coming from agriculture. Now, people often think about Nestlé as being, a super large company. Of course, we are. We are the largest food and beverage company in the world. Yet, what people don't realize so much is that we have relationships with well over 500,000 farmers around the world. That's direct trading relationship with farmers. And so if we want to make the kind of changes that we're looking at in agriculture, in reducing emissions and protecting nature, we have to work directly with them. And the question is how to protect and enhance farmer livelihoods by addressing climate, addressing nature, in order to ensure resilience on those farms. If you come at it that way round and you start with thinking about livelihoods, we think you can get a lot further forward fast.
Thank you. And that is a massive supply chain that you have.
It is. It's huge. But we also, yes, we're working directly with those farmers. But, the other thing to think about are the large suppliers that we have. I'm thinking of the likes of Cargill, for instance. One of the things that we're doing, which I think is great, is that rather than us seeing it purely in a kind of transactional way of how we work with those people, the likes of those big traders, we want to work together. So it's very much more a collaborative thing rather than the buyer dictating the terms. No. We have to do this in a coordinated way. And what's more, it's not just us doing it with the big traders on our own. We have to work with our peers. So this whole idea of collective action really starts to take shape when we're thinking about working into suppliers.
Thank you, Rob. And I want to ask a little bit about, now I want to go over to introduce you, Dan. Because you come from RBA, so can you please let us know a little bit of what RBA does?
Sure. Thank you for hosting us as well in this conversation. So the Responsible Business Alliance was founded in 2004. We are now a coalition of over 220 what we call electronics-based companies. Those can be consumer electronics, telecommunications, automotive, toys, medical devices, and other industries that have similar supply chains. Much of our work in our history has been focused on social issues in supply chains, workers' rights, labor conditions, forced labor, things like that. And we've built a lot of program and tools around those types of topics. As the environmental director of the program, it's part of me as a team looking for ways that we can use those same programs to now apply to environmental issues as they become even more pressing.
And I have been, since I worked in the telecom industry, I have been working a lot with RBA and looking at the tools that you have there. Can you tell me a little bit about the most important tools that you see for supplier engagement?
I can. So, rather than a specific tool set, I think for supplier engagement, the most important aspect is that it has some collaborative background behind it. It's most important, and I think Rob and Gabrielle have already touched upon it, and I'm sure we'll speak quite a bit more. I don't think you can go very far in a conversation here without talking about collaboration and collective action. That these tools come from an area of aggregated expectations rather than just kind of one-off expectations or requests. It just makes it more efficient. It has a little bit more, I would say, gravitas or gravity behind it, and need for pushing forward.
Now I go back to Gabrielle. What challenges do you see for reaching progress to reduce emissions in the supply chain? I know all companies are working very hard and it is difficult, but we need a bit more light.
I think one of the challenges is the sheer scale of the supply chains that we have. So we have around over 11,000 suppliers, and I'm sure Nestle, similar, very large numbers. So how do you reach out to all of those? And I think that's where we come back to the importance of collaboration, the importance of the cascade. So we need our suppliers to cascade the message down to their suppliers and keep that chain going, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and that is quite a common practice now, and I'm very happy to see it. The cascade from the company to first here, and then you ask them to ask the same, and so on, and that's how we reach numbers, really.
Yeah, exactly.
And also making sure that the suppliers are aware of this, because they're not always aware that this is such an important topic.
And also, how do you reach the SMEs? How do you reach the small companies? And I think the work that we've been doing together on the SME Climate Hub is so important, because they also needed somewhere. Where can they go? Where can they find information and guidance that's specific to smaller businesses? Because we need them to take climate action as well.
And Rob, I go to you with the same question. Challenges, large supply chain, obviously a challenge.
Yeah, well, it is. Part of the challenge is just that, the sheer scale of our supply chain. And if you take an example like regenerative agriculture, for instance, for us, we see regenerative agriculture as being absolutely essential to the delivery of our net zero roadmap. And regenerative agriculture is not something where you've suddenly just got it done. It's not binary. You don't just stop farming conventionally and start farming regeneratively. It's a series of processes, a series of practices that are put in place over time. And of course, there you have a time dimension straight away. Of course, one of the other things that's a challenge is that effectively what we're saying when we talk about introducing regenerative agricultural practices, we're inviting farmers to do something different. Now just imagine, you've got one crop this year and somebody comes along and says, we want to change the way you farm, and we're asking you to effectively bet the farm on it. So there's a challenge there for the farmer. I think that's where it starts from, not our challenge. It's not our, one of the things we've really got to get under the hood of is that it's the farmer centricity of this and thinking through, what does it mean to be asked to change your practices, what does it mean to effectively, use the expression, bet the farm? So that's why we have to work with farmers. That's patient work, provide technical assistance, provide financial support where appropriate, pay premiums, ensure that we've got model farms, you know, sort of peer-peer farms, that example farms where other farmers can, you know, get involved and talk to the farms we're supplying, buying our supplies from. So, you know, it's a patient process, but we've got to also move fast. And that's why I talked about doing this in collaboration with others. And we've been doing some important work on that here at this COP.
And I really like what you said there, Rob, about it's not easy for the suppliers, because I sometimes think of it as someone asking you to clean your room or something. It's very simple to ask, please set a climate target. But then the hard work is for those that are going to set it and plan and act.
Exactly, and I think one of the other things we can do is share practice. So if you think about our larger suppliers, you know, we published a net zero roadmap some years ago now, and I just think it's, you know, a shout out really to Fonterra. They're one of our bigger dairy suppliers. They've just published a net zero roadmap, but what they've done is taken the time to look at ours as a significant buyer and make sure that theirs docks into ours in a really coherent way. That's really good for Fonterra. It's incredibly good for us. But you know what? Most importantly, it's really good for Fonterra's suppliers, because it means that it's all coordinated through the value chain. That kind of coordination is just invaluable.
And I go to Dan now, and this jacks in a little bit to what Rob was saying. When engaging suppliers in environmental and climate action, what is most important for the suppliers?
I would say from a supplier perspective, you know, we've said it many times already, but it needs to be as least burdensome as possible. You know, whether you're asking them to conduct a new activity like set a climate target, or, you know, perhaps in Rob's example, if you're asking them to really change their business practices entirely, you know, as much as you possibly can, we need to make it less burdensome. The second thing I would say is not only that we need to make it less burdensome and more efficient, but also to actually provide value to those suppliers. I mean, this can be a long list of different types of value, but if a customer can provide capacity building or some means of efficiency, something that will actually generate more value for that supplier, they're far more likely to adopt it. And then the last thing I would say is that they really need to be able to see the results of their work. Engaging with the supplier, asking them to set a climate target or report on a metric, and then having that information just kind of disappear, you know, into their customer's black box, really isn't very rewarding and doesn't really incentivize the whole process of engagement. You know, the better and more that a customer can actually show the supplier what they're doing with that information, or how their actions, their changes that they've gone through have added to kind of the larger picture. Perhaps, Rob, you know, your example of, you know, the ability for a sustainability report to dock into another one, you know, they see their own action magnified and kind of passed down to their customer, and that type of reward is really going to, again, encourage more action and better engagement in relationships between customer and supplier.
Thank you, Dan. And I agree to that, really. Do you have any examples of what can be done, other examples of how you can show your appreciation to suppliers?
Sure. So, you know, right now we're really working, RBA is working in the collective around greenhouse gas data down to a facility level. The reason that we're working with that level of granularity is we want to provide our member companies a way for them to see their entire value chain kind of mapped out in terms of where are the greatest opportunities for intervention with their suppliers, whether that's a conversation, again, capacity building, perhaps some means of efficiency, or something big like a renewable energy, you know, purchase agreement or installation. Where that's valuable for the supplier is hopefully they're on the positive end of whatever that engagement is, and not just a warning to improve or else. And certainly we also provide, you know, avenues for them to also engage with their supplier on those topics as well. When we do this more in the collective, it's not just one brand or company or customer that's engaging that supplier, but we also have the ability to map more of a heat map with aggregated demand and say, this is perhaps an opportunity for not just one company, but many companies, who are dependent on that geography or supplier or industry. And so we collectively can engage them with some solutions and hope for the best results.
Thanks. And let's go to you, Gabrielle. Can you talk about some concrete examples of what you've done where you've seen progress?
Yeah, I wanted to mention one specific example. So one of our great partners, Ericsson, we work very closely with them, and we went to them and asked, well, how can we concretely see a reduction in the carbon footprint in some of the products that you supply to us? So Ericsson went to engage with one of their manufacturing sites in Poland, and that factory ended up switching to renewable electricity. So, of course, the carbon footprint of what we were buying came down, which is great for our Scope 3 emissions. But also, even though that, we might not buy so many products from that factory, other telcos buy from Ericsson from that factory as well. So it didn't just reduce our footprint, it also reduced the footprint for other operators. And I think that's how you can see kind of small actions, but a bigger impact, again, across the ecosystem.
Yeah, and I also think it's important with such an example that you also communicate and investigate a little bit what it looks like in the value chain, in the different tiers or the different levels. And you will learn both the suppliers and also those the buyers. Rob, do you have any examples?
Yeah, I think it's always great to look at specific real life examples and to give you a range of when it's small scale through to large scale. If you're thinking about the small scale, just to give one example, dairy farmers in Brazil. Now, we talk about transitioning to regenerative practices. We've been working with dairy farmers in Brazil for some time now on this, and what we've seen is that if you have the right policies in place for the farmers, you get a reduction in carbon emissions, which is great. Importantly for the farmer, reduction in input costs, because they're not spending quite so much on synthetic fertilizers, etc. And guess what? An increase in profitability as well. That's the kind of win-win-win that we're looking for. So that's at the small scale, and that's really helping those dairy farmers. Then you look at larger scale. You go to North America, and there we see, excuse me, with ADM, for instance, regenerative wheat farming. Thousands of acres converted to regenerative practices. That's going into the wheat that goes into the pizzas that we sell in the USA. Again, with a big provider like Cargill. Really interesting one for me, because we talk a lot about the importance of food waste in the whole supply chain area, and particularly in terms of climate impacts. So we're taking cocoa shells from our cocoa production facilities, and with Cargill, we're turning them into fertilizers. So you've got really great low-impact fertilizers using a waste stream that's now going on fields and helping farmers in the east of England to grow the commodities that we buy off them. So multiple different levels, multiple different crops, multiple ways of addressing the issue, and yet all of them leading to the same outputs that we're seeking: resilient value chains, sustainable livelihoods.
Thanks, Rob. And it's quite lovely to hear about this type of supply chain, because it's so very concrete. You can really imagine this. It's a little bit harder maybe to imagine the telco sector and how that is, how you make it concrete. Yeah. But here you have the food and you have the wheat field, which you see every day, or if you're lucky. So very good examples. I want to ask Dan now, where do you see there has been progress with supplier climate action from your perspective?
Sure. So, from the RBA's perspective, we're not working with one supplier. I can't even say one supplier, thousands of suppliers. We're working with hundreds of thousands of suppliers, based off of our members. So it's sometimes often hard to pinpoint a specific example. But from our industry level perspective, what we see has really been the proliferation of serious action around climate change, including, but I guess especially, target setting. What we've seen within our membership is that commitments have increased over the years. We now have 25% of our members are in the race to zero. 45% have either an approved or committed to and pending a science-based target. And, as much as I would love those numbers, of course, to be 100%, they will improve over time, I'm sure. But what's really impressive is if we look at the membership and the makeup of it, it's not just consumer brands, it's not just one industry, it's not just one tier, it's multiple tiers, multiple industries, multiple geographies. And so as we see those numbers increase, it's not an indicator that brands are taking this issue seriously or one industry is taking this issue seriously. It's across the board. And of course, we have a little bit less of a pulse on the agriculture industry, for example, but in the tech sector, it's a decent representation of what's going on. And so seeing that type of, again, proliferation, accepting responsibility and taking action towards it is really what we see as like the concrete examples and responses to all these activities that we see behind the scenes and all these levels of engagement that a lot of our members have done with their suppliers.
And this collaborative approach, we will get into this more, but that is why I really liked RBA when I was working, because when we started off working with this, when I was at Ericsson, I really needed to have a collaborative approach. I needed to know that there were more doing the same thing. And also when you have a code of conduct, standard code of conduct that is also, it's out on the web that anyone can really just look through and get inspired from. And you do collaborative audits. So audits are being made and the results can be also shared by many, which is also a fantastic thing, and other types of resources that you have.
I'll add on to it. That has been our organizational model, again, for a few decades now. And of course, we've gotten very good and I think very well known for applying them to social issues. And so it's saying now, how can we apply that same approach of collaboration, defining things in a common way, defining at least expectations at a minimum in a common way, and those tools like common audits, reporting, things like that, so that we make this more efficient, less burdensome on the suppliers themselves, increase the opportunity for participation, and really try to expound those types of practices deeper and deeper into supply chains.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think that's a great point. And for us in this space that we're in, coming up with the common frameworks and metrics for regenerative agriculture is a really important part of it, as well as the collaborative action. So what we're seeing here at this COP is a range of initiatives that have been announced, but including an action agenda on regenerative landscapes that we're doing with 25 companies, and the Dairy Methane Action Alliance. And these are companies that have come together that normally don't, not all of us speak to each other all of the time. Companies that actually are quite fierce competitors in the market. Actually, when you've got a shared objective, the imperative to come together to address an issue like methane becomes so great that you've got to do something together and figure out how you will coordinate your efforts. So those are just two examples from this week alone, where we can see how collectively we're going to move forward and work with value chains and ensure that we can get where we all want to get to, because nothing is more shared as a goal than achieving net zero.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. And now I think we will take come to the final question here. I want to go to you, Gabrielle. I want to ask, and you can pick and choose here, but what activities, initiatives, collaborations, or solutions do you see have provided the best results?
So I think I'm just going to build on Rob's and Dan's points, which are about collaboration. So we have collaboration with our competitors, both within our sector. So for example, we work with 26 other telcos in an organization called JAC. And what we've done is we've done a joint call for action. So suppliers don't get different requirements. Actually, we've said these are 10 things that we would like for you to do. We worked with another association for mobile operators called GSMA, where we've done capacity building. We've done a report on how to best report on Scope 3 emissions. So again, trying to help suppliers get onto the journey. And finally, I just wanted to mention, since it's something we work on together, which is 1.5 supply chain leaders, where we work with Exponential Roadmap Initiative. We work with other companies like Nestle to share best practice on how to engage global supply chains, and then on your website share all that guidance and what we've learned, so it will help others.
That's a great example of it. I found a lot of comfort in the 1.5 supply chain leaders when I was working with the supplier engagement. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have made it when I worked with that, actually. So it's a good example. And by that, I think we will end this session for today. I want to say a big thank you to Gabrielle Guinier and Rob Cameron and Dan Reed. And with that, I will hand over to Stockholm.
Well, thank you very much, Louise, and thank you very much, panelists in Dubai. And it's time to move on to the next session. In order to reduce our emissions at scale, we need to create sustainable cities, and we also need to do this fast. In this session, we'll be hearing from highly acclaimed keynote speakers, honorable mayors, and also from industry leaders detailing how they are implementing, here and now, systems and solutions to accelerate the development of sustainable cities worldwide. But first, let's watch this video while we head over to Dubai.
Cities are the lifeblood of our economy, housing 50% of the population and generating 80% of GDP. But they also account for over 70% of global carbon emissions. By 2050, 70% of people will live in cities, pressuring energy infrastructures to evolve. This is a daunting challenge, but there is a silver lining: energy efficiency. Tried and tested solutions that have been operational for decades. Now it's time we implement these solutions at scale. We're at the cusp of one of the biggest energy transformations of our time, doable only through cooperation at an unprecedented level. But it can be done. Join us in building the resilient cities of tomorrow. Today.
So, welcome back to Dubai. Welcome back to COP28 here. Beautiful day, quite hot, but we're delighted to be in this incredible place. I'm here with my moderator or co-moderator, Madeleine Gilbourne. She's Vice President of Energy Division at Alfa Laval. Madeleine, for those who are not familiar with Alfa Laval, who are you?
Well, Alfa Laval is an innovative heat transfer company, actually, with equipment that can enable the transition towards net zero. We have actually more than 100 years of expertise and technologies for example, energy efficiency, heat reuse, but also sector coupling. And we are positioned as, I would say, leaders to drive sustainable cities, leveraging our expertise on energy efficiency, but also technologies that exist today that can be implemented to really reach net zero across all value chains.
Great. And do you have any expectations? We don't use the word hope anymore, by the way. Do you have any expectations for COP28?
Yes. I think this is the COP where we have the firm spotlight on energy efficiency. And it's also the first COP where we actually have energy efficiency on the agenda. And I mean, the only outcome must be that we commit to the target of doubling energy efficiency by 2030.
And you think that's doable, by the way?
Yes, I do think so, because the technologies are available, they are affordable, and they are ready to be implemented. And actually, the energy efficiency movement just released a new report here before COP28, where we highlight 10 key technologies for the industry. That means that by 2030, we can cut world's emissions by 11% in existing technologies. In fact, half of that can even be done before 2025. So yes, we can do it.
Okay, super. Let's introduce our first guest. It's Mark Watts. Mark is the Executive Director of the C40 City Network. It used to be called the Mega Cities, maybe it still is. He represents nearly 100 mayors in the world's leading cities across 50 countries. and with a total of around 700 million residents. That's quite sizable. Mark, we're going to give you the stage for a keynote and then a few little questions. So the stage is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really great to be here. I was asked to talk about how our cities, the biggest cities in the world, are doing in delivering against the Paris Agreement. I guess the good news is lots of really positive progress. We're completely united in C40 cities on every city having a climate action plan and delivering against it, consistent with constraining global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. And perhaps most importantly in the context of this COP, of halving the use of fossil fuels within our cities this decade by 2030. I guess the challenge is that although there's tremendous progress and tremendous collaboration between these 100 big cities, still when we look at the data, they're just slightly off track. So about 10% below where they should be to do that halving of emissions and halving fossil fuel use by 2030. They're using the levers that are at their disposal, so which is mostly in a city context, reducing the demand for fossil fuels whilst creating good new green jobs and greater opportunity for everyone, particularly those who have suffered most through the climate crisis. And that's things like bringing in clean air zones that make it expensive and difficult to have polluting vehicles in city, but cheap and easy to bring in new public transport, cycling, walking and electric vehicles, or strong building codes that set the standard for what a future city is going to look like by phasing out gas and coal and fossil fuels in favor of air source heat pumps and renewable energy and much more efficient buildings. And increasingly, we're seeing a drive to just green cities, what it says on the tin, particularly as mayors are now coping with much hotter temperatures, much more extreme temperatures, much bigger and more unpredictable flooding. That means we need a lot more nature in our cities. And one of our mayors, the commissioner of Mumbai, said to me the other day, he wants his city to be seen as a forest with buildings in it. And isn't that a great vision for what cities should look like in the future? So thinking about that challenge though, and finishing on that, we're a little bit off track at the moment. Actually, the big cities in the world are going a lot faster than their respective nation states. So 75% of our member cities cutting emissions per capita faster than their respective nation states. But even that is not quite good enough. And so the big message we've brought into this COP is about partnership, working with other levels of government. I've just been in a brilliant meeting around phasing out fossil fuels with a group of governors and mayors, but then with national governments too. And so a new initiative announced at this COP called CHAMP. Everything's got to have an awful acronym, but it's really about local and national government working together, so that instead of just at the moment having only a quarter of national climate commitments really recognizing what's happening at a city level, we get to all of them doing so. We think that will ramp up the NDCs, but also should increase the flow of resources into cities to deliver against their ambition and get more supportive regulation and enabling legislation so that we can really see the mayors delivering that commitment, half fossil fuel use this decade, and do so in a just energy transition where everyone is better off and able to thrive.
Is there, Mark, thank you very much. Is there, I mean, obviously this big prize on the table right now where the big fights are going to go over the next few days is this wording on phasing out fossil fuels. Do you feel that this is a prize worth fighting for?
Absolutely. This is the fundamental thing. I mean, it is simply impossible, as all the science shows us, to stay under 1.5 degrees, which we must do for the future of the human race, without phasing out fossil fuels. But it's a kind of crazy argument to have, isn't it? Given the huge societal benefits from so doing, because we're not delivering prosperity to the world with an addiction to fossil fuels. We're polluting ourselves, we're causing ill health, and actually we don't have an economy at the moment that really redistributes wealth in a way that's fair, because the fossil fuel economy tends to draw in wealth, suck in wealth to a small minority, and the benefits are very thinly spread. Whereas we see with more equitable, fairer, juster societies, much easier to deliver when you're using distributed energy, can be community owned, and renewables lends itself much easier to that.
And this is a very bang show. We don't have much time between things, but just give me a blocker. What I mean, you've got many cities in many continents, and so it's hard, to say, oh, they all, this is the problem everywhere, right? It's going to be different in Europe to maybe Africa and Asia, so on. But is there something that is missing? I mean, is there enough finance flowing into the cities from, say, the national governments, or is that still somewhat patchy sometimes, depending on political relationships between a mayor and the national government.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem for our global south is absolutely that there's far too little finance focused on climate solutions in general, a tiny proportion that's focused on adaptation and resilience. And this is really going to be the thing in the south that kills the ability to constrain emissions, actually. If we don't build the capacity to cope with increasing climate impacts, the flooding, the urban heat island effect, the droughts, there just isn't going to be the ability of political leadership and resources to focus on building low carbon economies. But your point is exactly spot on. Where there is climate finance, generally at the moment, it doesn't flow to where it's most needed in urban areas. And often that is because there's a political difference between the leadership in the city and the national government. So we're calling for, let's just have funds that can flow directly to wherever is the biggest opportunity fastest to reduce emissions and improve resilience.
Marwat, thank you very much for being with us. It was short, it could have been longer, absolutely, but thank you for your insight there. And we will now go to our next guest.
Yes, so she has 25 years of experience in environmental policy and program, and in particular focusing on energy, buildings. Our next guest has 25 years of experience in environmental policy and program management, and in particular focusing on energy, buildings, transport, and sustainable cities. It's our pleasure to welcome Martina Otto, Head of Secretariat, Climate and Clean Air Coalition at the United Nations Environmental Program. Welcome, and please give your remarks to sustainable cities.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today. We're looking at energy. We're seeing as well a buildings breakthrough coming. It's also the Urban Day, and maybe let me just build the bridge between what we just heard beforehand on cities. And cities is where everything comes together in a sense, and that makes them a prime spot to look at integration between different sectors, sector coupling. A lot of people look at transport, e-mobility, and if we go that route, we need to make sure we have enough energy as well, energy planning that goes hand in hand with what we do with buildings. Buildings are a major consumer of energy, so that has to go hand in hand. Also, if you look at storage, for example, and triangulate what I call the transition trilogy between buildings, energy, and transport. Another area is cooling, and obviously we're here in a pretty hot climate, and I have to admit my favorite spot is between some buildings where the buildings do provide shading and some trees. And that gives us an indication as well in a world that is increasingly heating up. We need to look at cooling. Yesterday, a cooling pledge was launched as well with over 60 countries signing on, and that obviously has a huge impact for buildings, how we plan them, how we design them, but also how we design our cities with natural shading and with enough tree cover to help us here as well. If we only count on air conditioning systems, no matter how efficient they are, we will not be getting there either, because in the end we will only heat up the world while we try to be cool. And that takes me to buildings themselves. What can be done in terms of improvements here, and the United Nations Environment Program also hosts the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. That's something that I headed before my current job, so it's very nice to talk about this again. And they issue every year a status report on where we are with buildings, and the headline this time, unfortunately, is growing emissions and slowing down in investments. And that's really unfortunate. 37% of increase in energy demand in buildings, and that is operational as well as the embedded. It's up by 5%. So we're not on track, 5% from 2015. We're not on track, and the investments did see the year before an increase, and last year a slowing down. That may have to do with the overall financial situation, inflation, and so on, but nevertheless. There's good news as well. There is increasing policy ambition. 160 nationally determined contributions do factor in energy efficiency in buildings in one way or the other, but only 17 are sufficiently detailed. So there's room for improvement to take this on as we look at the global stock take here as well and go to the next round of NDCs next time around.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Do you want to give Martina a supplementary question?
Yes, I mean, we're also here together at COP, right? Do we spend enough focus on the city dimension from your perspective, with your experience? And also, I mean, what is the role of policy here from all of your knowledge here?
Thank you so much for that additional question. And well, cities obviously have an amazing role. They're at the front line. They're the closest as well to the citizens. They have often enough the implementation task if it comes to building codes. Some of them are actually in charge of devising building codes. Building codes are the prime lever to move improvement in the building sector. And just to say, 70% of the infrastructure of the 2050s is yet to be built. 1/3 of the countries where this growth is being happening only have building codes, and only 3 building codes are aligned with a 1.5 scenario. So this is an area where we need to take more action, but where cities can really take that as well. And there has to be a really strong connection between the local and the national level. We talk about vertical policy integration. It's all about cooperation. And I think this COP here has also very much shown how important that is. I mentioned the breakthrough, which is about cooperation to take things forward. And I think we'll see a bit more to come. And hopefully next time we'll have better numbers to show.
Okay. Well, we've run out of time. This is a really bang show. And Martina, thank you very much for framing that for us, you and Mark together, framing the situation, obviously urgency, but also opportunity for action. So thank you very much indeed. And we've come to the end of this. Do we go to another bumper now, gentlemen? Okay, we're going to go to a video.
Let's now...
Världen befinner sig i ett klimatnödläge och vi får inte vända bort blicken. Klimatkrisen är här och nu och varje makthavare har ett ansvar att se till att vi minimerar konsekvenserna för kommande generationer. Storstäderna har en oerhört viktig roll i omställningsarbetet och vi i Stockholm har satt ambitiösa mål. Vi ska vara världsledande i att minska våra utsläpp och staden ska vara klimatpositiv senast 2030. Vi vet alla vad som krävs av oss. Vi måste minska vårt gemensamma klimatavtryck och vi politiker måste fatta de nödvändiga beslut som driver utvecklingen åt rätt håll. Det är på inget sätt omöjligt, men det krävs både mod och vilja. Ett centralt verktyg för att Stockholm ska bli klimatpositivt är kolsänkor. 2025 ska Stockholm Exergis anläggning för koldioxidlagring vara färdigställd. Det är en innovativ teknik som fångar in koldioxiden direkt efter förbränning i vårt största värmeverk. Staden ska med hjälp av denna teknik kunna fånga in 800 000 ton koldioxid per år. Det gör skillnad. Vi måste också jobba ännu hårdare för att ta tillvara den energi som produceras. Till Stockholm välkomnar vi datacenter för att tillvarata den överskottsvärmen de genererar. På så sätt gynnar stadens fjärrvärme både IT-industrins tillväxt och minskar utsläppen. Omledningen av överskottsvärme från datahallar till fjärrvärme har i Stockholm täckt årsbehovet för 30 000 lägenheter. Vi står inte inför en lätt uppgift, men jag är hoppfull och vi kommer klara det. Vi kommer klara det för att stockholmarna och Stockholms modiga företag vill växla upp och ta ansvar. Tack för ert engagemang och viktiga arbete.
Thank you, Karin Vangård, the mayor of Stockholm City, the capital of Sweden, for your insights on the sustainable cities. Now we're going to hand over to 2 other cities around the world.
So we're delighted to have with us Lutz Wilgen, who is actually working for Masdar City here in the United Arab Emirates. Lutz, wonderful to see you. How long have you been here with Masdar?
First and foremost, thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for being in this country, for allowing us the opportunity to speak out at COP. I work at Masdar City, as you say, a city that is primarily about sustainability, and we are here to showcase what we have done, and hopefully you come and visit us.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit, we're focusing quite a lot today on energy efficiency, and we wondered a little bit, because Masdar is so innovative, what kind of things you were looking at to try and achieve this goal? Well, it's going to be a goal by the end of the COP. It's going to be a doubling of energy efficiency by 2030.
Yes.
Yeah.
Primarily, our focus is on, as you just outlined, is energy reduction. So our primary focus is on the passive design. So we focus on how do we bring about the amount of energy that our buildings use, and then, of course, supplement them with renewables so that we bring about our energy consumption as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. And some examples that you could imagine? I mean, is it technology, or is it technology and passive?
No, primarily our focus is on passive. So we encourage and we work with our designers very closely to ensure that we fundamentally follow passive design principles, which we then supplement with technology. And yes, we do supplement with cutting edge technology, but also to the point whereby it can be replicated. What we're about is to showcase something not just that is unique, but also something that can or that other developers can take on board and replicate elsewhere in the region. So it's very much at our core to bring about that level of learning.
Madeline, do you want to ask us something?
Yes, I would like to actually build something that Martina just said, because we were talking about the cooling part, and that I mean, this is a hot day when we're here in Dubai.
Yes.
How do you look at sustainable and efficient cooling when you build the future?
Well, this for us is in the middle of winter, so we consider this somewhat cooler. It gets a lot warmer than this. But yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, our primarily focus is how do we ensure that we create an environment for people whereby they are comfortable. And here it's all about cooling. So we have to make sure that our building envelopes are super efficient and ensure that we keep the cooling within the building fabric.
And we're on track on that, you think?
We most certainly are. Our buildings are performing exceptionally well in that regard. We continuously test our buildings. We continuously evaluate our buildings. And out of those, we take the learning. We're now in the process of constructing 3 net zero energy buildings, one of them which has just been completed. And we continuously to evolve, and we continue to push the envelope.
And I mean, you're here in the United Arab Emirates, but people, I think, look to Masdar City as being a beacon for other places in the region, if not the world. Are you very active in other countries now, or are people coming to you to learn from you? And
I would say primarily we are about a mindset. I think it's very important that we appreciate that we have a challenge in the world that we've got to deal with. Masdar is in terms of its response is regional, so we deal with this particular climate. So our response would not necessarily be right for Europe, as an example. So to some extent, we have demonstrated what can be done within the region. I think primarily, though, what we demonstrate is with the right mindset, we can all contribute towards the challenges that we face in this world.
Okay.
There's something around the business model of doing this. I mean, on partnership collaborations that you think is.
But we are owned by Mubadala, we are an investment company. So what we are doing is profitable. So often we have concerns whereby people raise the issue of, well, is this something that can be replicated elsewhere? And I would say, well, sustainability isn't just about the environment. It's also about the social aspect, and it's about the economic aspect. And we score well on all three fronts.
Yeah.
Thank
Good.
you.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to let looks go. I think we could have dug a bit deeper. Yeah, well, it's a sort of live TV. It's a bit bang, bang, bang. So what can we do? Great. Are we going to a bumper here? Yes, we are.
Thank you very much.
So let's now shift focus from the Middle East back to the United States. It's our pleasure to have Barbara Buffalo, the mayor of City of Columbia, Missouri. She has the first sustainability manager and also a graduate in architects. And you also, Columbia is part of the ICLEI program of sustainable cities. And please give us your remarks on sustainable cities.
Yeah, so I have the privilege of serving as the environment chair for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And so in the U.S., cities have a lot of opportunity, especially when we network with one another, because as you know, we're basically the responsibility of our communities, but also we are doing most of the emissions in our built environment. And so we hold that true. In cities, though, we also have to be thinking about where do we get our energy from? Where are our residents taking shelter when it's hot? In Columbia, we suffer from extreme heat in our summer times. We also have major rainfall events that our infrastructure is struggling from. So we have a lot of opportunities to really partner with one another and learn these best practices. It is nice when we have assistance from the federal government, obviously, but really working together and across the globe, we can make a big impact.
We've been talking here, well, we're trying to focus on, I mean, there are two sides, you know, supply of green energy, fundamentally, but then the energy efficiency side of things. Are there huge opportunities for energy efficiency in a city like yours? And what are the challenges to actually get it in there?
So, you know, we're lucky that we control our building codes, right? So how the buildings are built, what energy efficiency level they're built to, we require that, we regulate that. However, the majority of our built environment is already built that we have today. So we have to decide whether or not to weigh the embodied energy that went into those buildings and rebuild them, or what can we do to retrofit. And unfortunately, in our area, you said you were coming from the Middle East to the Midwest for America. And for us, having the opportunities for workforce who can do the work, as well as the technologies, they're not as rich in the area that we live in. Luckily, we partner with universities to do our research and technology. And so we're seeing a lot come out of there that I'm hoping soon, especially with infrastructure investments that we're seeing, that we'll see a greater improvements there.
So there are opportunities, this is what we're saying, for even though they're meeting maybe the codes, to exceed those codes with the kind of modern technologies that we have in terms of energy efficiency.
There is, but you know, one of the things that we struggle in the United States is that sometimes our states can preempt us from making some of those stricter codes. So while we have an opportunity, where I live in the Midwest, sometimes we have those at a higher level telling us we can't get more efficient because there's a concern over the cost. a concern over the cost, both for business as well as for those doing the improvements and living there. And so it's really figuring out how to show those societal benefits and how there actually is a benefit to the health and safety of our community members by doing those, but it's not always measured. And so we have to help make that message and get that point across to those making those decisions at the state and federal level.
But you also represent a smaller city if you compare to some of the other speakers we've had here before. Is there, and you've been around and have so much knowledge, is there any learnings that you would like to sort of share based on your experience of both what we can learn from the past, but also how to do this more efficiently?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things there, right? So one of the things that we can definitely do is to expose ourselves to new cities and different technologies. So any opportunity we have for exchanges, whether or not it's around my workforce exchanging with other cities or just even the youth. And then I also say the youth, because they're the ones really coming out and pushing us to think about what we can do better. I joke that kids have a superpower, and it's pester power. They can pester their parents to do better. And they actually have a bigger impact than me telling them what to do. So that's one of the things I like to lean into.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well, look, lovely to hear from you. It was lovely to hear from the mayor of Stockholm as well, and to have some real mayors with us, because I know you're all busy today because it's like City Day. So, Barbara, thank you so much for being with us and being part of this this show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Fun time?
We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
Out of COP28, out of this next summit, we need governments to come forward, to work with each other.
Making sure that at COP we have a declaration on the full phase out of fossil energy. Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Let's now shift focus and talk of how we deploy an holistic energy systems, including sector coupling and heat networks. Because when we talk about energy, we often discuss electricity, but we have to remember that 50% of the energy demand is actually heat. The global stocktake acknowledge that we are behind the curve, and we need to consider to accelerate the implementation of clean tech innovations, but also to scale and implement the technologies that are already affordable today.
We're now going to bring some very interesting guests onto this panel discussion. And so we'd like to welcome on stage Thomas Muller, President, Energy Division, Executive Vice President at Alfa Laval. Thank you very much. David Rademacher, Vice President, Sustainability and Climate at E.ON, one of Europe's largest operators of energy networks and energy infrastructure. Welcome. Alicia Arguello, Head of Sustainability at Hitachi Energy, a global technology company and provider of energy solutions. And last but not least, Sebastian Peck, founding partner at Compass, a leading early-stage European venture capital firm. And Compass brings funds breakthrough innovations that accelerate the decarbonization and digital transformation of the built environment and the manufacturing industry. So very welcome to all of you. Right. I don't think we have a bumper here, so maybe we can go to Thomas. Tell us how Alfa Laval technology contributes to sustainable cities.
Yeah, so in Alfa Laval, we are developing technologies that are really improving energy efficiency and accelerating the journey to net zero. And we are producing heat exchangers, and you can maybe touch it, and I will tell you in the end why it's why that was such a great experience for you. Maybe if I put this into perspective from sustainability cities, because this goes into all applications, all industries, all buildings, and so on. But from a sustainability city perspective, if I look at that from, we have the triple up and double down pledge, which I think is really a good one. Triple up of renewables, because we need much more renewable in the cities. One example where we are involved is the taking out all the gas dependency on heat. So the heat pumps that we see a lot in Europe, taking off with subsidies and so on, millions of heat pumps coming in, and we have heat exchangers in all of them. So that's one area where we boost efficiency. The other one with the double down on the efficiency side, that is where we are involved in heat recovery. 50% or more of all the energy produced just goes to waste today. We have to take much better care of that, and that's where heat exchangers can do sector coupling and so on. And we have data centers popping up everywhere that also we need to make very efficient from day one. So that is a bit. So we are a how company. How to make this happen.
Okay, Alicia, can you elaborate on how crucial the integration of energy systems is to improve efficiency and reliability while reducing environmental impact and bringing us closer to the net zero targets? By 2050.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So our society is moving toward a sustainable energy system, and we see also industries using more and more electrification. One thing is clear, and is that electricity will be the backbone of the energy system. We see already wind and solar really picking up even faster than expected, the integration of renewables, and we see industry, we see building industry, we see mobility really driving this change, which is great to achieve this, let's say, integration that you were mentioning. If we talk about efficiency, direct electrification is extremely efficient. If we have a look at mobility per se and we compare the efficiency of the engines from electric cars, we reach efficiencies between 60 and 82%. If we look at combustion engines, this is between 14 and 25%. But also if we look at heating, that fell, as you were mentioning, even when gas boilers are quite efficient, moving between 80 and 90% efficiency, which is pretty good. If we look at the heating pumps, as it's using actually kind of energy that will be waste otherwise, the efficiency goes over 100%, even 400% with the new generation of heat pumps. If we look at environmental impacts, if you substitute all those combustion engines by electric engines, you are removing all of those particles, NOx, SOx, carbon monoxide, you name it, that are really impacting the health and the pollution in the cities. And then if we move to the last topic, which was about reliability, all these, let's say, combination of players right now in a system, in a power system of systems, really allows flexibility, which is absolutely key for this clean energy system. And we will need flexibility in terms of generation, flexibility in terms of storage, and flexibility in terms of demand. And we see already great examples. For instance, the building sector, if we co-create with them and they harvest actually energy from solar panels to really contribute to the demand on the grid on the cities, is really powerful. From the storage perspective, we can have bidirectional charging stations for the cars, which are also helping to balance the load in the cities. Also, we can use water that is heated during the sunny hours. And last but not least, this system interconnection can allow bringing power from really far away through, for instance, HVDC connections that we are leaders at. And we have great examples like a project that we just kicked off, the Champlain Hudson Power Express in New York City, which is bringing green power from Quebec in Canada, and is really going to contribute to reduce 4 million tons of CO2 every year, which is equivalent to reducing 44% of the passenger cars in New York City. So yes, definitely this is the way, right? Flexibility is key, and we need it, we need it at all levels. Thanks.
Music's so dramatic in the background. It's like we're all getting even more excited about energy efficiency than we ever dreamt of. I mean, it's like a David, you're obviously with a leading energy company in Europe. How do you see your role in various cities and countries to reach the net zero?
Yes, you said it. E.ON is the largest grid operator in Europe. Roughly 20%, so every fifth renewable asset in Europe is connected to one of our grids. And so we have a key role to play in making our grid the energy transition platform, connecting renewables and customers, creating flexibility, you said it. Flexibility is key. And at the same time, we're working with our 50 million customers across Europe to drive the individual decarbonization efforts. And in this, I mean, cities play a key role. In the first phase of the energy transition, we've primarily built large-scale renewables out in the countryside. Now we're taking the energy transition into the cities because we have to focus on heat and mobility. And it's all about green, clean electrification. Renewable energies being the key factor for the decarbonization in the mobility sector, electromobility, and also in heat. So heat pumps and the electrification of heat. And today I'm extremely proud that our innovation at E.ON called EctoGrid has been awarded by the COP presidency yesterday. And it's one of the changemaker innovations awarded because it's a heat system where we get excess heat from cooling, from data centers and so on in the system, and really balance heat and cooling demand in cities. Because 90% of the heat in cities is wasted. So it's important we tackle the energy efficiency issue.
Yeah. So let me then turn to Sebastian. Sebastian, you're happy with the microphone? Sebastian?
I'm very happy with it.
Yeah. Some people think that it's going to make a noise out there on a big speaker, but it doesn't. They go straight into the system. Sebastian, you're a little bit different on this panel. You're a venture capital firm in Europe, but seeing what you have on your website, you're really innovating and investing in energy efficiency and many other things, of course, within cities. What are you doing? This is obviously an attractive investment, and what kind of investments are they?
Yeah, so our role in the ecosystem is really to kind of fill the pipeline of innovations to make sure that whatever is happening at the innovation frontier finds its way into the market. So it could be low carbon cement, it could be green steel, new technologies that really, really make a difference. And our role is really to make the first, the second, the third investment to really help these companies develop their products, find product market fit, and scale. We do that across Europe and the US. We are a Danish firm. We have a very strong industry network, a lot of collaborators who help us diligence and validate the solutions we are investing into. We are co-invested, for example, with Hitachi in a wonderful solution called MakerSite, which helps decarbonizing the value chain. We've made investments in low carbon cement that really change the essence of the product. Material Evolution has developed a super interesting new way of producing cement that has an 85% lower carbon footprint than ordinary Portland cement and doesn't rely on what the industry is focusing on in the moment, the sort of things that surround the process, carbon capture and so on. It's really changing the product entirely.
It's a chemical process, I think.
It's a chemical process, indeed.
Mm-hmm. And are there, I mean, we're talking about halving emissions, tripling renewable energy and halving, doubling energy efficiency, I do apologize, by 2030. Are the kind of things that you're looking at and investing in going to match up to help with those kinds of targets?
Absolutely. So one of our key focus area is the built environment. The built environment contributes about 40% of emission, and a very big chunk of that is heating and cooling of buildings. So when it comes to energy efficiency and how you improve energy efficiency of buildings, that's really a problem we are trying to tackle. We've just invested in a wonderful company in Berlin. I cannot say the name yet, but they are basically focusing on industrializing the process of renovating houses. So really building a platform business that allows you to renovate at scale in a very, very cost-efficient manner, which is something that has really eluded the industry. The building industry is a very fragmented business with a lot of smaller companies. There are obviously also a lot of large construction companies, but it's not a business that, like the automotive industry, is working with platforms that is really having a scalable process. Every building is a bespoke process very often.
Interesting. Madeleine?
Yes, I mean, we all talk about the technologies and solution here, but are we really implementing at the rate we are needing to reach the target of net zero? And is there any best practices and technologies that is more here and now that you would like to emphasize on? Thomas, maybe you want to start? Yes.
Some examples. I mean, we can see in 2022 we had the 2% energy efficiency gain in that year, and we need to get up to 4%. Now this year we will have about 40 countries that are actually at the 4% or even higher. So I think there is a lot of good examples of how to make this happen. One example I can give is we have in Hamburg we have a copper production, copper manufacturing facility, and they were just wasting all that energy. Now the district heating company, together with the city planners and so on, made sector coupling. So now all that heat is instead going to warming up houses. I think we have also a lot of data center examples where the first thousands of data centers has just been popping up where there was land, where it was cheap and so on. Now there's much more dialogues on where should they be, how can we take care of the waste heat in a good way so it's a raw source for somebody else. We had the Stockholm mayor talking there. The city planners are sitting together with the district heating company and saying for the future, the next many years, where shall we put the data centers? Where can we utilize because those data centers is not a few megawatts. I mean, it's hundreds of megawatts, even gigawatts of energy that one data center consumes. So, and that has, of course, been green electricity feeding it, but 98% of that is turned into heat afterwards. That has to be removed, not by air, out in the air, but really utilized. That's some examples.
Go ahead, Elena.
Yeah, no, I can contribute as well. So definitely the technology, I believe, is there. It needs to be, of course, implemented at a scale, at a speed that is unprecedented. And there are two aspects, I think, that are super important. You touched it briefly, and one is the collaboration aspect. I think every player needs to bring the best they have at the table. We need to look for partnerships that in the past maybe we were not really thinking of to really accelerate this. And then there is the aspect, I think, that is very important of digitalization, to manage also the complexity that the grid needs to handle right now with all these players, right? The flexibility that is required on time, really. We need to have digital solutions that allow that. So collaboration, digitalization, and obviously sustainable products and solution and power electronics. Yeah.
I think, being here at COP, I'm really optimistic that we can actually change the trajectory. This is becoming much more of an industry-led process. When you sort of traditionally think about the discussion around climate change, it was always really a political discussion. Now you are here at COP. This is a very different conference to the one you would have seen 10 years ago. It's really all about implementation, financing, the green transition. And there are a lot of companies, and the reason they are here, they really understand it's a massive opportunity from a commercial perspective. And it's also something where you can really combine in a very meaningful way purpose and profit. And I think that's really something a lot of people have now realized. And that's why we see this big shift in investment, but also in ambitions and goal setting, and really making sure that we have a clear path towards something, which is, of course, net zero in 2050.
Yeah, just let me add to what you also said. We always talk about waste heat recovery. So we consider heat as waste. And we in Sweden have one fantastic example where we've actually recovered the heat from a data center. And now we're heating 50,000 homes with this. So this is massive. And at the same time, you mentioned the impact of digitization. So in the midst of the gas crisis in Europe, we've started to implement a technology that reduces the gas consumption in rented houses by 30%. Without any decrease of comfort. And this is because in many rented homes, there is just not an incentive for the owner to do insulation, to have a more efficient heating system, to have a digitized heating system, and we need to tackle this. The technology is there. 80% of the technology for our path to net zero is there. We just need to apply it. We need to make it happen.
We just got a few more minutes left, maybe 4 minutes. It's interesting we were talking about the COP, right? And how it has changed very much in recent years. It seems that in certain countries in the world, it's become a no-brainer because they have the wealth, they have the technology, they have that it just makes a total sense to move in this direction. Because there's other parts of the world where they don't have the money, they don't have the technology, but they also are going to be banging in a lot of buildings over the coming decades. And I was just thinking, in a sense, your renovation platform, right, is absolutely brilliant within, say, the context of, say, the European Union and North America and things like that. But, low emission concrete, if I can put it that way, energy efficient concrete, you might say, married with your technologies and your technologies and your technologies, has to be the way that we're going to build these new buildings in the developing world. And how this process can help with that, I think, is an interesting question, because there is the UN here. They're trying to de-risk investments, even in the Arab region right now, in terms of buildings and other activities. So there is a place for you here as well, I think, in another process which is slightly more political in the poorer nations, where they need you and they need somebody to provide the money to make it happen. Provide is the wrong word. We owe them money to make it happen.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, I think the nations that can afford it should lead here. I was sitting next to a big manager of a pension fund from Denmark, and he said, we want more regulation, we want to deploy more money towards climate change because we can afford it. And I think Europe should lead the way, the US should lead the way. And when you then think about the business that can be created, the scale that can be achieved, and the technology transfer that can result from that, cars are everywhere on this planet, right? That's part of the problem. But it's also a function of an industry that has matured in a certain part of the world and then has achieved and created a product that becomes affordable for everyone. And I think that has to be the goal in everything we are doing, including affordable housing.
That's a good point.
I think when you look at the energy consumption of new buildings, of existing buildings, we just have to acknowledge that solar is the cheapest form of electricity everywhere in the world. Already today, and even more so in the future. So in Bavaria, the German state Bavaria, there's more PV solar installed than in the whole of sub-Sahara Africa. And we need to give the Global South access to the technology. And we need to acknowledge that, of course, there's countries still relying on oil. But also if we build new buildings in Africa, solar is the cheapest form. So tripling renewables is an ambition, but it's a no-brainer too.
Allied with the doubling of energy efficiency, yeah.
And I think we really need to get it right from the beginning. And if you look at a lot of where the heavy urbanization is happening, there's also a lot of cooling needs. And if we don't, and that's not even something we have done, but the free cooling, for example, if you're close to the sea, instead of doing air cooling, water cooling is much more efficient, and it's there. But it has to be a different approach on cooling.
We have to move on here. We've now come to a hard stop. We could talk for hours because it's actually quite fun, especially now the music stopped. And although it was really empowering, wasn't it, as it was building up?
The heat exchanger, Nix.
Oh, yes, exactly.
That's why.
So that is, you have touched fossil-free steel.
Fossil-free steel in that.
So we also
really
now
cool.
delivering heat exchangers with fossil-free steel. So we are part of the first mover coalition.
So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. We're going to have what's known as another bumper, which in normal terms is a video. And then we'll move on to the next session.
The key to success with sustainable cities is to collaborate between the private and the public sector. One of the 5 missions of the European Commission is to deliver 100 cities by 2030 that are the frontrunners. That is why it's my absolute pleasure to have welcome on stage Rosalinda van der Vleis, Director of the Clean Planet Directorate and the European Commissions for Research and Innovations. You're also the Deputy Mission Manager for Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission, and the Vice Chair on the Mission Innovation Steering Committee. Please give us your remarks based on also what you have heard here today.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Such inspiring discussions. And I think, one of the key takeaways from what we've heard so far is that cities really have the superpower to accelerate the transition, to make up for the time we've lost, because we don't have much time left, right? And this is why the European Commission has launched the mission, where together with 100 very ambitious cities, we are embarking on a journey together to support these cities to be climate neutral already by 2030. And I think this is really very important, because cities can really inspire not only other cities, but actually the rest of the world in order to accelerate the transitions. So the cities that we are working with, the 100 cities, they are developing climate city contracts, which they are co-creating with the local communities and with the local citizens. And I think this is really a key point. We heard about the need for more collaborations. So the cities that are part of our missions, they really agree to co-create solutions with the local companies, with the local citizens, and to create related investment plans. Because it's very clear that we need massive funding to make the solutions that already exist. And many cities say, yeah, the solutions are there. We just need to roll them out, make them available for the citizens. So in these investment plans, the cities that are part of the mission, they really work already with investors to see how they can, make sure that in that particular city, they can roll out the solutions that they need. And I think another unique point next to the co-creation that is really at the core of the city's mission is also the fact that we are focusing here on cross-sectoral solutions. And I think we've heard many interested speakers that, talked about solutions in the field of energy, or in the field of transport, or in the field of buildings. With this mission, we really focus on cross-sectoral solutions, because we believe that in order to accelerate, we should not just focus on one sector, but we should really focus on solutions that serve multiple sectors and multiple purposes. So I think I also would like to underline, so within the 100 cities that we selected, we did not just take the 100 front-runner cities in the European Union, because for us it's also really important that a transition is inclusive. So we selected 100 cities where we have at least one city in each member state of the European Union. But I want to highlight that there were 10 cities that have finalized their climate city contracts and their investment plans. And we as European Commission, together with the European Investment Bank, we have been reviewing what these cities have been doing. And we have been awarding the first 10 mission labels. And Stockholm is actually one of the first cities that received this mission label. So also there, very happy to have heard from the mayor of Stockholm. I think, it also shows that the mission is really successful in inspiring other cities, because we need to have a positive mindset. This is also something that a previous speaker said. We need to have this can-do mentality. And I think, these front-runner cities really demonstrate what can be done. I also want to pick up of something that a previous speaker said about, the competitiveness. Because what we are doing here is not only good for the environment, it also makes business sense. And that's why, for cities, if they go on a pathway, an accelerated pathway to climate neutrality, this also creates jobs and is good for the local communities. And another aspect, I think, is the inclusiveness. So at the European Commission, we also launched a movement which we call the New European Bauhaus. Because, of course, we want to be the first climate neutral continent in the world as European Union by 2050. But we want to make sure that the transition is not only sustainable, it's also inclusive, and it should be beautiful. Because we want, in the end, this is all about our citizens, and we want our citizens to be healthy, but we also want to make sure that our citizens feel good. This is really the well-being. So as part of the city's mission, we incorporate the new European Bauhaus values, and we support cities to make sure that the climate neutral transition and the solutions that they're rolling out, they're also inclusive and also beautiful.
Super. So I think we've probably got time, Madeleine, for one more question, actually.
Yes, I mean, you are tending here towards inspiring others. We're also talking about the collaboration to really get those front runners. Could you elaborate a little bit how you look at, from your perspective, of the collaboration between the private and the public sector? I mean, we just heard from the private sector from 4 different companies here. How do you look upon that from an European Commission perspective?
Yeah, so for us, from the European Commission perspective, I mean, we are investing, the European funds into supporting cities to accelerate the transition. But it's very clear that most of the funding will need to come from the private sector. And what we often realize is that solutions already exist. And the private money already exists as well. It's just a matter of connecting the dots. And sometimes it is really about bringing together the right players and also make sure that the right players speak the same language. Because, we have cities and they come to us and they say, oh, we have, like all these projects that we could roll out. But then when you talk to private investors, they go like, hang on, these are not bankable projects. So what we are basically doing from the public sector is that we are supporting the cities with project development assistance to really help them to develop these bankable projects and that can attract the private sector funding. Within the city's mission, we are launching the city's mission capital hub, where we will supporting these cities and also be establishing a matchmaking platform in order to make sure that we can connect the dots and that we can bring all these people together.
Super. Yeah. So I think, Rosalind, that was really excellent. We want to thank you for joining us. What a great insight. What a great session. I'm not sure if we're going to a bumper here or not, but
that's something
we will.
Yes, still.
We're going to hand over. So Rosalind, just stay with us whilst we just reflect a little bit. Yes. So Madeleine, I understand you and Thomas are staying with us just a little bit longer as we head over to a youth panel. Is that correct?
I think so, but we should close this session a little bit, right?
Yeah, although I think we have like 1 minute to do that. So, yeah, okay, I will do, yes. But I think it's been a great session.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
And I think we learned a lot.
Yes.
I think we could certainly double energy efficiency by 2030, if not more, right?
I think we can do even more than doubling up, absolutely. And I also think we have really demonstrated that this is technologies that are available. And the city is really uniting the buildings, the transportation, and the industries together. And we can do this to reach net zero cities in time.
Okay. So now we have to go, unfortunately. Well, fortunate because it's Katarina and she's wonderful. Back to Stockholm.
Well, thank you, Madeleine, and thank you, Nick. What a dynamic duo you are in this session. Thank you so much, and also to show the potential of the cities, how big it is. That's really rewarding to listen to. So this concludes this session. We're going to move on, as you said, and we're going to add the youth perspective. So stay put. It's great that we still have Thomas Möller and Madeleine Gilborn with us in Dubai, because now it's time once again for the Youth Hub, and I will now invite on Zoom Opal Noparat Anatapayon, who's joining us on Zoom. Opal is a Youth Hub leader and master students in botany and plant science at the Kasetart University in Thailand. I'm also joined here in the sofa by Andreas Magnusson, who's of course, the moderator of the Youth Hub and also climate activist. So it's great to have you with us, Opal and Andreas, and of course, Thomas and Madeleine in Dubai. So I understand that Opal and Andreas, specifically Opal, have a few questions for Thomas and Madeleine.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay, so because I didn't see like a part of me on the screen anymore, so that was a little bit confused. So thank you, Katarina, for introducing me. I know that sometimes like some word or the specific word in my country, like Thailand, like my name or my university name is pretty hard to pronounce, but yeah. That's it. Thank you for introducing me. So we have some kind of the question that we'd like to asking our panelists first. Is that we going to that first, right?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, so the first one. Okay, so the first one is we're thinking about the measure, like about all of the country in the world. What is concrete measure can a country collectively like take to accelerate the transition to renewable energies and phase out like the fossil fuel reliance, ensure that it's just the equitable transition for the effect of the communities?
Thank you, Paul. The equitable perspective is, of course, important. So, Thomas, Madeleine, who would like to take a go at this question?
So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your questions from a Thailand perspective. I think, you know, when we talk about renewable energy, I think it is the recognition that we have to make these technologies available and affordable for everyone. I think that is the key mission. And luckily, for example, if we talk about solar, that is the most cost competitive technology we have and a way to produce renewables. And that also goes for majority of the countries. And if we hear at COP and you listened around, I think one of the most important missions that we also have now 120 countries who are signing the pledge is to triple renewables by 2030. And this is based on technologies that are available, affordable, and we can do it. It's a matter of implementing them. So.
Thank you, Madeleine. Do I understand it correctly that Thomas is not next to you? Because I don't see him in the image.
He's with me.
There he is. Thank you, Thomas. I want to make sure that I didn't ask questions to you when you were not there. Great to see you again. All right. So, Opal, I'm sure you have more questions to Thomas and Madeleine.
Oh, actually, I have.
You have, Andreas.
Oh, yes, I have.
Go
ahead. One question that was that came up in the Youth Hub just recently was how can we transform and phase out the fossil fuels when so many still seems to have issues or having troubles with actually addressing the fossil fuels, addressing the elephant in the room. So that was one question from us.
Great question. I think that one goes to Thomas.
Yeah. So I think, of course, if we look at the whole heating side, where we have so much heat being done by oil and gas today, that has to change rapidly. And with what we see with the European Green Deal and the whole electrification of heating in Europe, I think that's a very concrete way to where there is heavy subsidies to make this transition happen fast in order to not have dependency on gas. Then that it was triggered maybe more from a war situation and the energy security issues on gas, that was also a driver of it. But we need to get more of these things moving where also policymakers and so on can make it happen. For example, with the heat pumps, the subsidies are very short term, so it's very difficult for the supply chain to plan for the coming 5 to 10 years. So if there can be a bit more long-term perspective on that, I'm quite confident that heating in Europe can be electrified pretty quick.
And let me just add, if I'm allowed to just compliment him. Thank you very much. I think this is one point, like that we can electrify this. We have the technologies, and that we can do. But at the same time, I think also why we're here in Dubai is also to say that, I mean, we have to stop funding the subsidies for continued build out of fossil fuels. And that's why we're also here from a private sector perspective to support that pledge.
Thank you, Madeleine. Of course, this is all depending on the policy, depending on who has the power in each country, and that could shift. And this, of course, has implications on the supply chains and everything that involves this procedure of energy efficiency. So, Andreas, did you have more questions?
Well, I just have a follow-up before we get a new question from Opal, and that was, is it like more difficult for you in working with addressing the elephant in the room, with addressing the phase out of fossil fuels, when some countries and some companies and some other stakeholders within this have issues and actively are trying to not address this elephant, not address the phase out of fossil fuels? Is that something that is hindering you in some way?
Good question. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of writing of that, of course, and there are a lot of lobbyists, of course, also on the fossil fuel side. But I must say that the energy to make things happen and the sense of urgency. Now, this is my third COP, and this is a different COP as I see it. There is so much on the how and action, and what I really like with the triple up and double down is the time perspective. We have talked so much about 2050, and 2050 doesn't give any sense of urgency. But when you put things in 2030 and need dramatic changes, then actually what you do in January and what you do in February next year really matters.
Thank you for pointing out that time perspective and setting the goals closer to the now. Opal, I know you have more questions.
Yeah, I have one from me, from combining from my perspective and our friends. Like, how do you approach the concept of a circular economy in your products, like life cycles or the operation?
That's another great question.
Yeah. So thanks for that. And it's of course our technologies are in the use phase, so scope 3 downstream, adding a lot of benefits. But we also need to fix our own house, and circular economy is key in that. And we have said that we want to have our technologies carbon neutral by 2030. And that we, for example, buy a lot of steel, and then we cannot sit and say we want the fossil free, but we don't want to pay more for it, because in the beginning it will cost much more. There will be a premium and some risks that the whole value chain have to sign up for. So that's why we are part of the First Mover Coalition, and we announced that collaboration with SSAB, for example, a year ago, and now we are already delivering heat exchangers that have 45% less carbon footprint than a year ago. So we are on that road to have carbon neutral products by 2030. So that is our attempt to really also walk the talk and fix our own house, you can say.
Yeah, and let me just complement here as well. I mean, one side is that we look at the materials that we are purchasing, being low carbon, but also using recycled materials, and really activate that demand, because as Thomas says, they are more costly today, and we're willing to take some of that risk. The other part of it is that we're looking at the lifetime, how we can extend the lifetime through service, for example, and digitalization of the lifetime of products. That makes a huge impact for our customers. And in the end, we are also looking at recycling. For example, in the Nordic markets, we have a recycling collaboration for how to recycle our heat exchangers to 100%. And we can do that on a local basis so that we also don't transport emissions when it comes to waste materials. So we can really close the loop. I would say we are making some front runner steps. It's not easy, but we're committed to do our part. But we need really strong collaborations to make that happen. So we have come pretty far, but I would say we have a long journey to go.
Well, excellent. Every step counts, right? So, Andreas, you have your telephone ready because you're getting live feed here and from the Youth Hub?
Yes. Do you want another question?
Yes, I do.
Oh, brilliant. So I have to read it so I don't say anything wrong, but it says, in a developing country experiencing exponential urbanization, concrete buildings, how can we ensure and facilitate development effectively, especially in the absence of adequate standards?
The standard question, it's not a standard question, but it's a question of standards. It's a very good question.
Yes.
Thomas or Madeleine?
Yeah, we touched upon it in the panel also, and I mean we have made a lot of mistakes when we have done the urbanization in the Western world, and there's still so much we need to fix. And these learnings have to come to the areas where we have heavy urbanization now. And one area is district cooling. If we do that with air, it's not smart. It will demand so much more energy. If we instead can use water, closed loop water loops, use the free water cooling as one example, that will be so much more efficient, energy efficient than what we are doing today. So, but how to make all that happen? I think it is the partnership approach. That is the new leadership, and how to the city planners really sit together with them, with experts in the energy efficiency area. We have created the energy efficiency movement, which could be one outlet for this. But a lot of brain power has to go in at the right time, not too late.
Let me just answer from a different perspective to complement. Yes, so we just had Barbara Buffalo here, for example. She is a great inspiration because we also have a pre-talk before our session here today. And she inspired me really much into this question, right? So she's a small city, but the key here is collaboration. And sometimes when we talk collaboration, it's private and the public sector. But this is about public to public, because these standards do exist in another region. You could also inspire between different countries, different cities. And actually, when I talked to Barbara before, she said her biggest inspiration was actually China. So I think there is a lot of learnings. We are really good at this, but it's also how we share those best practices and really make sure that we're open and transparent. It is new types of collaborations, but I really think that is the key to address this challenge.
Thank you, Madeleine. I think, Opal, you have one more question, right?
Yeah, I do. Like Andreas, we're pretty confused because there was a lot of message in our life now. I would say, I would choose this one. Like Madeleine says, that is we have to bring this to another country also. The thing is, how do you ensure that your innovation and solution are inclusive and consider the needs of diverse communities, including those in the developing region or country like mine?
Thank you, Paul. It's a great final question.
Okay. I think it's a great question. I mean, we represent a very global company. We are in more than 100 countries. We have manufacturing sites in 45 countries, including developing economies. I think every global company has a responsibility to have that inclusiveness. It brings diversity to us. And I think if we cannot find a way to build up knowledge everywhere, we will not make it. And someone said to me just before I went here today that, this race is one race together with us. I mean, we only win if everyone crosses the finish line. We cannot leave anyone behind. And I think that is an important, that we have to bring with us for this going forward.
And maybe if I just can add one thing on that, also that it is a lot about awareness and showing what is possible with the current technologies already. And that's why we have been one of the initiators for the energy efficiency movement to lift the awareness around energy efficiency. And we have already more than 400 companies in the movement now. And we have just announced a report where 10 simple technologies can reduce the emission in the world with 11% if they are implemented. So it's also this awareness and making data available and the showcases that can inspire other people. And there we felt as one company it's difficult to raise the voice, but if we join forces and 400 companies is stronger than one company, and soon there will be 1,000 companies behind this. So that is one way to get the message across and the awareness.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas Möller, and thank you very much, Madeleine Gilbourne. Please stay with me, Opal. I know you need to leave. I know that you need to leave, Madeleine and Thomas, so we'll let you go. But I have some questions to the youth, to Andreas and to Opal. So stay with us, viewers. So the question that goes to Andreas and Opal is, what would you say is needed to get more youths involved? Because Opal, you're obviously very involved, and so is Andreas and all the other youths that are in the Youth Hub. So how do we get more youths involved into these high-level meetings, not just on the Youth Hub, but we need you to present your opinions and ideas to policymakers. So this is the first time there is more of a youth representation at the COP. But how do we get more youth into the COP process? Andreas?
I think Opal will answer first.
Go ahead, Opal.
Andreas, please first.
We're disagreeing here.
It's ping pong, yes.
All right, well, let me do it then. I think firstly, there's a huge problem. I've lifted it several times when I've been here in the studio with you, Katarina, is that, you know, when we talk about the future, when we talk about the climate, when we talk about big societal changes, we cannot do it without having everyone involved. We cannot do it without having the youth at place, inside, where we can ask them questions, because we're shaping the world, we're shaping the tomorrow. And if we don't do that with those who are going to live in the tomorrow, that's not going to work. It's not going to function. So I think it's crucial that we host these spaces, create these spaces where youth can actively participate, give their input, give their insights, ask questions to business leaders. It's so vastly important, and it's super great to be part of this, actually, making sure that our voices are heard. I think it's incredible.
And also from my point of view as a program host, I can tell that you have another perspective in many aspects that really is fresher, different, other angles, and we need this perspective. You're just younger and fresher in many aspects. Just look at us, so they give away. But that's the way it is. And Opal, from your perspective, how do we get more of you into the policymakers, not brains, maybe, well, brains too, but in the rooms to really push?
Actually, Katrina, you just said my answer out. Like, we have a different perspective. That is my answers. I used to join, like, I have experience for joining, like, people who try to working on, like, whatever the communities, and we have many generation of people in the same room. We have the same goal, but we have a different aspect, and we have a different solution for this. So just sitting together, like, create more of the opportunities together for gathering us in the same room and listen to us. What is our perspective? What is our solution to this problem? And the last thing is, I try to convey this in every stages, in every talk that I have a chance, is trust in our performance, trust in our potentials. Like, most of the time that I join the government or the non-government organization about automating, especially on my expertise, like, we already provide our ideas, but the thing is, they thought that we just youth, and they don't listen to us because we are youth. That's it. So just believe in us and give us a chance and try our perspective, try our solution, and I think maybe we can find a solution together.
Great way of ending this session, wasn't it, Andreas?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Opal, for your fantastic work and your engagement in changing the world to a better place. Thank you so much. And thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
So this concludes this session, and we move on.
This is Transmission Attempt 81.
My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you from the year 2050. Now, climate change is accelerated, and the impact is felt daily. Rising sea levels, scorching heat waves, raging wildfires, hurricanes and droughts displacing millions. No one is safe. No one is unaffected. Everyone suffers. But this is not a distant scenario, because all of this is actually happening right now. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
Cut.
Nice. Do you think they'll listen to this?
My name is Sam.
Yeah, I look like an old man.
This is transmission attempt number 32. My name is Isaiah Fernandez, and I'm speaking to you from the United States in the year 2050. It's a country burdened by a lack of any real decision-making. In my hometown, I've seen wildfires burn homes, and in the East Coast, there's been massive flooding from hurricanes, unveiling nature's fury when pushed to its limits. I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 57. My name is Joaquin, and I'm speaking to you from Chile in the year 2015. It's a country burned by a lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I've seen how my country, with diverse and unique places, faces destruction, desertification, and contamination. In my hometown, Nancagua, I've seen extreme climate advances, flood season and drought season. I've seen the destruction of sclerophyllus forest and the advance of monocultures, unveiling nature fury when pushed to its limit. In other parts of the country, communities live in so-called sacrifice zones. These places are zones with high levels of contamination or destruction of nature. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange things, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 47. My name is Anita Soina, and I'm speaking to you from Kenya in the year 2050. It is a country burdened by lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I have seen my country transform negatively, with communities such as mine experiencing worse droughts, causing water shortage, and forcing the members of this community to strive for any kind of water, while others elsewhere in the world are striving for clean and safe water. In the northern part of Kenya and in the pastoralist communities generally, they have continued to record harsh and long droughts that continue to worsen poverty levels, and even with rain, they experience massive flooding, which leads to loss of property, loss of lives, loss of livelihoods, and even causing forced migration, which causes conflict. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we live in tomorrow. The future is now.
This is transmission attempt number 65. My name is Denzel James, and I'm speaking to you from Australia in the year 2050. It's a country burdened by the lack of any real decision making. Over the years, I've seen my hometown of Untitled, located in the heart of Australia, arid outback, transform, witnessing frequent droughts. In the early 2020s, fresh water was already a sacred resource. But climate change has made the situation almost unbearable. Today we rely on trucking to still be able to live in our hometown as we have done for generations. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in 2023, in your own backyard. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of future we live in tomorrow. The future is now.
speaking to you from the Netherlands in the year 2050, a country burdened by a lack of any real decision-making on climate action. Over these years, I've seen my home country transform from a well-functioning democratic country into an over-polarized and populated one. Crops of farmers are on a yearly basis destroyed by lack of rainfall, seasonal droughts, and intensified storms. Meanwhile, migration to the Netherlands and European countries have intensified as people from other continents are on a search for livelihood due to changing climates in their home countries. As a result, we are yet responsible for another humanitarian crisis on the European borders due to poor migration management. Simultaneously, all these mouths have to be fed. But from what resources? I can go on for hours, but we don't have time. The strange thing is, these things are happening in your time, in your own backyard.
Time is running out. The choices world leaders make today will determine the kind of future we have tomorrow. The future is now.
Number 39. My name is Madina and I'm speaking to you from Tanzania in the year 2050. It's a country burdened by the lack of any real decision making. Over the past years, I've seen my country transformed. In my hometown, I've seen heat waves and the rising temperature. In the north, I've seen drought, famine and hunger that has led to the death of animal and human life. In the south, I've seen changing rainfall patterns, sea level rise and flooding. The damage and suffering endured by countless species and vulnerable communities fills my heart with sadness, unveiling nature's fury when pushed to its limits. I could go on for hours, but we don't have time.
Time is running out. The choices the world leaders make today will determine the world that we'll have tomorrow. The future is now.
My name is Katja and I'm speaking to you from Bangladesh in the year 2050. It is a country burdened by lack of real decision making. Over the years, I have seen my country transform. In my city, I have seen so many climate migrants. In the south of Bangladesh, more and more people are currently underwater, and our grounds are full of saline water. Unveiling nature's fury when pushing to its limit. I could go on and on, but we don't have time.
The time is running out. The choice world leaders make today will determine the kind of world we will live tomorrow. The future is now.
Well, it's almost the end of another day of broadcasting from the Climate Hub here in Stockholm and Dubai. But we still have two important discussions lined up with UNDP and two indigenous peoples. So let's head over back to Dubai, where we have Dr. Shota Chakraborty with us, who will be moderating these conversations. So over to you, Shota.
Thank you, Katarina. I am so thrilled to be here and joined by 3 amazing guests. 2 are coming in via Zoom, and we have 1 in studio. With me is Catalina Valentino. You are the co-founder of Elixir. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And via Zoom, we have Luca Zerbini, CEO and co-founder of Untitled Venture Capital. Thrilled to have you, Luca.
Hi, Sveta. Thank you.
Fantastic. And we also have Rosa Sangiorgio. I completely messed up that surname, so I'm going to try that again. Giorgio, head of responsible investing at Pictet Wealth Management. Welcome, Rosa.
Thank you. And sorry for the very difficult Italian name.
I should be used to it at this point. You can imagine every variation of my name comes up, especially on air, and there's no deleting live streams. So please say your name correctly for our audience.
Rosa Sangiorgio.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for joining. And so we're going to get into this conversation. We are very fortunate with this panel to have considerable financial expertise. And this has been a prevailing discourse at COP, and throughout the year frequently, we hear about how this notion on financing climate solutions really serves as a pivotal element to the crisis, obviously. In fact, I just came from a lunch where it was being said that we're here for COP, we're here for climate issues, but we really need to think about the money, and we have to follow the money. Ultimately, none of this is going to be solved or figured out unless we figure out how to finance the solution. So yes, solutions matter, but how we fund it is ultimately what is being discussed, and being discussed every day, regardless of whether it's the day of finance or not. And so we also know that the climate crisis is disproportionately impacting women, and it's women who bear the brunt of effects while often having the least access to financial resources. So this really is a 2-part issue, and we're going to get into all of this. Rosa, I'm going to start with you, my friend with the difficult surname for me. With your expertise in financial investments, how can sustainable and impact investment help women affected by climate change? Let's get right into it.
Thank you. And yes, climate change affects all of us, but not affects everyone equally. So the most vulnerable are definitely, in a more difficult situation. And among the most vulnerable, actually, women. Usually, women face higher burdens of this climate change simply because of the role that they have in society. They are the ones that are responsible for household energy, for the food, for the water, for caring for young and elderly. And in particular, in developing countries, with climate change happening, there will be further problem. They will have to travel further, for example, to go and gather the water or to get to the food. And at the same time, what we know is that half of the population are women, but actually very few are represented in the conversations. I mean, at COP, there was this picture circulating all over the world. 15 out of the 133 world leaders are women. So the first thing to do is that actually include women in the conversation. A research says that countries with high representation of women in parliament are more likely to ratify international environmental treaties. If we go to investments, the best source of inspiration is the Project Drawdown. It was started in 2014 and identified around 100 solutions for global carbon neutrality. And one of the biggest solutions was actually to involve women. Access to education and family planning. If women are more educated and can plan actually the growth of their family, this will have a huge impact on our population, overall population planning and growing. Therefore, population size drives also transportation, electricity, buildings. It was estimated that actually increasing the education of girls and family planning could reduce CO2 emission by around 100 gigatons. So big numbers. Second big solution, agri-food systems. Around 36% of women globally are working in agri-food, 38% men. But if we go to sub-Saharan Africa, numbers goes to 66%. And in general, in developing countries, we are talking about 50% of women working in the agri-food system. By the way, they are paid less than the male representatives, so around 20% less, and they have less resource access than men. So less loans or even less access to buy land. If we would give them more access to resources, more loans to buy the land, they could increase agricultural yields of 20 to 30%. Actually, UN was calculating that they could improve and increase agricultural output and reduce hunger by 12 to 17%. Also, education through women in agriculture could create more resilience, because we could actually leapfrog to, let's say, for example, regenerative agriculture and get actually more quality of food through that. Last but not least, investments in climate resiliency. And climate resiliency is about communities, and women usually are the ones that actually provide the first recovery needs for families and communities. So there, in climate adaptation and climate resilience, there is a huge gap for investments.
Excellent. Lots of reasons to direct financing towards women. And this is something that you are very familiar with, Catalina. Tell us a little bit about your role of startups, your role in the startup and tech space, and helping support climate and gender issues.
Fantastic. So my role, I'm co-founder and CEO of Elixir, which means that I'm essentially building lots of tech startups regularly on a daily basis. And at the moment, we've got 8 startups in there, which are all fighting to help with climate change at the moment. So just to give an example, we've got a decarbonisation technology. We have a green investment platform where we can invest into more sustainable startups. We also have an education platform as well, which is all about that sort of virtual experience and that digitalization of education, which is very much needed to give more opportunities to people who might not have that access. So there's a lot of tech startups that we've got in that realm of things, and of course digital twins and planning and stuff like that. And I think that the role that tech and startups have on the environment is, to put it quite bluntly, significant, huge. I mean, think about Steve Jobs, for example. I mean, think about his carbon footprint after creating Apple. Think about all of those consumers, all the packaging, all the, all of the embodied carbon in all of the hardware that they produce, everything. And it's just endless. So, the impact that the startups have to the economy, to everything to do with climate is just huge. So I think that startups are a big place to start, and that's what we're trying to do, is to really drive that forward with green investment and making sure that all of our startups have ESG embedded into the heart of what they do.
Sure. So let me probe a little bit further on that and say, how is it that this is also supporting climate or gender issues?
Oh, yeah, good one. I think that there's a lot of things in our tech portfolio that can help with that, but actually the main thing for me that I'm focused on is myself. So as a woman in tech, there's very few of us. And I think that inspiration plays such a huge role, whether we like to think about it or not. There is a huge role that inspiration plays. And so there's always 3 pillars that I always like to go with regards to solving any challenge or helping to contribute towards, which is information. So we need to have the right information, understand what the problems are and what the challenges and even the solutions. And then next is inspiration. So the inspiration to do something about it, or potentially role models or mentors, somebody who's doing something that inspires you to want to do that as well. And then the opportunities as well. So where can someone go and make such a big impact and change, etc. And so my role, especially in a tech venture builder, is to hopefully play a part of inspiration and be that woman in tech. And of course, the book that we've just launched with Untitled as well, which is fantastic because we're championing that female voice, and we're able to hopefully inspire more women to do the same.
Well, as a woman who is also raising investment for We Don't Have Time, this company, it's been a rough year in raising financial capital, but climate tech stands out because of the urgency of the climate crisis. Being a woman, there is a lot of activity around supporting women-led companies, climate tech companies in particular. That being said, we can always improve, and it's still a very niche category. And this is something that Luca Zerbini recognizes, I think, better than anybody. You're really committed to this cause, Luca, and as a man, as an ally to women, how, especially women that are raising capital, how do you, in your work, in your historical work, and your work through Unitera, really support women that are trying to build solutions to the climate crisis?
Well, thanks, Sveta, for the question. I think, first of all, men have a role to play, obviously. We need to be the ally in this transition to real equity. that today we obviously don't have, because if we think about the normal percent of companies that are invested in by venture capital that have a founder or a CEO that are women, we're probably talking about 2 or 3% in total. So we're still very far from the natural 50 that should be normal. The second part would be the one that Katarina highlighted very well, is really information and inspiration. So we need to know that when we are talking to companies as a venture fund, they're also looking at us. And for me, it's very important that our team, our board, our sustainability committee is representing what we want to see in companies. So it's very important that we're 50-50 ourselves, that gender balanced. And it's something that I would encourage all my colleagues in venture and in a private equity fund to do. It's obviously not always easy or obvious. But to be honest, it's also just avoiding the bias that we all have when we're looking at companies. It's clear that, given that the majority of investors in venture capital are men, they will have to, the bias towards investing in what they know better. And even since we're all trained to reduce risk, probably we just do it in a way that is not acceptable, which is to provide some advantage to the one that we know best. And so we've seen that happening from Silicon Valley through, the other side of the globe. And it's very important that we avoid that. So in our case at Donaterra, we've done so far 6 investments. 3 of them have been, for CEO and founder were women. So we're really trying to keep that balance. And we have not done it forcefully, but we have done it just by avoiding creating bias or subsidies, let's say, for the man on the ground. So I think we just need to continue to do that and ensure that that's part of the equation. And we know that as a result, we will get better result, better profitability than we would otherwise. Just missing basically half of the public that we should look at attentively.
And it's helpful for you to have young women like Catalina as part of your advisory board. And that's one of the roles you have, Catalina. You advise the Unaterra Fund. You also recently joined the Forbes Business Council, and you're the youngest senator to the World Business Angel Investment Forum. So tell us a little bit about these organizations for our audiences who might not be familiar, what opportunities there might be there for them as young entrepreneurs that are interested in this space, as women that are interested in this space. Talk to us about how these roles are really helping you advance your priorities in climate and gender justice.
I like that question. So for those of you who don't know, the World Business Angel Investment Forum is essentially the largest angel investment forum in the world. They have senators, senior senators, international partners, and I'm fortunate enough to be the youngest senator there. Aside from that, Unaterra, of course, we've kind of touched upon that with Luca there, and I was thankful that he invited me to join his advisory board. And they are a climate tech fund. As I said earlier, they invest into climate tech, Series A typically, and they're really trying to make an impact on plastic reduction and carbon reduction. Aside from that, the Forbes Business Council as well, of course, that's a fantastic organization. It's more focused on business than it is on impact. But then if you want to talk more on impact, I do also, I'm partnered with the UK Business Council for Sustainable Development, and they're doing some fantastic things too. And I think that the youth side of things is really starting to be highlighted, especially when it comes to impact funds and what Luca's doing, but also this UK BCSD, we're creating a Gen Z advisory board as well. So not only am I part of their normal sort of standard advisory board, but actually we're creating a Gen Z advisory board from all these major organizations, because youth voice is very important. And also we talk about gender diversity, but what about, age diversity? That's one thing that very few people really touch upon when it comes to climate change. Gen Zs, millennial, the younger half of the generation, they are the ones who care more, in my opinion, or as recent studies have also shown as well, to drive that forward. And they're real advocates for change. And so these organizations implementing more Gen Z and more youth voices is going to be hugely significant and impactful, because of course, and wanting to drive that forward so much and being able to do that and having that opportunity to do that is only going to see positive results, in my opinion.
So it sounds like there's a movement in the right direction, and the private sector is recognizing this increasingly. And Rosa, I'm going to come to you, because there's all of these different organizations that bring companies together, kind of making it easy for them to tap into climate and gender justice issues. And so what advice do you have for companies? How can they get more involved, either directly or through these associations, like what we see Catalina is advising at Forbes and others? What advice do you have for companies aiming to align with climate and gender justice issues?
Right. First of all, the first suggestion for me is to actively think about it. So just start thinking about it and think through all the things that you are doing, your initiative, your investments, and which is the angle to bring in. Diversify your leadership. So already by diversifying your own leadership, you will have different perspectives coming in and potentially actually good idea. Support women participation, start educating internally, and very important, educating doesn't mean teach women how to be like men. Huh? Educating is transversal and fostering a corporate culture. And last two things. Evaluate your supply chain. As a company, you need to walk the talk. So have a look at your supply chain and what you are doing in your supply chain. This is the first impact that you can have. If you diversify in your own supply chain and you look at the diversity in your supply chain and you look at what companies are doing regarding climate in your supply chain, is the first impact that you have. And then obviously invest. You can invest in women-centric project. You can invest, and this is actually the very important thing to do, collaborate across all the different stakeholders. There is not one solution to the problem of climate change, as there is not one solution to reducing inequality. There are multiple solutions across all the different stakeholders. It's about the government, creating and fostering regulations and an infrastructure that help. It's about corporates working on the innovation, on technology, startups in the technology space, as Catalina was mentioning. It's about consumers changing their consumer behaviors. It's about voters voting the right governments. It's about financial institution being the catalyst of this change. So across every stakeholder, there is something to do. So as an organization, as a company, connect to your stakeholders and to your industry association and participate to solutions. There are already a lot up there.
So we often hear about how financial institutions are driving companies to consider these issues. And we just heard about what companies can do. Is there, Luca, I'm coming to you, is there opportunity for companies to put pressure on financial institutions? Shouldn't it go both ways, really? And what can we do to help financial institutions really drive positive change?
Well, I think that's a key question. And I would say it's a very complex interaction, the one between climate change and gender justice. So the first thing I will do is to recommend a nice book which is called Earth for All, which you know very well, right, from Club of Rome, and is really about how we can create a future world that is, the best in terms of long-term health for the planet and society. And it shows very well how there is a very strong interaction between doing the right thing. Financial institutions, of course, need to make sure that they have no inherent bias in terms of where they allocate capital. And very often we know that, starting from the boards to the executive committees, to the obvious differences, not only in terms of, the participation of women, but also the equity from a salary perspective. And there are studies and studies showing that there is still a lot to be done, not only in emerging markets, but also in even places where we would think. such different for Europe. And then beyond that, of course, is also in terms of investment allocation. As Rosa was mentioning before, it's very important that we are financing businesses that are led by women, where women are, on the board, on the executive committee, and have the opportunity to provide a lot more value than if we would have one size fits all, like we see in, let me say, old school type of large corporations. And it is still astonishing when we look even at the representation of women is still not where it should be, and they have demonstrated multiple times that when they're there, actually they create an enormous value, like we've seen in New Zealand or in Finland or in many other places where they led governments. So I think it's just a matter of continuing to push in this direction and ensuring that financial institutions like all other organizations think of women as an added value and an opportunity to really increase the value and the diversification that we all know would create a higher risk-adjusted return, like the way they would think about it.
So this is what drove you, I'm imagining, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the book again, 45 Stories of Extraordinary Women Who Are Changing the World, and two of whom are on this panel right now. So what made you, Luca, let me come back to you to ask, what made you choose these two women and their contributions to this topic specifically?
Yes, well, I have to show the book since we're talking about it. Look, I think that it was very important for us when we, all the women that have seen that we're trying to create a partnership around this fund to accelerate the transition from a climate perspective and from a plastic perspective in terms of circular economy. So we selected first among the ones that were closer to us in terms of supporting us. Second, we also thought of how can we create a realization for others that keep perceiving more of, other than putting trash in the right way or switching off the light at night. So the way we selected these women was also to have a very differentiated group of people that many different ones that are not still as involved could actually look up to. And so Catalina, of course, is Gen Z and young and is doing incredible things, and I think would be a great inspiration for people in the age bracket. And Rosa has an incredible leadership. She has been like a very successful career in financial institution, and so she could be a great example for people who have that type of career. And so we try to really mix among those 45 women across all different type of diversity and across all different type of career and backgrounds, so that they could provide examples to others. And of course, for us, it was also important to show that a fund like ours can take that into consideration without putting it like, it's a must to have 100% of our investments in women, but actually more as is almost part of the culture. We need to make sure that it becomes a normal way of doing things. And for us, it was really not an effort to do this. It was really a pleasure, and for me, every day working with all of them in different capacities is an enormous amount of respect and honor for the incredible work they're doing, very often having to fight a lot more their male colleagues.
Great, thank you, Luca. And so I'm going to come to Rosa, and then we're going to have the last word with you, Catalina. So Rosa, first, what are you hoping to accomplish by sharing your story through this book? What do you hope the takeaways will be as you participated in this venture with Luca?
My hope is the same hope that I have for this COP, which is from intention to action. We have a lot of intention, a lot of good story and leadership, so we need to act. We know what we have to do, and we just have to do it. And my story is the story of, let's say, a role model that got asked by a girl in her, she was actually 15 at the time when we met in 2011. She asked me, Rosa, it's nice to have you as an inspiration, as a role model, but what are you doing to change the world the way you want the world to be? And that actually was a big question coming from a girl. And since then, I've tried to act.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And finally, Catalina, to you, you're here physically at COP28 in Dubai. And what are you hoping being here will accomplish? Why did you bring yourself to this COP? What are you hoping to see come out of COP? And then what are you hoping to contribute to the outcomes of COP?
I like that. I think I have to agree with Rosa. I think that everybody here is trying to drive action some way. I think, my chapter is the urgency of sustainable action and what we can do to actually make a change. In fact, I actually reference in the book somewhere, I say something like, close this book and go and do something, because it's that important. It's not as important as reading the rest of the book. So for me, you think about it, people started talking about sustainability, and then they started talking about action, but nobody really does that yet. So what I think we need to be talking about is steps. What are the steps that we need to take to get to that action? We all look at this big staircase of, we have to go all the way from A to Z, and it's really challenging because how do you go about implementing these things? So let's try and think about it as A to B and taking that first step. And that's what I'm trying to do every day or every week at least. If you can't prioritize that in your organization, I'm not here to call anyone out for that. But if we can think about what we can actually be doing on a weekly basis to get to these goals, just as you would set intentions in a business and organizations and KPIs, you should be doing the same with sustainability.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone contributing their expertise and perspectives to this critical topic on climate and gender. And definitely check out that book, available on Amazon now. Back to you, Katarina.
Well, thank you very much, Jutta. Thank you very much, panelists in Dubai. What a great session on gender. Very much appreciated. So this concludes this session. We're going to move on and talk about regenerative promises. Regenerative practices and supply chains are phrases often heard at COP28 and also at other climate meetings. But what do these words really mean? Why are they necessary for reducing emissions, and how do we go from commitments to implementation? I'm now handing it back over to Jutta Chakraborty in Dubai, and she is joined, I hope, by experts, if you had time to switch people on those stools, on those chairs. So over to you back in Dubai.
We are a seamless operation over here, Katarina. So yes, indeed. I am thrilled to have in studio with me in Dubai, Suketu Gandhi, Senior Partner and Global Co-Head of Strategic Operations at Kearney. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Sheta, and thank you, Katarina. The first thing I gotta disavow you is I'm not an expert. Because expert means somebody who's done it again and again over a long period of time and can guarantee an outcome. We are all learning of how to do this right. So the terminology is absolutely spot on regenerative, but we are all learning. So I enjoy this conversation as a learning dialogue.
I appreciate that authenticity that that vulnerability you shared, because more companies need to just be honest about where they are in this process. We don't have all the answers figured out, and that's okay. The whole reason companies have come to something like COP is we're progressing discourse. We're moving the needle forward by sharing with each other learnings across sectors ideally as well, so we can advance ultimately solutions to this big crisis we find ourselves in. So that's a very honest way to position where you are in the process. But that being said,
Yes.
you do know more than the average person, absolutely. And so we are going to pick your brain a little bit. The name of this session is Deliver on the Regenerate Promise Now. Can you explain what this means? What does regenerate mean?
That's, the working definition that we've been using is regenerative businesses are ones that really work for all stakeholders, not for a limited set of stakeholders. And within that stakeholder, there's an important inanimate one, though that's the environment. Because we have to understand that we are taking from the environment, we're putting in the environment, and it is an important stakeholder. One of the old lessons in economics has been the tragedy of commons, which says if nobody owns anything, then everybody uses it to the maximum, and there is no impact they think to them. But eventually, the chickens do come home to roost. And what we have done for the last 150 years is coming now. Right. So hence, regenerative is a business that works for all stakeholders, including the environment.
You recently presented a global CXO survey. Tell us a little bit about this report. What did you find?
It was an interesting survey. So we spoke to about 450 plus CXOs, and it was a combination of talking to them in person and online. And there were three big takeaways. The first one was somewhere between 50 to 60% of these leaders believed that regenerative is the way to go. Mm. That's the first thing. The second thing was the people who run the operations in these companies are twice as committed to the concept of regenerative as the absolute top leaders in the company. And then the third thing that came out was they all agreed that the company by itself cannot be regenerative unless it involves the customer, the supplier, even the competitor, or other parties who are either directly or indirectly affected. And that was quite eye-opening to us.
So that sounds to me like we're moving away from this shareholder economy to a stakeholder economy, right? And you've listed out some of these stakeholders. It sounds like this is what the prevailing theme is, or trend is moving towards as well. That's a positive, I would say. Tell us your view on this. Is it true? Is this positive? And why is it important?
It's absolutely a positive move. The big challenge is changing the mindset all the way through an organization as well as across organizations. And organizations, I'm using the term loosely in terms of businesses, governments, non-government entities, and all of them together. So that's a fundamentally powerful move. And the reason is we don't repeat the problem of tragedy of the commons. Because now we understand what happens to everybody as a part of what we do. Let's say we put out a product that has that is coffee, for example.
Sure.
Really thinking, and this is a good industry to talk about because now they've thought about what happens to the farmers,
right?
What happens to the land. The wonderful coffee pod is recycled, right? And there's a mechanism for people to do that. And there's almost a joy that comes out of recycling it because now it becomes a wonderful game, if you may, that goes, hey, I did my part. So this involves everybody in the process of making coffee, drinking it, great coffee, and then recycling the aluminum pods that come.
Okay. I like that you're giving us that case study. And it goes to show, again, this is something that can be replicated. It can be replicated across so many other examples. Do you have some other examples you could share?
Absolutely. Now I'll go to a heavy industry example. So something like, for example, handheld things that are used by people in construction. And there, one of the things is that the people who use it really know what it needs to do. Companies for a long period of time, again, 30, 40 years, built an amazing product of what was needed at that time. They kept adding features. And by the time we reached the end, somewhere between 50 to 70% of the features are not useful. And that's an eye-opening exercise because now you have the ability to remove waste from the process of how it's manufactured, waste from the way it's delivered, reduce the cost to the end user, and then when all of that ends, our ability to recycle and reuse increases significantly. So just across every industry, there's 3 simple principles that we think about. Start from, think about the product from use to reuse. Use to reuse. The second thing is separate the operating of the day-to-day to the innovation, because those are 2 different minds. It's our left brain and our right brain. How do you bring them together? And then the last thing is design, iterate.
Right.
Because we don't build the Taj Mahal, I could say that, overnight. It's a series of iterations that happen prior to that leads to that. So you design, iterate, and then scale. 3 simple ways to think about any product. Anybody can think through that and deliver against that.
Okay, that's very interesting. And this is why you need management consulting as part of this conversation, because you're able to see what's working in what sectors, and then see where some of those solutions can be replicated and can be scaled. And that's how we're going to get that acceleration. Another accelerator is AI. And we've been hearing a lot about AI. For those who are tuning in that might be like me and just not really been on top of this trend so much and how quickly it's all moving, can you please give us a little bit more context? So what are the risks? What are the potentials? And from a climate perspective, how do you view this? You hear a lot about its promise and perils, of course, too, but a lot about its promise. I think potentially a peril could be that it's being overhyped. Maybe the solutions are not going to be as much of a magic bullet as people are saying. We've learned that the hard way across a lot of technologies. And as somebody in your position has that bird's eye view of these landscapes. And so I'm really curious from your perspective, how you see this technology.
There's a few ways to think about it. This is the 4th large technology trend that I've been seeing in my career. And what we find is we always overestimate the short-term impact and underestimate the long-term impact. We always do that.
Right.
And the reason we do that is because we are human beings, and psychologically it's easy to do that. So that's what we do. Now, AI is a complete different beast than what we have seen in the past. And the full power, the risk and the potential is not fully understood. And the fundamental reason is, if I may reuse the word regenerative, it regenerates itself. And when replication and regeneration starts within a piece of technology, it can go down many paths. So then how do you ensure that there are guardrails so that it doesn't go down the wrong path? Now let's talk about the good side of it. The good side is, for the longest time in the world of sustainability, the question always has been, do we have the data?
Sure.
Do we have sufficient data? And if I share the data, why are people not convinced? So last night, you and I were at an event, and we spoke about the fact that, hey, the data is out there now, but why are people not convinced?
Right.
It's because we keep hitting them on the head with data and not the narrative of what it means. If we can say, hey, global warming, just go and look at the temperature every day for the next 6 months. Bring your kids out there and see what happens to the temperature, and tell them how it used to be a few years ago, a few decades ago. That will change the mindset.
Absolutely.
Versus saying 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees and 3 degrees. It's a abstract concept. So AI allows us to really look at the data across whole swaths of industries, create foundational models, and then create applications that can be used to do that. The second thing that makes AI just insanely powerful is the ability to craft stories. And folks have been using ChatGPT now for all kinds of reasons, right? Recently, in our families, there was somebody who wanted to write a short story on a newborn baby. And they gave it a few prompts, and it came back with something that was absolutely incredible. Of course, we had to put a disclaimer at the bottom that says, this was built using ChatGPT. Sure. So creating a narrative that is compelling is the second valuable thing. And then the third thing is, it is self-learning. It is regenerative. So it allows you to constantly stay ahead. So there's negatives to it, but there are tremendous positives that can be used.
So where do you see it having the most impact? If you had to think about how to prioritize this technology, can it be everywhere all at once?
Yeah, everywhere, all at once, all the time will get you an Oscar, right?
Yeah, right.
But the thing is, I'm a supply chain guy. 80% of all emissions, especially scope 3, come from supply chains. So that's the area we've been thinking through. And I'll give you some practical examples. One really easy example is you take a product, understand all the components that go into building the product, understand the full carbon impact of it, and come back with materials, ways of manufacturing, and where it should be manufactured at an instant.
Sure.
That's a great example of how we can use it. The second place where it can be used, and we're seeing actual use of that, is in this material. So we heard the story that they found 80,000 new pieces of materials that could exist in the environment. So now substitution becomes a lot more easier. So now at the molecule level, you can have options. And then the last thing is, it also will spur human creativity in how they think about supply chains. The supply chains we have right now are 30 years old, and they need to be redesigned, rewired, and this is a huge game changer in that world.
Okay, so we've got the technology, we've got management consultants who are on top of, are getting the data, getting the surveys, and are on top of what the potential applications could be, how to prioritize them, advising companies, your portfolio companies, and having fun along the way. Don't ever say management consultants don't have fun. Case in point, absolutely do. So then what do you need from policy though? The whole reason you're here, this is the COP28, and there are negotiations happening at multilateral level, which we're hoping trickles down to the private sector, to the public sector, regionally, locally. So what is needed to support this kind of innovation, or we can broaden that scope as well, to really reach commercial viability? What are you hoping comes out of this?
Most of the great innovations in the world have happened with government support. Whether you think about DARPA, you think about GPS, you think about mobility, you think about chips, all of those have been enabled by government funding. So the government is the best risk taker in the world, and they have deep pockets. So that's the first thing. Support innovation that is happening in the marketplace, whether it's hydrogen or carbon capture or a new way of growing rice. Rice is a big thing. That's the first thing. Put the money down for high risk areas. Second, a simple set of guardrails and regulations that says, how are we going to measure? Now, I will re-emphasize a simple set. Give me 3 metrics to measure. Don't give me 30.
Right.
That's the second part. And then the last part is the government is a phenomenal educator of people. So the talent we need is going to be educated by the government. And we just saw the numbers come out of PISA a couple of days ago of, which are the countries that have people who are really good at math and reading and writing and English. And I'll tell you, I wish there were a lot more countries that are larger that are in the top 10 list over there, because that is the talent needed to drive the sustainable regenerative supply chains of the world, or everything in the world.
So we are in a volatile world as we speak. It's getting more and more intense. These impacts of climate change are increasing in frequency, they're increasing in occurrence, and they're increasing just simultaneously as well. We're seeing them happen at the same time. And so how do you reduce this volatility? And we're talking about technologies to reduce it. We're talking about governments playing a role to mitigate risk. But as somebody who's truly an expert in this space and thinking through from your decades of experience, how do you think through the role of the private sector in helping support the mitigation of risk in an increasingly volatile world?
Volatility is like entropy.
Yeah.
It's a physics concept, but it will always keep on increasing. So because we can't control the world we live in. So what do? How do you deal with it? And that's where the regenerated story is, which is so the first thing is, let's create the mechanism that says which parts of the world are more volatile than the other. Sensing mechanisms. Sure. The second part is your response needs to be pre-built, because we can at least think through what's possible. Now, there are certain black swan events that we cannot predict, but the things that we can predict, let's have a playbook for that. Wars will happen, unfortunately. Water levels will rise. There will be more floods. So understanding where we should put our factories or where people should build houses, that can be informed really well. One of the classic things we are hearing all the time is, oh, this was a 100-year flood or a 1,000-year flood, and they keep happening again and again. What does that tell us? That the math is wrong. Let's make sure we inform people. So that's the second way you deal with. And then the third thing is a collective approach. So the risk should be shared by everybody, and the benefits also need to be shared fairly.
Oh yeah, that can be a whole conversation in how we actually
absolutely
how we now disseminate the solutions in a way that really gives back to those that deserve to be in the beneficiary role from all of those.
Absolutely.
So can we solve this? This is in the last couple minutes that we have here. I would love to get your perspectives on, we're I don't even know what day it is.
Yeah.
Those that are tuning in know that we are well into the COP proceedings. There's several days yet to go still. How are you feeling about how it's going so far? And do you think that there is a positive future in our grasp?
If I would take Pascal's wager about God or not there, right, is you want to bet on the positive. Because human beings have always found a way through some of the most terrible, difficult situations. If you had this channel during the Great Plague, how would have people responded? You
Sure.
gotta be positive. So that's my going in position. The second is because we are collectively coming together. You can see the energy here from all different walks of life. People are here and they're listening and they're talking. And then the last thing is the listening and talking piece, which is, I think it was Aristotle who it's attributed to, that conversation is the key to evolution. So we've started the conversation, we have the math behind it, and we have an approach. How can we go wrong?
I love this. This is exactly the kind of energy that we need. And to be fair, for those of you who are tuning in from wherever you're watching in the world, being here is definitely an experience. But that being said, the energy is palpable and it reaches you through these types of broadcasts because the whole point is to mobilize action. The whole point is to inspire and to make sure that what happens here really reverberates through the world. And so some of this energy, thank you for sharing, because it is reaching those around the world.
And there will be negative stories, there always will be.
Yeah.
And there are things that we will do wrong, but we're doing more right than wrong. And as long as that equation is on the right side of history, we're okay.
Yeah. Okay. Love that. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend, for sharing all of this. And please join us on the broadcast again.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shida.
Back to you, Sweden.
Well, thank you very much, Sutta and Suketu, for your optimism here. We need that energy. Indeed, we do. And now we're going to watch a video that I conducted yesterday with Trine here in Stockholm. I'm standing here with Manaberi, who is CEO and co-founder of Trine. And I followed Trine since you started, and I really, really love what you do. But maybe not all the viewers are familiar with your concept and your product and what you do. So please tell us.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so Trine is an investment platform where everybody can invest for people, planet, and profit. So we offer a better return profile than normal investments.
And you focus on renewable energy and primarily solar?
Yes, we invest in solar energy borrowers in emerging and frontier markets with a very direct impact on CO2 abatement as well as positive impact on people's lives.
So could you tell me a bit about some projects that you're running and financing and what parts of the world you are really primarily in, so to speak?
Well, in order to have this great focus but still have a good risk profile, you see projects to invest at Trine in Sub-Saharan Africa, across Southeast Asia, currently also great loans in India and Latin America. So we see quite a good geographical spread for good risk diversification.
And this way, you're also facilitating the shift to clean energy for many people that might not even had access to energy at all, right?
Yeah, I think that's the really exciting part about our business is that in our part of the world here, it's all about energy transition in terms of the current infrastructure. But for a whole lot of people on the planet, majority of the infrastructure is actually being developed now. And so by participating in making sure that that is green, clean, and scalable from day one, I think it's a very powerful thing. Yeah.
And there are also connections, of course, to education, because if you have no electricity, it's difficult to study. It's also safety for women, et cetera, et cetera. So many good spin-off effects of your work.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I really want people and investors in the developed part of the world, so to say, in our markets, to see and just consider what would you do if you didn't have access to clean, reliable, and stable electricity? Nothing would work.
And it's also about, of course, sanitation, that because you need electricity for some parts of the sanitation system. We can go on and on. The International Energy Agency recently came out with numbers of how much we must sort of expand renewable energy, and we must triple to 1.3 trillion annually by 2030 in order to meet the Paris Agreement goals. And of course, Trine is a part of this transition and doing so. How does private capital play into this?
Well, it's a very big challenge, and actually, in addition to the 1.3, there was even a report that was talking about the clean energy transition only for emerging and frontier markets. Just came out recently, where it was clear that we need up towards $2 trillion per annum, and 80 to 90% of that must come from private capital. And that's us, right? So we got to get to work.
Well, it's pretty much about responsibility too, because in the part of the world where we have money to invest, we should put it where it comes to use in many aspects, of course, of just and fair transition. So, in what ways can you focus on leveraging your capital as a force for good? And how do you communicate this? I mean, you are good at communication, but please give the viewers here a good pitch on why they should put their money into Trine and what you can achieve with that money.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Well, I think the point is that most everybody want to do good with their money and their time. And it's kind of like voting, right? And you vote on a democratic system, for example. Well, you can also vote with your money. And when you put your money where you are removing or avoiding CO2 instead of adding to it, I mean, even the footprint of just having money on your normal bank account is quite horrendous if you dig into the facts. Look at any big corporate that is disclosing their Scope 3 emissions, and you will see a big number, which is just CO2 based on the money they have on the bank account doing nothing. And here with Trine, you can actually put your money to doing something great. And historically, it's been somewhere between 4 and 7% annual financial return.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. So historically, for Trine investors, it's been some 4 to 7% of annual return financially. In addition to that, roughly 1 million ton of CO2 has been avoided. I think that's an important word. And more than 3 million people have been provided access to electricity, or at least even more with some type of more stable electricity.
Well, I wanted you to repeat it because it is a good return on investment.
I think that's, absolutely.
And considering you also to factor in all the good stuff that happens apart from you making money. So it's a triple win, more than that in many aspects. So in terms of what's happening now at the COP, what resolutions that could come out of the COP that would facilitate your type of work in a better way?
That is a great question. I really think that we now know and have all of the facts for so long of what needs to be done. We have numbers. We know 2 trillion. It's a dauntingly big number. On the other hand, I believe a recent number I read was also that in institutional capital, there is more than $100 trillion just being worked now. So I would love to see a very actionable and concrete plan that doesn't include waiting, but rather what every person can do tomorrow to take one step in the right direction. So really think big, but take one step now. I think that would be something.
So Sam, have you signed the End Fossil Treaty? The big thing we have on our website to make people sign to end fossil fuels yet?
Not yet, but I should probably do that right now. Huh? Mm-hmm.
You definitely should. It's a great campaign, and it's sort of, we pool different campaigns into one. So we get a lot of signatures from CEOs like you, but also from countries. We put them in as they commit to set an end date to fossil fuels. And of course, this will help your process. It will help people that need clean electricity, and you can also make money along the way.
Sounds good.
Sounds great, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's almost the end of another day of broadcasting from the Climate Hub, but we still have 2 important discussions lined up with the UNDP and 2 indigenous peoples. So let's head over to Dubai to kick these conversations off.
Again, here at COP28, we've got some wonderful guests on for the next 30 minutes, and the first one of those is Ahuna Ezeakonwa, the United Nations Development Programme's Assistant Administrator and Assistant Secretary General and the Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa. Her career at the United Nations spans over 20 years, and it underscores her unwavering commitment to fostering development, advocating for gender equality, promoting innovation, and empowering women and youth. Great to have you with us here, Ahuna.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Good to be here.
So we're here at COP28. We want to dive into Africa's urgent needs, what it needs to actually be part of this climate change, this transformation of our world. What should Africa focus on, do you think, to tackle its environmental, economic, and social challenges? And how can Africa team up with the world to fight climate change and push for fairness and growth?
Thanks. It's a very complex question.
It is. It's like a marathon question, isn't it?
Right. Let me try to see if I can unpack it a little bit. I think Africa is already here in a big way. Mm-hmm. You know, you can see from Cape to Cairo, the presence of Africa is felt at this COP and has been in previous COPs as well. And that signals the interest that the continent has in the global issue of climate change. And I think Africa is already part of it, you know, part of finding a solution. And, you know, starting with the Africa climate summit, which was held in September this year, I think there really the tone from Africa was, we're not playing the victim card, and we will not accept for the world to sort of brand Africa as a victim of climate change. We actually have solutions, and we're leading on a number of fronts, and we matter in terms of what happens next on climate action from a number of perspectives. One, Africa is probably the only region where the whole dream of a green industrialization, green industrial revolution can be realized, because the continent is yet to industrialize, and therefore it doesn't have a lot of adjustment to the green pathways. It can actually shoot straight into greener pathways for its development. And why is that important for the world? If Africa were to industrialize as the same carbon intensity as developed nations, it will only contribute to delaying what we want to achieve here in terms of a net zero world. So it's important for the world to register the fact that you have a continent that could actually save the world a lot of trouble by going straight to green industrialization. The second is that this is probably the continent that boasts the most of the critical minerals that are required to accompany the world towards a net zero reality. The minerals that you need for electric cars and decarbonization in general are on the continent. But what Africa is asking is that these minerals don't become part of the extractive industry of the past, where Africa is only seen as a supplier of raw materials. And therefore, it's not able to actually harness the value addition and therefore the opportunity for job creation for its population. I think the third point is, from an Africa perspective, is that this is probably the region where the future of development can find expression as not being in contradiction to the environment. In other words, climate change action could be seen as contributing to reducing the impact of climate change, reducing poverty.
Yes.
So you can construct a narrative in Africa that the development is not necessarily a contradiction or the opposite of the environment. By looking after our planet, we can actually forge greener pathways to human development. So the two are not against each other. And finally, maybe the idea that this is the youngest continent in the world, and the youth innovation, youth talent, enthusiasm can help power a future that is healthier for our planet.
Absolutely, and you're quite right, aren't you? Because, I mean, it is one of the fastest growing continents, if not the fastest growing continent on the planet. And so many young people here, the population is going to grow and things like that. So it's absolutely critical that there is a partnership between the so-called rich countries and the so-called developing countries to actually do this together to bring about a decarbonized Africa, because, as you say, it's fertile ground. There isn't already industry on a massive scale here that needs to be changed, broken down and retooled. It's ripe for development, but green development could be fantastic for the world. Yeah, exactly. But there are some big hurdles here, aren't there? I mean, if Africa doesn't get the support it needs, can we learn from the past to make future climate projects better on this continent? Can we learn from the mistakes of the North? Can we learn from the people of Africa themselves, I suppose, on what actually works on this continent better for the people, and by definition, therefore, for the world? Can we learn a lot from Africa?
Yes, I think that's the key word, learning from Africa, because the assumption, it's always that because you still have a lot of countries that are yet to develop in this region, that they don't have the answers or they don't have the solutions. But there are actually, there's evidence, I think, we are finding in UNDP of homegrown solutions that are coming from women who are leading in this work of tackling climate change on a daily basis through their daily activities to nurture lives and livelihoods. These women are the forefront of fighting the climate battle. And we need to listen more to them in terms of, you know, what they're experiencing and what solutions, because also we see a lot of resilience coming from the burden that women carry in the development landscape. And I think it's important to elect women more into leadership positions. It's important to appoint them, and it's important to empower the girls through education, because when women bring their unique feminine leadership to the field of climate change, you start to see real action. So learning from the continent is really important. Listening a little bit more, listening in a different way, learning from communities who are facing on a daily basis, again, these challenges, and therefore able actually to create solutions for themselves. How do we scale up these solutions? How do we invest in them? Learning from young people who are turning, you know, whatever problems, they're falling in love with problems and turning them into opportunities. We see it. I mean, UNDP has profiled some of these young people in a magazine which we call Africa Innovates. And we've seen that every problem that they face, they come up front with their talents to bring a solution. So there is a lot of learning to be done on the continent itself, but also from countries that have already been on this path of development and have made some great strides in terms of how technology can be employed to get there faster, but also made some huge mistakes that should be avoided.
Yeah. The one, I think the problem for people sometimes on the outside that don't know Africa is that it just gets called Africa if it's just like one place, but there are so many nuances and so many different cultures and people with different experiences here. I lived in Kenya for 13 years, and of course we know that they have now a surplus of green energy. They're doing so marvelously with wind in Turkana and geothermal up the Great Rift Valley. These are very inspiring examples, and there are many others too. Morocco, for example. I mean, there's a lot of places you could look to in Africa where things are really happening in a very positive way and sort of slightly unknown to the rest of the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think these days a lot of it is known, and that's why you are getting a lot of interest in some of these, green hydrogen potential, for instance, in Namibia, where I just visited. There's a lot of private sector interest in helping develop that as one of the pathways to net zero. Mauritania is also another country that's showing much potential there. So the whole renewable energy potential is immense on the African continent and can be leveraged, but it requires, as you were saying, collaboration, partnerships, investment, financing, but also technology transfer and capacities.
Actually, it's funny you should mention that, because I was talking to a chap from I think it was the Assistant Secretary of Energy in the US administration today. He was on the show, and he mentioned that Mauritania produces a lot of iron ore, and that also because of the potential for renewable energy there, they could be actually at the forefront of this carbon neutral steel production, and that the USA is doing something in partnership with Mauritania, or planning something to actually develop zero emission, zero carbon steel using renewables, possibly hydrogen, and the steel, the iron ore that's in Mauritania, which sounds good, as long as Mauritania benefits from it. That's the main thing,
exactly,
isn't it?
That's it.
And that's the key.
And that the young people, you have to talking about lessons that we could learn, you know, for the longest time, Africa's relationship with the world was all about, you know, as a supplier of raw materials that will be developed elsewhere. And then, you know, products will be sold back to Africa at much higher prices. And then you had jobless growth, basically. And that's why you have very high unemployment rates on the continent, particularly among young people. This is because of the extractive industry, which never really had in its plans the idea to process on the continent, to manufacture, to add value. And I think that lesson has to be now brought into this area of mining for critical minerals, but also agricultural products, that those who are really interested in working with Africa to contribute to a net zero world need to consider that the economies, the local economies need to be built.
Yes.
And one way to do it is to have those factories on the continent so that jobs can be created. Is to process, is to not slap, you know, huge tariff rates if you have finished products. So if Cote d'Ivoire is producing chocolate instead of exporting its cocoa, you put tariffs on that product because it's finished. Instead of encouraging and giving incentive for the manufacturing to happen in Cote d'Ivoire so that young Ivorians could have jobs.
Yes.
So this is a big lesson from what we've seen in the past.
Because if we don't do that, then there's going to be more jobless young people, more tension, people are going to start moving more. So it creates a spiraling downwards rather than a potential spiraling upwards for the people and the livelihoods of Africa. And as you rightly said at the beginning, it means that's not good for Africa, but it's also not good for the world because we are all so interconnected now that this has to be internalized by the other countries to bring that green manufacturing to this I say this continent, we're not on Africa right now, we're in the Middle East, but I was just pointing down. So on the negative side, I mean, there is obviously climate change already happening in Africa. People are suffering, for sure. How is UNDP trying to push for positive change that will also build peace? I mean, relieve tension in the system. Are there projects, policies, things that you're doing on this continent to deal with the stresses that are already happening?
No, this is very important for UNDP as a development actor. I think it's really in our place to make sure that this nexus between climate and peace and security is well understood. And our crisis bureau, through our crisis bureau, we're really playing this leadership and convening role with other parts of the system to first understand this nexus, this link between the two, but then also programmatically to ensure that we're drawing attention to regions where the climate phenomena, the climate emergency is weaving itself into the peace and security space. The Sahel region, for instance, is one such region. And you know, we just supported the government of Mali to host a climate security meeting in Bamako with all the neighboring countries in the Sahel, looking at this from a regional perspective. And there they adopted a Bamako declaration with a whole range of actions that will be required at the state level by the states themselves, but also by partners and also by regional organizations. They did present that here at COP in Dubai. And we have other mechanisms like the climate security mechanism, which UNDP helps to convene as well with partners in the developed world as well, looking again seriously at this issue and making sure that financing is directed in the right way to create opportunities for prevention. Because if you take water, for instance, water in many parts of the Horn of Africa or the Sahel it's creating, the absence of water is creating conflict between communities who would otherwise be living peacefully. And where we've seen, water solutions, sustainable water solutions within those communities, especially border communities, you see peace return. You see that the social cohesion starts to be rebuilt. But also another aspect is looking at the social contract, where a lot of the communities that are fragile, that are affected, are in borderlands. And these are usually forgotten places. They're ungoverned places, and national plans don't often include them. So UNDP works now through, we have actually created an Africa Borderland Center, which is helping us understand how to link these communities to the center, so they're no longer periphery locations, territories. These places have become also the epicenter of violent extremism because they are not integrated for service delivery and the like. So governance issues are things that we invest in to make sure that governance is more inclusive of those communities and the services reach those communities. And one of the programs that UNDP is launching with several governments in the Sahel region, but also beyond, is a program we call Community Emergency Development. In the DRC today, with national resources, we're touching lives in 54 territories that have not been reached with development. So bringing infrastructures for development in those areas and basically bridging that development deficit that exists that then sometimes makes for fertile ground for conflict to expand. So development as an investment in peace is something that we're really keen on developing in these areas.
Huna, I'm just curious, because that's fascinating that border regions are areas of tension. Do we know why borders are so vulnerable? What happens there? Because sometimes the people are the same peoples on each side of the border, aren't they? Because it was just that somebody drew a line there and said, that's Mali, and that's, do we know why the borders are so...
They're so far away from the center. So, what you have essentially is historically marginalized communities who don't have the same access as everyone else to services, whether we're talking about water or schools or health facilities. And, in border areas, what you find is there's also not a lot of government presence in these areas. Government is too far away from the borders. So people don't really feel that they belong. And that sense of hopelessness, of not being integrated in the national agenda creates that opportunity for negative forces that want to exploit those communities. They come in and they create mayhem, they exploit, and and then you have that expansion of conflict and tension, but also the vulnerability and fragility of those areas mean that they're constantly in conflict in terms of natural resource scarcity. So with the effect of climate change coming in, if you take, for instance, the border between Kenya and Ethiopia, where much of the population is pastoralist, the lack of rain means that, their livelihood disappears overnight. And then you have herders and farmers confronting each other, really contesting and competing for limited resources. So that's why it's important to understand these dynamics so that we can formulate the kind of programs, development programs that address this specific context. They're very specific. And there is no template that applies. I think we need to bring the understanding, but also the capacity of these communities to change their own situation that we can build on.
So we've just got 2 minutes left, but I sense that you are a person that is optimistic, and I can feel it in your spirit.
Did someone tell you that?
No, I can just feel it in your spirit that you're an optimistic person, and I get the sense that you feel that actually maybe the time has come for Africa to pursue and to be supported in a different development path of, say, the last 50 odd years. Is that right? You think there is some real opportunity?
Oh, yes. I think hope is going to be born in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're facing a world that is increasingly depressed about many things, and probably rightly so, because there's so much that is not going right. I think people need to look to Africa for hope. The young population is so optimistic. I mean, we brought 100 of them here from different parts of the continent, and it's just amazing to hear their stories of changing things in their communities with very little. You know, because often we don't even invest in them. We don't pay that much attention. Out of nothing, they're creating huge changes and a lot of momentum. And they're so positive, you know, they're not complaining. They want to play their part. And I think that's something to build on, and that brings hope. But also technology, innovation, digital, and the fact that we have African countries that are already planting the seeds for a decarbonized pathway. It's something that is worth celebrating, you know, despite feeling that they have not been part of the problem in the sense of being one of the lowest emitting regions. There is such commitment by the leadership to be part of the solution. And I think that's something to celebrate.
Good. Huna, a great pleasure to have you with us on the broadcast. Best of luck with your work. It's God's work, so we all have to keep going.
Thank you, Nick.
And great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, thank you. So a big thanks again to Huna from the UNDP, who is just with us. And now we're going to have 3 other very special guests who are joining us on We Don't Have Time. So it's a pleasure for me to welcome Anna Giulia. Julia, it sounds Italian.
Yes.
Aha, Medri, who's head of the UNDP Our Equator Initiative. She leads the work at UNDP, recognizing, advancing, and scaling indigenous peoples and local community solutions for sustainable development for people, for nature, and resilient communities. And welcome to Adisia Burton. Yes, you're Adisia? Oh, hi, great. She's a public relations officer at the Carifuna Culture Group. And Adisia is a journalist. Also, she's an Indigenous youth activist, a former youth Olympian, and also Miss Dominica 2023. That's this year.
Yes.
All right, so cool. And she was born and raised in the Calango territory. Kalinago territory, the only indigenous reservation in the Caribbean located on the eastern coast of Dominica. And last but not least, we also welcome Novia Sagita.
Yes.
CEO and founder of the Yayasan
Yes,
Planet Indonesia, Novia is a dedicated and fervent advocate for social and environmental causes, and she's from West Kalimantan.
Borneo, which is in Borneo.
In Borneo,
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Welcome to you all. So, Anna, let me turn to you first. How are Indigenous people's rights connected with climate action?
So Indigenous people's rights are connected to climate action in multiple ways. Firstly, Indigenous peoples live in regions and within ecosystems that truly store most of the biodiversity that we have on the planet. And Indigenous peoples steward and manage 25% of the land that we have on Earth. And research has shown us that those forests and those ecosystems that are managed by Indigenous peoples are way healthier than the others within the neighboring areas. So it is clear that Indigenous people's traditional knowledge provides valuable insights into what sustainable practice should look like and how to effectively manage ecosystems. Secondly, Indigenous peoples are disproportionately affected by climate change. And that is because Indigenous peoples almost entirely rely on their territories and the resources that are on it for their livelihoods. So from hunting to agriculture to fishing. And so as a result of that, the people who have least contributed to climate change are those who suffer the most. So any inclusive and comprehensive climate action strategy needs to keep this in mind and needs to cater first and foremost to the protection and adaptation of Indigenous communities. Lastly, Indigenous people's rights are also strictly connected to their land rights and to the ownership of the resources that are on their lands. And so what this means is that climate action must protect and respect Indigenous people's land rights. And it's only in such way that we can truly empower Indigenous peoples and allow them to continue doing the fantastic work that they've been doing for generations. Ultimately, for us to achieve the Paris Agreement goals, it is impossible to do that without the full and effective participation of Indigenous peoples and local communities. We have to recognize that climate change is very much a matter of climate justice, and so recognizing Indigenous peoples' leadership and truly integrating Indigenous peoples' efforts into human rights-based actions and approaches, targets, and policies is absolutely essential.
Right. So, Aditya and Novia, I mean, climate change is clearly impacting Indigenous people's communities. Maybe first we start here and then go there. Give us a few examples of what you're experiencing in the Caribbean.
So in the Kalinago territory, which is my Indigenous reservation that I have lived my entire life, we are literally on the front line of climate change because we're one of the least developed areas in our country. And our country, Waitukubuli as it was known by our people, but now Dominica, it is situated directly in the center of the arc of the Caribbean islands, which increases the probability of us being hit by hurricanes, trough systems, and we're also affected by the scorching temperatures, the excessive rainfall, land slippage, and all of this is a major risk to the livelihoods of our Indigenous people. And one of the things that we are currently trying to do as a country is really build the resilience of our people, because we have recognized that it's way too late for mitigation right now. We already going through the effects of climate change. Therefore, what we really need to do is build the adaptation of our people. And so that's what it's like in the Kalinago territory.
From your perspective in Borneo?
Yeah, my organization is working with fishermen and farmers, and we are working in the coastal and terrestrial areas as well. So yeah, it is very impacting to the community that we are working with, because it's climate change is cause what you call it, a fluctuation in their productivity, like it's cost to the commodity that they produce. It's hard for for the farmers or for the fishermen, but still they have to survive, and then because they have to be resilient in their community.
I mean, fisheries is a classic, isn't it? Because it's facing two enormous pressures, isn't it? One is the overfishing, often by foreign ships or factory ships that come in and outcompete with their brutal technologies, the local indigenous fisher folk. And then you've got climate change, which is doing all kinds of weird things to fish stocks and where they go or where they used to go. But I'm just really interested in the rights issue on this, because as indigenous people, this is not my big area of expertise, but I have read a little bit and talked to people before. In some countries, the national governments don't respect the rights of the indigenous people. In some countries, they've been starting to protect the rights of the indigenous people. Some places are better than others. And how are you experiencing your own locations? Is there a positive relationship with the national government, or the indigenous people seen as being sort of outside the system? How does it work in your countries?
Well, in my country, Dominica, we have a very positive relationship with our government. The Kalinago territory is communal land that completely belongs to our indigenous people. Therefore, the government cannot interfere into our affairs as a people. And it's the Kalinago Council, which is a council of our elders, that are responsible for settling land disputes and issues relating to our Kalinago people. And they have really been working together and collaborating to build resilience within the indigenous territories. However, one of the things that we are really affected by is that we do not have an indigenous curricula being adopted into our formal education system. So you can say that our culture is being oppressed in this way because we aren't really cultivating the next generation to embrace who we are as a people and really embrace our cultural identity and pride.
But when it comes to if Dominica gets climate finance as a national government, then there is a chance that can flow towards your community as well, towards your indigenous peoples, yes?
Definitely. In building resilience, the Kalinago territory is one of the areas in Dominica that has significantly benefited from our Housing Revolution program. And that is a program that really targets the vulnerable population of our island, as we have recognized that infrastructure is really key in building resilience and creating sustainable livelihoods, especially for our Kalinago people.
What is the situation in your part of the world?
Yeah, I think, since we our intervention with the community, I think of years that after the government seen our work together with the community, so I think now we have very good collaboration with the government, and they are very open about and being supported to how to enforce what is it that the regulation have to be in a place, what is it that the achievement that we want to target, and sometimes we also have to kind of align it what is it what's it the main target, and also what our target together with the community.
Anna, indigenous peoples and women. Again, women, it's not just indigenous peoples, it's also women who are on the front line of climate change. The impacts, but also so often we learn that women within indigenous communities and women generally are a big part of the solution. What can we do to help women and indigenous peoples, if I can put it that way?
So there are several ways, definitely, in which we can support indigenous peoples and women in particular who are on the front lines of climate change. And to do that, we really need to adopt comprehensive strategies that really look to cater the specific and unique needs of indigenous women, of indigenous peoples, of women, and that aim at amplifying resilience. So we need to adopt a holistic approach to do that, and one first step is that of pushing for the need of truly profound legal and policy reforms by governments to secure land tenure. And what this means is not just having those policies and those laws on paper, but also aiming at putting them into practice. Secondly, another very important element is direct access to finance. So as of now, we've seen that only 1% of fund flows for climate are directed to indigenous peoples and local communities, and of those, more than half of that are going to intermediaries instead of going directly to indigenous peoples and to being implemented on the ground directly. And in this context, indigenous women are even further penalized, because definitely the finance that gets to them, the funds that get to them, are inadequate and for the most part are short term. So we do need, we do need to guarantee direct access to finance for indigenous peoples, for women. And what that means is also building new frameworks that really keep in mind the needs of indigenous peoples to make it feasible for them to get to these funds and to get to use these funds.
Yeah. Do you have land tenure? Do you have laws that are in place in your communities that recognize your rights within the national circumstances? So that's one positive thing where both you are, but it's not the same everywhere. And what about women and access to finance? I mean, we know that in some parts of the world, women don't get access to, can't even open a bank account, right? Because only the men can open bank accounts, which seems crazy. Can you access the financial systems in your communities if there is money to be accessed, which is the other point? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go first. So in the Kalinago territory, as I spoke of earlier, we have communal land, and that land wasn't actually acknowledged by our banks, so we couldn't access any financially related resources for our people. But the government has been working to put systems in place with the Kalinago Development Fund to make these funding opportunities available for our people. However, it is still a system that is in progress, and hopefully with time it will benefit more people.
How long has this been going on?
I believe it was introduced about 2 years ago.
Interesting. And in Bonn?
Yeah, we are working with, I think, about 36,000 individuals that we are working in all over in Indonesia. Like we are partners in the crossover in Indonesia, and there are about 40 communities that we are working with now. That's we are managing our areas, managing a forest, protection forest, about 1.2 hectares areas in Indonesia. And then together also we are, I think together we are reducing about something about 60-70% reduce of deforestation. And these 36,000 people that we are working in, they consist of about 80%, 46% they are women that get the benefit, and also they are about 86% they consist of indigenous peoples and local communities. And and also there are about 70% of these communities that we are working together receive about the financial support from our program. But still the challenges, there are still many there laying there, and because we see that the rights, still there. We see the right as the position the rights as something it's a box that we checked, but actually on the ground it's not only the rights. Rights and tenure is not only a box that we check, but there are other aspects that we have to go beyond and to find out more from the community. That something that we have to recognize, what is it exactly the autonomy? What is it like exactly what the community wants, actually. Like because sometimes the community project carbon-based, mostly they are, they only want to do it because when it's everything secured. But actually, the real battle is not about that. It's like to fight what you are saying, like to get it the access, to make it legit, to get it valid. That's the real fights, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just been given a signal that we're running out of time, which is a bit of a shame, really, because this is a much longer conversation. But I'm actually thrilled. On We Don't Have Time TV, we've never had anybody from Dominica, so I'm really pleased to have somebody from Dominica on the show. I haven't had anybody from
Indonesia.
Yeah. Well, from your region, yeah. I mean, we've had people from Asia before, but never from where you are. So just to feel the feeling of having, I mean, I have to say, we have had people with an Italian background before, so, but that's also a thrill as well. But it just feels really cool to have you with us. And there's millions of people watching this show live, and I know your voices will have reached some of those people with some of the thoughts that you have about where you are. For many people, where you're living and what you're doing is so different to their own experiences that I'm sure they'll be fascinated to have heard from you. So thank you very much for being with us. And
thank you. Thank you.
Maybe next year we can have a bit more time. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Katarina, I'm going to send the TV show back to Stockholm.
And we receive it. Thank you very much, Nick. It's been another fantastic day here at in the COP studio in Stockholm, and watching you in Dubai, of course. But we do have time for some final remarks from Ingmar Rensog and Åsa Sandberg from the Youth Hub. Well, let's start with you, Åsa. What's been going on today?
Well, today, again, it's been a thrilling program, and you can now see behind me all the youth that have been taking part all through the day, and I really want to give my big climate love to you all for contributing and engaging. And we've had Professor Lorraine Whitmarsh talking about behavior change. We've had the opportunity to interact with the panelists from Alfa Laval, speaking about energy transition, doing that live, actually, with live questions.
That was cool.
That was really cool. Basically, from all over the world, youth were giving questions to the panelists live in the show. And then we also had a beautiful session with Agustin Ocaña, who is Reforesting for Peace. And he's actually in Dubai, and he was so engaged in all the youth taking part. And he finished off with a beautiful quote about collaboration amongst youth. And he said, "Let's make waves instead of just making noise." And I thought that was beautiful.
Very nice. Thank you, Åsa. So, Ingmar, what are your thoughts after this day here in the studio, and also following the news, of course, as you always do?
It's kind of a little bit, we don't know where this meeting is going to take us. We have the push, but there is also some resistance.
Indeed.
So we need to push it over. And the theme have been talked a lot at the meeting is the tipping points. We have those very uncomfortable tipping points where we talked about this morning, where if we hit some thresholds, the climate crisis can kind of feed itself and get out of hand very, very fast. But there is also tipping points from businesses, where it suddenly becomes cheaper to save the planet and expensive to destroy it. That was in a news article I just read before I entered here. And we also have behavioral change. People are changing behavior. And you have tipping points in that as well. Once you reach a certain amount of people, the group will change. We're not there yet, but it's not
roughly 25%
far away. And we have the tipping points, number of countries supporting fossil fuel phase out. We are now at 50%. We just need to go to 50% more. But before COP, it was 5%. That's a big difference.
Indeed, it is.
So there's a lot of hope out there. And today's Climate Love, I would like to give to Simon Steele. the executive secretary of UN Climate Change. And he had a very short press conference where he had an important message to everyone on the meeting. And I think we can see it here.
So good morning and thank you for joining. My statement will be brief. We can only overcome the climate crisis by ditching business as usual. At Sharm el-Sheikh, I said we would do things differently. So over the last year, on loss and damage, we opted for an innovative approach, a transitional committee, which drove forward progress much faster. The win on loss and damage here in Dubai gave this COP a spring in its step, but it is just the start. Now all governments must give their negotiators clear marching orders. We need highest ambition, not point scoring or lowest common denominator politics. The global stocktake is the vehicle to get climate action on track. Finance is the great enabler for climate action. The negotiations must put it front and center. Loss and damage was a win, but we're kidding ourselves if we think it's a tick in the box for finance and support at this COP. More is required. We need enhanced transparency and to deliver our promise to fund climate action across the world. Let's be honest, good intentions won't halve emissions this decade or save lives right now. Only serious progress on finance can deliver frontline results. We've said we'll double adaptation finance. Now we have to deliver, including on the details, and set ourselves up to go much further. We must not lose any focus on the global goal for adaptation. 8 billion people are on the front lines. Right now, only 50 countries have national adaptation plans. On the global stocktake, we have a starting text on the table, but it's a grab bag of wishes but it's a grab bag of wish lists and heavy on posturing. The key now is to sort the wheat from the chaff. If we want to save lives now and keep 1.5 goal within reach, the highest ambition COP outcomes must stay front and center. At the end of next week, we need COP to deliver a bullet train to speed up climate action. We currently have an old caboose chugging over rickety tracks. But the tools are all there on the table. The technologies and solutions exist. It's time for governments and negotiators to pick them up and put them to work. UN Climate Change will be working with parties every step of the way as the honest broker and convener. We'll make sure all countries have a seat at the table and can use their full voice.
Strong message, huh? So Ingmar, I know you have some, at least one warning to give out to.
I have a warning to over 2,500 people, and I will explain in a second. So you that have been following us during the week, we have the numbers. This is a little bit like a numbers game. What we have here is the number of countries, cities, organizations, individuals and businesses that wants to end the fossil fuel era because they want to have a future. And those numbers have been growing during the week. We're now over 100 countries supporting it, 100 cities, 2,000 organizations, 600,000 individuals, and businesses together representing over 1.5 trillion US dollar. That's great news. But there's also a lot of other numbers that could be interesting to follow, and here's where my warning comes into place. So if you haven't done it already, go to We Don't Have Time or download our app. It's a really interesting discussion going on here during the COP meeting, but also after the COP meeting is over. And today it's been a lot of talk about the report, the appeal from Johan Rockström and a lot of the leading scientists, where they are saying very clearly, we must phase out fossil fuel. We have no choice. This is what science says. It can't be more clear. And we also have something else that has been a lot of talk on our platform, but also elsewhere, and that is the number of fossil fuel lobbyists. I think that you can always see things in two ways. Either you see the bad side of things and focus on that, or you see the good side of things and focus on that. And I think to mobilize people around climate, to really have them to fight, we need to encourage people and see that we can do it. So I try to be positive here, but it's a little bit mixed, I will say, even for me. There come up a new report from a global organization called Global Witness. They have gone through all the delegates and have found that 2,456 delegates are from the fossil fuel industry or representing them in one way or another. That's a lot of people, but let's see it in perspective here. It's only 2.9% of all delegates. Who do you think are going to win this? Is it the yellow here or is it the green? I think it's the green. We are the majority. So that's one conclusion. But it's still quite concerning if you look at the trend. The share of fossil fuel lobbyists have doubled since COP27. And I remember COP26 and COP27, there was a lot of debate that there were many. Now they're doubled. But I like to be positive here. I see this as something positive, actually, because this shows that the fossil fuel industry are starting to getting very worried. That's why they joined the meeting. They will not care about the COP meeting if the COP meeting were useless. But of course, we need to be a little bit cautious because we don't want this to be 100% next COP. So therefore, I have a suggestion, and that is, you have seen the people on our show wearing this green heart. Maybe for next COP, we need to create this one and kind of tag those people so we know where they are. So that's my message. If you want to join this discussion, feel free to do that and make your comment. What do you think of this? In the end, do we really want a COP where we have no representation of oil? It's hard to negotiate with someone that are not in the room. We need to be the ones stipulating it, but we need to have someone to negotiate with. So maybe we all need to have that. I don't know. Let's discuss on We Don't Have Time. That's why we have built our platform. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Ingmar. Thank you, Åsa. Well, it's time to end today's session. However, we still have some interviews to share with you that we recorded from the COP summit in Dubai. On the roster of interviews, we have Gabrielle Genet. She's head of environmental sustainability at BT. We also have Jad Daly, Valentin Monteiro, Nathaniel Matthews, and much, much more. And tomorrow, we will not be airing a live broadcast here from Dubai and for Stockholm. We actually have a day off. Well, not really, because we're planning. But however, we do have a very special broadcast for you nonetheless. We Don't Have Time, and the Center for Environment, Community and Equity and the School of International Service will proudly be presenting a day of the COP28 Climate Hub at American University. So tomorrow we'll be delving into pressing issues such as climate activism, having a career in climate, whether media is fighting or fueling the climate crisis. And we're also going to talk about the just energy transition, the ambassadorial perspective of COP28, and much, much more. So that'll be on tomorrow. And then we'll be back on the 8th with the Climate Hub here in Stockholm and Dubai. However, do make sure you will tune in tomorrow and the day after the 8th, so we can keep this dialogue going together and go in and keep the dialogue alive on the We Don't Have Time app or the platform. So thank you very much.
So we have another wonderful guest with us here at COP28 in Dubai. We have Katja Dörner, the mayor of Bonn, the Oberbürgermeister, indeed, of Bonn. And she became the mayor of Bonn on the 1st of November 2020. Katja's priorities for Bonn are making the city climate neutral by 2035 and advancing sustainable mobility, notably with more bike lanes and a car-free inner city, fighting inequalities and promoting affordable housing. And for 11 years, from 2009 to 2020, Katja was a member of the German Bundestag, and as of 2014, she served as deputy chairwoman of the Green Party parliamentary group, and as a member of the Committee for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth. Katja, absolutely delighted to see you here in Dubai.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Nick.
So tell us a little how Bonn, under your leadership, is trying to achieve this climate neutrality.
So already in 2019, the City Council declared the climate emergency. But when I took office, there were no measures to really reach climate neutrality. And we also decided as a City Council to become, as you already said, climate neutral 2035 latest. And what we did now, we designed an own climate plan, which is a strategy to become climate neutral, but it has also a broad range of very concrete measures. And that measures range from financial support for solar panels, for example, but also mobility questions. We invested a lot in a better infrastructure for bicycles, and we invest in public transport. And what is very important is that we do it in a just way. Because I think whether we will succeed or not, it is relevant that all the people in Bonn can participate in this transformation that the city needs. And I was very happy that we had a citizen-driven process as well that was called Bonn for Future. And it was a close cooperation with the civil society and the city administration. And that was quite new also for the city administration. And we selected randomly citizens and we brought them together with climate change experts, but also with key players of the city society. And they also gave a lot of very important ideas and expertise for our climate plan. And we brought all these ideas together, and that made our climate plan, and that is what we are now, we are on the path to become climate neutral in 2035.
Excellent. And that's very important because it also is quite symbolic as well, because of course Bonn is the home of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And 100, maybe more NGOs, international, many NGOs working in the sustainability space on many, many issues. So Bonn is a special place, and what you do, I think, sends a special message to the world.
This is, of course, leads to be especially ambitious. Yeah, that the United Nations Climate Secretariat, UNFCCC, has his roots in Bonn, and of course we can learn a lot. And we are in a very close exchange with the people who are working for the United Nations, but also for all these very different and various NGOs in town. And that is very inspiring, and it helps us to become successful on our path to climate neutrality.
You joined the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and I must say I never really knew much about that until this COP. And they are here with many, many experts from all around the world. But you were the first city in Germany to do this. Why did Bonn believe this was a good idea?
Because we don't have time. Yeah, and we need to be very ambitious. And coal and gas and oil, they produce like 80% of the emissions, and therefore it is quite obvious that we have to get rid of this wave of producing energy. And I think the science is very clear that we can transform to a society that is 100% renewable, and therefore we wanted to show this very ambitious sign and become the first city to sign this treaty. And I think it fits very well to our climate plan and to the Paris Agreement. One thing that is very ambitious and very special about the Bonn climate plan is that we not just set a target to become climate neutral in 2035, but we also want to reach it within the
1.5 degree centigrade.
Yes, yeah. And
safety goal, Sicherheit Ziel, safety goal. Yeah.
Well, I don't know whether it is a safety goal, but I think, and the city of Bonn thinks, that we have to do our part to fulfill the Paris Agreement, and therefore we decided on this 1.5 degree goal and our carbon dioxide budget that brings this further, and that fits very well to the treaty agenda.
Right. We've only got maybe 2.5 minutes left, so let me turn then a little bit. Tomorrow is City Day, and you're also very closely connected with ICLEI, the Sustainable Cities people, who are doing a great job as well. What are you hoping to achieve on the Cities Day tomorrow, and what do you want to see as an impulse into this climate COP, but also there's the Daring Cities Forum as well. Tell me a little about the city agenda.
I'm primarily here in Dubai to promote multi-level action, because I'm convinced that whether the Paris Agreement will be successful or not will be decided in the cities of the world. And therefore we need to bring our experience, and we need to bring what we need to this COP, and we have to discuss this with the national and the subnational governments. And I am quite happy that a lot is already changing. For example, with the local level climate summit that has already taken place, or for example with the CHAMS initiatives, where more and more parties declare that they need this close relationship and close working together with the local governments. And Daring Cities that takes place in Bonn in June is a wonderful occasion where we can take stock on the way, and that we can take stock and check what we achieved already. So everyone is invited to take part in the Daring Cities, because I think this fits very well in the process, also now related to Dubai and on our way to Belém.
And presumably at this COP you would like to see the governments of the world agree on a phasing out of fossil fuels as a success here.
That would be perfect.
Thank you very much indeed, Katja. Thank you. The Mayor of Bonn, very delighted to have you with us here in Dubai. That was great.
Thank you.
It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us.
It is day 6 here at COP28, and we have an exciting program for you. We're talking innovation, fashion, and startups. Let's check it out.
It's the start of the day. at COP, we are very excited, and we are seeing a number of climate activists, environmentalists striking at COP28, and they are saying, don't gas Africa, don't gas Asia, and they want to see that the fossil fuels are reduced, are stopped, and according to some of the plenaries from the world leaders, what they spoke, from Al Gore, from Guterres, they communicated to us that we must stop, we must phase out the fossil fuel. And we have seen that this is following to some of the pledges which were made for loss and damage. But what Africa wants, what Asia wants, what other continents want, and today what the youth are doing, they are saying, don't gas Africa. The fossil fuel have to stop, and everything has to stop. As you see behind me, a lot of work is going on. A number of youth are speaking their mind. They are saying to the world leaders, let that stop today. Let the greenwash stop today. Let that stop today. Don't gas Africa, don't gas Asia. And this is what is happening. It's exciting, it's a morning, and everyone is happy. I'm also happy because if we don't gas Africa, we are protecting the future, we are protecting the ecosystem, we are protecting the biodiversity, and everything is good. If things can go like this with the youth, they have a future, they are going to take over. They have already, if the world leaders can listen, because every world leader is here at COP, and everyone is listening to what they are saying. Chanting, don't gas Africa, don't gas Asia.
Don't gas Africa! Don't gas Asia! Don't gas Africa!
That's what is happening here at COP28. Thank you.
So, let's check out the Startup Hub, where ideas come to life.
Right now we're in the startup village in the green zone. It's so exciting, so many startups to explore. All right, so come along with me and we'll go looking.
And we are a Hong Kong company to provide smart building solutions, and for example for the energy saving or for better management for the building owners. Yeah. So here are our part of our IoT solution. You know, IoT solution it contains the devices. We call that sensors. So we use these sensors to collect different data. For example, the indoor environment air quality, or also the people occupancy, and also the odor of the restroom, something like that. And we also provide the, for example here, we also provide some digital meters to collect the electricity consumption or the water consumption for the buildings. Yeah. So when after we having this data, we can do a lot of analytics works to let the building owners know more deeply about his or her building and the performance of the building. So nowadays we already successfully deploy some our platforms to so many Hong Kong buildings. So according to our record, it can help the building to save about 5 to 15% per year to save for saving their energy.
All right, so my name is Pedro Miranda, and I'm the founder and CEO of Abundance Brazil. Abundance Brazil is a climate tech which are expanding the creation of new forests. So what we do, we generate nature-based assets for new forests that we are planting in Brazil, and we are open to expand this all over the world. So we already have 300,000 trees planted. We generate 1 token for each tree that we're planting. We sell those to companies that wants and needs to decarbonize their emissions, so they can report about how they're doing this. And for the sales, 70% goes to the landowner. So this is how we're creating financial incentive to expand more forests for coming up in the next few years. So we have this mission to enable the planting of 1 billion trees until 2030. So it's very important to be here. We were selected by Brazilian government, to be one of the Brazilian startups to be here. Yes, it is important to remove the carbon from atmosphere to maintain the 1.5. But biodiversity is life. It's fauna, it's life. So there is much more than carbon that we need to be talking. Forests can generate beautiful fruits that we eat, like açaí, cacao, and so on, things that we really use. So that we just need to have a wide spectrum of what the forest has to provide us, even though the oxygen that we breathe. So it's gonna take all of us.
Right? We work in Appalachia in the United States, which is a bunch of land that has been degraded by oil and coal and mining production. And so one of the reasons why we're at COP is to understand what the demand looks like for bringing our trees elsewhere, and also what other traits we should prioritize, not just for what would make climate resilience happen in the US, but everywhere. And what we've learned is that there's a large focus on drought tolerance, on salinity tolerance, and we're also working on developing trees that hyperaccumulate copper and can deposit that copper into the lignin of the tree, which is the bark. And what's important about developing hyperaccumulating trees that can accumulate more copper is the fact that that copper can oftentimes make big parcels of land in the global south and Africa not arable at all. So if we can deposit that copper into the lignin of the tree, actually where then it could act as more durable wood products and clean the soil at the same time, there can be benefits across the board. Our main focus has been on deploying carbon projects. Right now, we are really excited to do some ornamental tree planting in cities. So we're looking at planting in schools in California, as well as we've actually had at least 100 of our trees planted by the Boy Scouts of America in Boston. So it's not our core business, but it's definitely something that is important for us to do from a community perspective.
Women's leadership perspective is still lacking in the climate dialogue. Our Youth for Planet reporter Trine brings us this special report.
Hi, today I'm in the media center, and behind me you can see live feeds. A lot is going down. There's been a lot of energy going around. A lot of new decisions are being made. And today I want to touch on one of the most important decisions. I would term it really crucial. And that is the new partnership that was made as regards gender equality and the role of women in the climate crisis. Now, I'm sure we all understand that the climate crisis is a rolling ball. Yes, and at the end of this, always someone suffering at the end of the traction. Now, following the discussions, it has been determined that women and children, specifically women, are the most vulnerable and the worst hit by the climate crisis. And the reason for this is that most women, specifically in the Asian and African continent, are involved in jobs. And the reason for this is that women in the African continent and Asia are mostly farmers. We see a lot of subsistence farming going on in Africa, in Asia, and what's happening in the environment. We see a lot of drought. We see really bad flooding happening in these areas, and they are losing land, they are losing their farmlands, they are losing their source of livelihoods. Now, this touches me personally because in Nigeria, especially in the northern areas, they're not only losing land, there's a lot of conflicts going on as a result. People are fighting for farmlands because it is a source of livelihood. And as a result, you have a rural-urban flow. The women are racing away from the conflicts, from the crisis, and they're being placed in small camps, IDP camps. A lot of these women are so vulnerable because they have nothing. They have left their homes burning behind, and they have completely nothing. And so we're looking at poverty, we're looking at impoverished women and children, we're looking at starvation, and so many of these issues. Some of these women are exposed to crime, they're exposed to, being violated in so many ways. ways. The question is, what is the government doing about it? What discussions are being had? If we're talking about climate change, climate action, these are some of the things that need to be taken into consideration. How are we going to protect these vulnerable groups? How do we protect our children? How do we protect our women? Because we need to be thinking long term. What's going to happen to the future generations if we leave these things to go on as they are? So yes, this is one of the decisions, this is one of the agreements that was made to bring women into the conversation, to place them in leadership positions where they get to make decisions that concern the women, that concern vulnerable women in these communities. If we look at issues in Ethiopia, for instance, where we had the 40-year drought period, a lot of girls had to stay back because the boys needed education. They needed to be sent to school. These young girls had to stay back. There was no more farming. Then somebody needed to go out and make a livelihood and make a living, you know, and the boys were sent off to school. The girls stayed back. What does that mean for girl child education? So what is happening? And everyone knows, when we think carefully about this, everyone knows if we develop and if we change the way we do things, if we educate the mother, we educate the women, we educate whole generations. So this is a very, very important discussion, and I'm very pleased that the talks are finally ongoing about it, and people are gradually doing something. We had over 60 countries coming in agreement and making that decision to finally bring women into the conversation, to look into aspects where they have not considered gender equality and just consider how women can be helped in these communities. All right, let's go look at some of the key highlights from this session.
I'm delighted to welcome you here today to our event, Walking the Talk, Integrating Gender into the Paris Agreement. My name is Barbara Rambusek. I'm the Director for Gender and Equality of Opportunity at EBRD. Integrating gender into climate action is absolutely imperative. We cannot achieve the big changes that need to happen in terms of how we live, how we work, how we do business, if we don't draw on the ingenuity and talent and skills and expertise of everybody in society. So in a way, gender equality and climate change, tackling climate change, are two sides of the same coin. And we need to deliver those solutions, and we need to act very fast.
I'm very excited to be here to be a part of this incredible lineup to really talk about gender and climate finance. And I want to really thank all of you joining us here and also online to explore ways to really advance equitable, just, and gender-sensitive climate finance for all. So I believe we can do more to prepare women and girls for climate action and climate adaptation. As you know, women are disproportionately impacted by climate change and need to be proportionately represented in the decision-making to find solutions. Our perspectives, our expertise, our voices have to be heard.
At the EBRD, we are committed to accelerating Egypt's green economy transition whilst promoting a more inclusive and gender-equal economy. Our aim is to support Egypt to meet its renewable energy targets of 42% by 2035 and to make sure that women are fully part of this transition.
A sustainable transition towards a greener economy can only take place if it creates economic opportunities for all. Without the integration of women as key economic actors and decision makers, we will not achieve sustainable solutions. Therefore, it is of central importance to us that our programs promote equal opportunities for men and women in the growing renewable energy sector in Egypt. However, as we found in our assessment, the participation of women in the renewable sector in Egypt is still 21%. Reasons for this include a lack of childcare facilities and flexible work policies, but also existing cultural and social norms. We therefore work closely with our clients and partners to enable more women to gain the right skills and routes into careers in the sector, to create high-quality training programs and improve safety and working conditions for all. Looking into the future, we also look forward to supporting the development of a women energy network in Egypt. All this helps the workforce diversity and talent pool for companies in the renewable sector and opens up access to jobs and careers for everyone.
Looking ahead, our goal is to help the Egyptian renewable sector grow.
With more female talent in it.
Hello everybody, greetings, namaste, vanakkam. I'm Prasiddhi, I'm 11 years old, I'm from India, southern part of India, Tamil Nadu. And this is my first COP. So I work in nature-based solutions, climate action and climate education primarily. I'm the founder of two organizations, Prasiddhi Forest Foundation and the Green Pillar. And I've been working in this climate space for the past 7 years from the age of 4. So Prasiddhi Forest Foundation, which is a non-profit organization, is focused on nature-based solutions. So agroforestry, mangrove plantation, indigenous tree plantation, agroforestry, and beach cleanups. So I've planted 130,000 trees across 85 places. And my second organization, the Green Pillar, is a climate education initiative. And in this, we have several different online courses and programs for children and youth and even corporates and industries. And I have mobilized 80,000 people across 20 countries, and this is what I've been doing, and I would love to collaborate with everybody and promote about the potential children and youth possess and the difference we can make by taking real action and implementing nature-based solutions.
It takes all of us.
So as youth, we sometimes can be very frustrated from all the things that we hear about the climate crisis. There's a drought, there's a wildfire, people are dying, which are very, very bad news. And we can feel frustrated and overwhelmed with that, especially when you are alone in your country or your region advocating for change. And seeing people, young people coming from all over the world here to COP and having a shared ambition, shared goal, this really makes you hopeful and motivates you to do more because your work matters and you can change something.
Yeah, so it's been a great few days here at the COP28 in Dubai. So lots of things to see and to do, a lot of negotiations and like the atmosphere to experience, but also to network, to meet so many people and youth that are like working on the same goals or like same topics. So it's very empowering, and we hope we can share a bit of like all the craziness going around here also with the youth like everywhere, so that people that couldn't come here, and also we will fight for the future and like for changes in politics and policy, also for everybody at home. And if they have something to say to us or something that we should advocate in the next coming days and like week, then they can totally reach out to us. Our like by Instagram, our thing is @plantfortheplanet_official. So just feel free to drop us a message. We look forward to it, and we look forward to real policy action here in Dubai.
Welcome to the COP28 Trending Topics in German Media. While over 250 members of the German government are taking part in the climate event of the year, German coal and gas plants are running at full speed. Due to the drop in temperatures and heavy snowfall, Germany is once again relying not on renewable but fossil energies. Just 2 days ago, Olaf Scholz called for a global phase-out of coal, oil and gas. The daily newspaper Berliner Zeitung refers to the inconsistencies of Germany's climate politics as a gulf between ideology and reality which has rarely ever been greater. The snow has also sparked a debate on the mere existence of climate change, contributing to more disinformation. At the same time, COP President Al-Jaber questioned the need for a fossil fuel phase-out and faced criticism. German Fridays for Future activist Luisa Neubauer responds, "When key people question the scientific consensus, it makes a fool of the whole negotiation process. We are here to protect the dignity and integrity of this conference." The presence of climate activists such as Neubauer remains important, since recent evaluations by the coalition Kick Big Polluters Out revealed that a total of almost 2,500 fossil fuel lobbyists are attending the COP this year. That's 4 times as many as last year. In comparison, however, only around 1,500 delegates from the 10 countries most vulnerable to global warming are present.
I'm super excited to be here. Coming to COP was one of my biggest dreams. I never thought that I would actually make it, but now that I'm here, I'm just so full of gratitude. Because you see, we have so many climate issues back in Nigeria with the droughts, the flooding, the poor waste management systems. There are just so many issues that need addressing. And I just felt that coming to COP, it will give us an idea how to address these issues. Personally, on a very personal note, the land means everything to me. I feel that we are all connected to the land. We're connected to the air, to the vegetation, to the forests. It is who we are. It is part of who we are on the very inside. There's a very spiritual aspect to it. And I feel that as human beings, we have a responsibility to look after what we've been given, what we've been privileged to have, to experience. The air, the birds, the trees, the land, the waters, all of these things, they are part of us. And they need nurturing, they need to be looked after, they need to be cared for. It just feels as though we're just moving so fast, so concerned about urbanization, concerned about things that really shouldn't matter, that don't matter in the long run, that we're forgetting about the nature, we're forgetting about the land. What are we leaving for our children tomorrow? I'm afraid that my kids may never get to see fireflies, or even butterflies, or even the stars. You know, we struggle to even see the stars these days. There's so much pollution that people are running away from the rural areas and they're racing to the urban areas. They're more interested in the fast cars, you know, interested in big buildings. Running away from what? And what are we running towards? Wealth? What are we really looking for? You know, at the end of the day, we should live like tomorrow is here. Tomorrow is part of us. We should be looking at building a future that is sustainable. And that is the story that I want to tell. I want to spread this message, spread this awareness to everyone that I come across back home. I want the young people around me to learn and to understand the importance of the land that we live in, because this land, it gives us our food. This is where we breathe. This is where we live. And I just really, really hope that I can send this message across, that I can tell the story in a way that impacts the lives of people in Nigeria.
I'm here going for the session to see how companies are accelerating methane reduction and so decarbonization of oil and gas companies. So let's go.
Nice meeting you at COP28.
My name is Justine Rohr. I'm part of the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. So this is a CEO-led organization, 12 member companies all around the world. We have Petrobras in Brazil, we have CNPC in China, American companies, European companies as well. We have been created in 2014 around the Paris COP. We have been working with our companies since 2014 on decarbonization and how they can reduce their emissions in their scope 1 and 2, as well as how they can, provide and scale up the solutions, the low carbon solutions. So this is something we have been doing for quite a while, and but at a small scale, right? 12 companies reaching out to their partners, and I was there because since last year we have been helping the COP team to frame this charter, to embark through the member companies that we have, embark more companies, NOCs that have, for some of them, it was the first time they were committing to something on climate. And so we are very excited to now put the wheels in motion. So when we started, there was obviously, because of the diversity of the companies and where they come from, what they have been working on, etc. There is this kind of collaborative mindset, which is critical, and I think which has been kind of, explicitly mentioned quite a number of times today. And so when they sat together, they worked together we committed to, the first target we released at the OGCI level, not the company level, but at the OGCI level was in 2018 on methane. So we set the baseline. We had a target of 0.25% of methane emissions in the production. We reached this target. Now we launched the Aiming for Zero initiative in 2022 that basically said methane, it's like safety, right? You can't afford it. You need to target the zero. You might not reach this point, but you need to be really as low as possible. And so we have tried to amplify, to embark others. And we released the report a few weeks ago. And between 2017 and 2022, we halved the methane emissions within our membership. So we are pretty excited to see the number of companies that are actually now joining, so we can basically expand, and companies within OGCI can also, share the challenges they face, the technologies they have deployed, and yeah. So the thing with the methane emissions is the global warming potential, which is almost 100% worse than carbon dioxide, and so hence the urgency, right? It's we need to solve it now, and so when our companies started working on methane, I think as Occidental, which is one of the companies of OGCI mentioned, they started running some campaign, LDAR campaigns, satellites, drone, aircrafts, to try to understand where the leakages of methane were, and then obviously to fix them. And we also, this kind of knowledge sharing among companies happened within OGCI. We also worked with the other organizations to expand it. And one thing that we worked on, for instance, in the last few months within OGCI, so this is an OGCI project, is that we worked with a satellite company, and we picked up some assets in some specific countries where we know methane emissions are really high.
You can give examples of that.
Yes, so we worked initially with Iraq. We expanded then with Algeria, Egypt, Kazakhstan. And so the idea is we select some assets, we engage with the operators. We inform them that we would like to run some campaigns to see, etc. What we've noticed is that they are always super keen to work, and to better understand, where their emissions and their leaks are. And the satellite runs, the campaign runs, and when we detect some plumes of methane, we contact them, just kind of in a friendly, constructive approach. We inform them, that we see some leakages, and most of the time the answer that we receive is they are super grateful that we brought this information. They want to know more how to fix, they want to know more how to improve their processes as well, and this is something that has been actually quite successful in the past few months, and obviously with the scale now of the oil and gas decarbonization charter, we really believe that there is there is a way to get there, and it's going to take all of us.
Wow, it is amazing hearing from all the startups who are also trying to make an impact on the environment. I know that I, for one, am inspired, and I hope you are too, whether it's at home, in your community, or whether you're trying to start a business. There are small changes that we can all make to make a huge difference. So what are you waiting for? Don't forget to scan this QR code and send your questions in, as it helps shape our program, and we love hearing from you. But for now, goodbye from me, and I'll see you tomorrow.
It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us. Let's go. To make a change, it's gonna take all of us. To heal this world, it's gonna take all of us. To make a change, it's gonna take all of us. To heal this world, it's gonna take all of us. To make a change, it's gonna take all of us. To heal this world, it's gonna take all of us. To make a change, it's gonna take all of us. To heal this To heal this world, it's gonna take all of us. To make a change, gonna take all of us. To heal this world, it's gonna take all of us. To make a change, it's gonna take all of us. To heal this world, it's gonna take all of us. To make a change. It's gonna take all of us.
God morgon, tjena. Welcome to all of you. Good morning, and it's really a pleasure for us to have you all here for this really important panel discussion on supply chains, which is one of the most talked about topics today. I'm first of all privileged to introduce you to our moderator for this session, Giles Dixon, who is the CEO of Wind Europe. I don't think he needs any more introduction than that, but most people in this part of the world especially know Giles very well. We are very privileged also to have Deputy Prime Minister, and of course from our point of view also in charge of our energy portfolio, Ebba Busch with us, and previously DOE Secretary Annie Moniz and Jason Boroff from Columbia University. But I'm going to keep the suspense about more details about these because Giles will introduce them further. So thanks a lot, and Giles, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for arriving here so early this morning and giving up your time to listen to the discussion about how we are going to build a resilient global supply chain to deliver the energy transition. Claudio Fachin, the CEO of Hitachi Energy, one of the world's great companies in the supply chain for clean energy. Hitachi Energy manufacture all of the equipment that we need for transmission grids. Claudio, you will tell us more about it. Please tell us a few words for those who are not so familiar with Hitachi Energy about your company, about what you're making, where you make it, and the current challenges that you face to deliver what your customers need and what governments need.
Thank you, Giles, and thank you, everyone. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for taking the time. So Hitachi Energy, coming from heritage, very much Swedish and a bit of Swiss heritage. Basically, since 130 years plus, working on technologies to connect, transport, and distribute electricity with a lot of first introductions, commercialization of key technologies coming right out of, I would say, Sweden, but even more so Ludvika, for those of you that know the place, such as, of course, high voltage DC current. We're now part of a wholly owned subsidiary of Hitachi Group. We're more than 40,000 talents around the globe. About 4,000 of those are actually in Sweden and covering the entire portfolio, from distribution to transmission, ultra transmission, and a lot on also digitalization, which is a key point that we'll discuss further on. So look forward to share more in the panel.
Thank you very much indeed, Claudio. Annie Moniz, we're so honored to have you with us, former Department of Energy Secretary in the US administration, now CEO of the Energy Futures Initiative. When we talk about supply chains for clean energy, very quickly the mind turns to a three-letter abbreviation, the IRA.
What does that stand for?
Well, you tell us. and tell us what impact it's having on the development of the US supply chain for clean energy.
The Inflation Reduction Act. Oh, thank you. I guess we're using this.
Is it on? It's on. It's on. Sorry.
The Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, is actually a pretty effective and interesting piece of legislation, which accomplishes everything one wants other than reducing inflation. The Inflation Reduction Act clearly has drawn a lot of attention in Europe, in particular, with a number of investments being attracted to the United States. But I would actually say, there's a lot to say, but I will say one thing for now, at least. I believe the IRA is the best thing that's ever happened to Europe. To Europe, because it has, in fact, I think, stimulated, you all know better than I, perhaps, but from a distance, it looks to me as though it has stimulated a response of addressing a number of issues that the EU has had to deal with for some time, and I think it's going to increase competitiveness in the EU, and I hope, and this is now my physicist's optimism, that this is going to lead ultimately to our friends and allies, US, Europe, Japan, coming together to implement in areas of national and joint interest modified, much more resilient supply chains that we have allowed to become very non-resilient over the last several decades. So I'm going to be optimistic and think that this is going to actually lead to a closer relationship in supply chain management.
Okay, so good for Europe, good for the transatlantic relationship. What impact is it having already on investments in the US?
Less than you think. No, it has certainly stimulated a lot of activity, but I don't want to get technical in this, but frankly, there's still a long way to go because the Treasury in the United States has not yet defined the rules of the road in terms of how the tax incentives are actually employed. So a lot of tentative investments have been announced, but for example, you heard it here first. 2 weeks from now, I believe you will see the Treasury issue the rule on green hydrogen. Mm-hmm. How that turns out can lead to tremendous investment. It can actually suppress a number of projects in terms of hydrogen demand. I fear the latter and hope for the former.
Okay, thank you for that. Jason Bordoff, founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. The IRA, of course, is a key issue for you. What's your perspective as an academic on the impact it's having in the US? First.
That, by the way, was a pejorative term, academic.
Yes, I know. Any of us who kind of fall at the intersection between policy and academia aspire to follow the model of Secretary Moniz, who's forgotten more about energy than I'll ever know. And really an honor to be here with you, Claudio, and with you, Deputy Prime Minister. I associate myself with the comments that Ernie has made. This is a historic piece of legislation. It is not perfect, as political outcomes often are not, but in a world with the IRA and without the IRA, I'd much rather have a world with the IRA. This is somewhere in the order of $1 trillion. Estimates vary. These tax credits are not capped, of money put toward accelerating investment in clean energy. And, you know, it is industrial policy. It is not only investment in climate change. It is motivated by, for some, the effort to make faster progress on clean energy, and also by a desire to bolster American economic competitiveness, bolster American national security. If you read the statement in support of it by the tie-breaking vote, Joe Manchin, the senator, that was what he emphasized even more than climate change. And the components to try to achieve those goals, including some requirements that activity to qualify for the tax credit happen in the US or neighboring countries or free trade agreement countries, sparked initially negative reactions. I think a lot of work has been done to smooth those over. A lot of the reactions were maybe a little exaggerated in the first place. That doesn't mean it's not without risk. And so, as Ernie said, we have to implement it well. That's not just about Treasury guidance, but it is. We are in an era, I guess the thing to say about it is historic climate action happening in an era of rising economic fragmentation, protectionism, deglobalization. And what concerns me, and yesterday was the first trade day we've ever had at a COP, and I think that was really welcome, was the push for industrial policy, which can bring a lot of benefits for resilience, supply chain security, climate action, can easily veer in the direction of protectionism in the name of security and resilience. And we have to remember that we can't scale clean energy global supply chains at the speed we need to without much more, not less, global trade in clean energy technologies and products. That is important for the transatlantic relationship. It's also important for emerging and developing economies, which are looking at $1 trillion being thrown toward clean energy and saying we can't compete with that. Not only are there domestic content requirements, but we simply can't spend that much money. So we will try to make sure that activity doesn't flow from our country to yours through other measures, like Indonesia restricting raw nickel exports, now debating whether to restrict processed nickel exports to try to insist that the investment in the downstream happen domestically. That has a risk of, we can't scale clean energy if everybody does what they need to do within their own borders. And so I think that's the risk we need to protect against, and the kind of dialogues we're having here are really important to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Jason. Claudio, Hitachi Energy, you will have factories in the US. What new investments have you announced or are you thinking about on the back of the IRA?
So, first of all, as I mentioned before, we started the journey being part of Hitachi since 2020, and we have made over $3 billion worth of investments across our global footprint and portfolio on manufacturing capacity, on engineering capacity, and also a lot on R&D, innovation, technology. When it comes to, I agree with Ernie. It was a kind of a wake-up call for maybe for the European side of the equation with the Inflation Reduction Act. That's been, I'd say, a positive momentum building up. Where I think Europe still had a bit of a is ahead in terms of that. Learning curve and pushing the policies forward is the focus on the grid. I think we can share a lot of learnings. Definitely the grid, the interconnected grid, the entire EU market, electricity market system has quite some positive elements that can be shared for markets like the US. And I think it shouldn't be a race of subsidies. It should be more a race for technology innovation, but also a race on innovation in policies, innovations in regulatory environments, innovation on how we incentivize investments to create a way more interconnected energy system as we have it today.
Thank you, Claudio. Before I give the floor to you, Ebba Busch, I'm going to ask Ernie and Jason to advise you and to advise everybody in Europe on what lessons they should be drawing now from the IRA.
Go ahead, Jason. You want me to start?
Yes.
I'm listening.
I think Ernie has already said it, which is that it is should be a wake-up call to dramatically increase investment in clean energy, to encourage cooperation in supply chains, make sure that we mitigate the tensions where we can. But I think the reason Ernie said it is a positive thing for Europe. Can be right. It's not inevitable if we both learn the right lessons from that. And so I think the concerns, the challenge, of course, is the way the EU operates and the tools that Brussels have to work with versus national governments to work with, sticks versus carrots. So what we need to do is, I think for Europe, trying to make sure that, as Ernie said, it is being responded to with very significant increases in investment to scale clean energy supply chains. So we do this together. We cooperate on things like border adjustments. We don't apply them against one another. I think there's an opportunity there if we can navigate the risks.
Well, first I'll say that in a similar vein to what Jason said, I think Jason already said it in using the word implementation. That's true for the United States, of course, as well as in Europe. Jason, as an academic, still has not learned the politically correct term industrial strategy. as opposed to policy. But but industrial strategy historically has not always gone well, shall we say, in our economies, and we cannot do without it. If we are to meet our climate goals, but we have to implement in a much more disciplined way than I think we have in the past, because there is the risk in every country of this sliding badly into politics that is not helpful. But we can do it. Advice for Europe, let me be very specific, and I'll give an example which is not quite this, but I think makes the point. Scope 3 emissions and compliance and reporting, corporate reporting, etc. I would posit as an issue for debate, we have no clue how to do Scope 3 reporting in reality. I would say in the United States, I think the Securities and Exchange Commission has given a lot of signals that, assuming it does put out its rules for corporate disclosure next year, Scope 3 is effectively likely to be gone. In Europe, I think Scope 3 seems to be moving along quite robustly. I see no reason to think that Europeans understand better than Americans how to count Scope 3 emissions. I would suggest, as advice, something like Scope 3 emissions disclosure is something that should be done only when one knows how to do it, because otherwise it may be impeding a clean energy transition rather than helping it.
Ernie, could you just clarify for all of us how you're defining Scope 3 emissions, please?
Well, I mean, roughly speaking, the emissions in an entire supply chain, including from upstream and downstream, is in particular customers, et cetera. There's a lot of double counting. There's a lot of lack of knowledge as to how to count those emissions. Embedded emissions, not clear. So I think what we need to do, and I go back to the theme of together, it would be great to be doing the pilot projects, et cetera, over the next years to learn how to do it in a convincing and credible way. And then we can advance the transition as opposed to, I think, potentially putting barriers in place.
Can I just very quickly add one thing, because there's a lot to learn and the model of the IRA, but I would also encourage Europe to recognize what you've done really well, putting a price on carbon, staying the course there, implement carbon border adjustments in a way that is rigorous and fair to European businesses. And that's challenging when the approach that the US is taking is to throw money at clean energy like greening steel or anything else. There's going to be a lot of diplomatic pressure to compromise on some of those things, but I think Europe has really set an example for how you've stayed the course with a high and growing carbon price, and should implement carbon border adjustments accordingly to encourage others to take stronger action. It's not just the IRA encouraging others to take action. What the Europe is doing can as well.
Thank you.
Could I just add just a word that I want to endorse what Jason said. The lack of carbon pricing in the United States is a huge handicap for all that we are doing. It doesn't look encouraging, at least for the next several years.
Thank you. Ebba Busch, Deputy Prime Minister of Sweden and Minister for Energy, Business and Industry. When we think of Sweden and clean energy supply chains, we think battery factories, green steel, Volvo being the first to commit to selling only EVs. Tell us what you're doing to push the clean supply chains and how you're doing it.
Gladly, Giles. Just to be clear, I got one shot, right?
No, you have several shots, as many as you like.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the stage. Okay, then I'll try and keep this short, and I'd like to start by saying this. The IRA is a massive PR stunt. It's basically the Americans doing what they've always done, selling the American dream. And I applaud it. I think they've done it very well, because it made the Europeans a little bit scared. It made us talk about all our problems instead of just applauding the Americans being back on the international arena of fighting climate change again. And I know that many say that, well, it's basically promoting investment opportunities in the US, and that's great, but it is in a way that aims to tackle climate change. And I welcome that, because I think we need each other on each side of the Atlantic, of each side of the pond, even more than ever before. But my challenge back, and I know I'm challenging a little bit, I saw the reactions in the audience, and maybe we have some online as well. But for me, I think that's my message to the Europeans. See it as the Americans doing what they've always done, selling the American dream. And I'm here as Deputy Prime Minister of Sweden to sell you the Swedish dream. And it's the dream of opportunity, of curiosity, of innovation. We're a small country in the very northern part of Europe. We know our size, but we also know that we can swing above our weight class. Why? Because we have a very curious, hardworking people. We're an open economy. We love to collaborate with others. We see that type of growth that can only come from that type of competitiveness when you work together. But we also can offer you literally a gold mine, a green gold mine. A 100% fossil-free energy system that we have now set out to double in only 2 decades. That will really entail a massive rollout of a doubling of the energy system, of new electricity and power into the system. And you know, there's no green transition without transmission. So we're not only talking about how we can push much more wind into the system, much more solar into the system, and much more nuclear into the system. We're also talking about how we can get an efficient grid system to really take care of all that. But I would say that one of our best selling points is also, it doesn't matter what you vote for in Sweden. We will still be committed to fighting climate change. You can have a red prime minister in Magdalena Andersson. You can have a blue prime minister in Ulf Kristersson that we currently have. You can even have a somewhat colorless prime minister candidate that I could be. It doesn't matter. We will stay committed to fighting climate change and to making green transition and showing that it is possible to have high-set climate goals and at the same time prosper and pave way for economic growth and a strong welfare. And I think that one of our strongest, probably unique selling points at the moment is that Sweden has an energy minister, that happens to be me, that has set out to take politics out of energy policy and put physics back in. And what I mean by that is we need to move away from hitting different power sources in the head of each other and saying it should be wind, it should be nuclear, it should be both. But we need to understand that if you want to push much more intermittent power production into a country that wants to electrify the transport sector, that wants to electrify the industry, also the heavy, hard-to-abate sectors like steelmaking, you're gonna need a lot of base load. You need that synchronous power source that can only come from either hydro or nuclear to work together with the intermittent power sources. And that's what we're doing in Sweden, and that will not change in the years to come. And that's one of our major unique selling points, and that's selling the Swedish dream compared to the American dream. With that being said, I love that we have US back on the global arena in climate change as well.
Absolutely, amen to that. Very good to hear you say. Deputy Prime Minister, you're going to push much more wind into the system in Sweden. Is that onshore or offshore or both?
It'll be both, but what we're seeing now is based. What Sweden has done the last 10 years is we've pushed the equivalent of 7 new reactors into the system. The equivalent, I say, because it's all been intermittent, basically wind being pushed into the system, and 4 nuclear reactors being pulled out of the system, and that has made our energy system a little bit more fragile, to be honest. And I think this has resurfaced also. A lot within our impressive enterprises that, okay, we need that base load in. So if we want to say yes to all of the projects that are offshore and onshore, we need more base load. Because we're a very elongated country, we need to be able to have enough electricity where it is needed and when it is needed, and then you can just say yes to whatever comes into play. It has to work together for the system to be enough robust, or else you have the situation that we have now in Europe. We can't push more power and transmit even more power into Ukraine because we don't have enough baseload. Because for some reason, a lot of reactors have disappeared out of the European energy system. And I can respect that policy making being done, but you also need to stand for the result. Our capacity to transmit power from one area to another has been lessened because we now have less baseload. And that's what we're working with in Sweden also. It's not ideology, it's physics. And that's what we're trying to push.
Yeah, very good indeed. Germany was run by a chancellor until very recently, who herself was a physicist, of course. Yeah, Ernie.
I'm a physicist.
Yes, indeed. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, gave her big annual speech. We call it State of the Union as well, State of the European Union, on this side of the water in September. And she said the future of clean tech in Europe must be made in Europe. The IRA is, to some extent, a Made in America Act. This immediately raises the question, what do we do about China and the equipment that we're currently importing, the technology, raw materials we're currently importing from China? What's the US approach to this?
Well, the US approach, I guess, is the IRA. But first of all, let me just repeat as what we've all said. We need to get more integration, not fragmentation. Now, however, to go back to this issue of hopefully together at some point in the not so distant future, looking at more resilient supply chains, that clearly has implications for China, because let's face it, in the industrial strategy that has emerged, I'll certainly speak for the United States, there's no doubt the bipartisan nature of it was purely a response to the Chinese geopolitical situation. Right or wrong, that's a fact. However, again, I'll go back to my optimistic view. The clean energy business space is going to expand dramatically. In that context, as Europe and the United States and Japan, et cetera, Korea, make the supply chains of relevance more resilient, I believe that will ultimately be a good thing for China as well. Because ratcheting down the tensions, lowering the temperature, has got to be better to try to maintain very active international trade, including with China in the future. So I think if we do this right, and that's a big if, I understand, but if we do it right and together, we actually can improve the geopolitical situation globally.
Thank you. Jason, any thoughts?
Yeah, let me maybe quickly make 3 points. U.S.-China tensions are as high as they've ever been. A lot of the motivation for this is the growing concern about China on both sides of the aisle. That's going to get worse in the next 12 months of an election year. The rhetoric you hear, not better. And, you know, since Winston Churchill famously said security in oil lies in variety and variety alone, when he switched the British Navy from local coal in the UK to oil from faraway Persia. The same is true in clean energy supply chains. Diversification is very important, and we've learned after the pandemic that if 90+% of anything, whether it's the iPad, the iPhone, PPE, or something else, is produced in one country, there can be risks to supply chains. So we need to think about how to diversify those. But it is also important to remember, again, We need to have clean energy be as cheap as possible, and we need to grow these supply chains really, really fast. And so we can reduce the dominance China has in some of them. It can't eliminate it. China is going to be a very significant player in clean energy supply chains. There are other ways to increase resilience in addition to diversity. We have strategic stockpiles for oil. You can kind of go down a list of tools for security and resilience, and we should think broadly about those. I just want to make one comment on the American dream, which I think was what came to my mind when you said that phrase, and maybe that's the son of immigrant and refugee to the United States. The American dream, often defined as each generation is able to do better than the generation that came before. And we're not doing great at that right now, by the way. There's a great new book by David Leonhardt, a New York Times reporter, explaining that. The clean energy transition can improve that, or if we don't get it right, it can undermine that. And so I think it is also important to think about, and the Biden administration has talked about this, we need to be doing more, how to make sure that the transition to clean energy is equitable and just. 1/3 of Americans today, 1/3, report that they forego medicine or food to pay for energy in the US. And so we have an ability to enhance energy security, to make energy more affordable, even though clean energy, carbon price can sometimes be regressive if we don't get it right. So what I heard you say as I was listening to that, in addition to maybe more durability of policy in Sweden and the US, so the political risk of the IRA we can come back to. But let's make sure that we are implementing these policies in a way that really bolsters equity and justice at home and around the world.
Ernie.
Yeah, I just want to remind all of us of the obvious thing, that energy insecurity is also about carbon. So going to clean energy is itself a move towards greater energy security. Secondly, you emphasized clean energy, or any energy, as cheap as possible. Amen. However, we cannot resort to the academic habit of calculating costs only when everything is going right. And that's the whole point of resilient supply chains.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister, the 7 gigawatts of wind that you've built in recent years, and by the way, thank you and well done, it contains a lot of Chinese materials and components, the rare earths in the permanent magnets, the glass fiber rovings that make up the composite material in the blades. How do you feel about that? Do you agree with Ursula von der Leyen we need to try harder to ensure this kit is made in Europe?
Yes, the short answer is yes. And I stated earlier that Sweden is literally a gold mine. And what I mean by that is we have the metals and the minerals that are needed for the transition. Sweden is the #1 country within Europe when it comes to iron ore. We have 70% of the production in Europe coming from Sweden in terms of our iron ore. That's why it's so important that we're making this green steel transition. Steelmaking in Sweden also accounts for 10% of our total emissions, 10%. So if they manage to cut the carbon out of that, that's 1/10 of our total emissions being cut in one day. It's not going to go in one day, but just to give you an insight of the proportions of the transitions that we're making. But we also have the biggest finding in the world of rare earth elements. And I myself was there down in the mine, 540 meters below the surface ground, giving the presentation together with the CEO of LKAB for this finding. The challenge is Europe prepared to pave way for the policy that will make it possible to pull it out of the ground and into our windmills, into our transmission systems? And Sweden is committed to make that journey. This is the reason why we, during the Swedish EU presidency, also pushed for the Critical Raw Materials Act. It was one of the most important acts that we pushed during the Swedish presidency. I myself chaired 2 of the council circuits, the one with the energy ministers and the other one was on competitiveness, saying that we need to, everyone knows the impact that that we had and were part of being so dependent of Russia and Russian gas as we were. And I don't say this lightly, but I think that impact will seem light in comparison to the impact of being so dependent on one solemn country and of a country as China is, as we are in terms of the metals and minerals that are needed for the green transition. I mean, we're 100% import reliant of lithium in Europe. 60% of the lithium comes from China, 90% of all rare earth elements. And we're now saying we're not putting all of the eggs in one basket, saying we're going to do the green transition, but everything needed for the green transition basically has to come through China. You do the equation. So when I'm saying that Sweden is literally a gold mine, we are. We have a lot of those metals and minerals that are needed for the green transition. We are now making the policy decision to take it out of the ground and to use that advantage that we have. And my hope is that when people are wondering the old answer to the question, who do I call when I want to talk to Europe? In terms of this, I want the answer to be Sweden. That's who you should call.
And Ebba Busch specifically.
Yes, you can have my number later. Yeah.
That is fantastic. What additional policies do you still want from Europe over and above the Critical Raw Materials Act that you did so much to push through?
Well, of course, the Net Zero Industry Act is still under negotiation in the EU. And I mean, we're when you add all of the inhabitants of our countries, we're a quite large continent. But I think speediness to the implementation cannot be underlined enough. We have elections for the European Parliament next year. That means a new commission and so forth and so forth. We don't have the time to wait. I think my message to my European friends is start moving and implementing policy in this direction, although it's not fully decided yet. But I see that there is a risk that we have very detailed regulation in all of the processes, which makes permitting processes very lengthy. Mm-hmm. And that we're not going to be able to compete with other countries that have a political system or a decision-making where someone just steps into a room and says, oh, great, you want to build a new factory here? Let's get going. I can show you a piece of land tomorrow. And that's, I think, if we really see climate change as the big fate issue that it is, then policy making needs to become more radical, quote unquote, in that sense, in terms of speediness.
Thank you very much indeed. Claudia, I'm going to give the final word to you. You have fantastic political leadership here, not least in Sweden, where you're so heavily invested. What are Hitachi Energy doing to expand your supply chains in Europe?
So first, about 60% of our footprint is in Europe, and a lot of it in Sweden, as we mentioned before. But let me go back to the point on leveraging the global supply chain. We, as a global leader, as many other global companies, we've been investing the past couple of decades in building a global supply chain to support growth, to support competitiveness. And I think it's important that we continue to leverage that while, because of the higher demand, because of the need of speed and scale, we have to also switch our models in terms of investments in the local markets as close as possible to those local markets without jeopardizing what we have built so far from a global perspective. We won't be able to deliver to scale without that global trade, without that global footprint that we have. I give you one example. As Hitachi Energy, Ludvika is our center of excellence, global center of excellence for many technologies. Pick one, HVDC. We have built, thanks to the investments, time, efforts from the Swedish team, we have built a 2,500 engineer center in Chennai that serves global markets. They serve 60 countries, more than 80 units across the globe. We would not be able to scale. We would not be able to scale our engineering capacity, but also our manufacturing capacity without having that backbone and that economy of scale at global level. So that's an important point. For us, it's not just about manufacturing, as I mentioned before, it's also a lot about engineering. And one area where I think we can do more and we should do more, but we can't do it ourselves as an industry. We need a lot of collaboration, support from government, from policy. It's with academia, of course, is to build the education system that will allow us to transform in order to deliver the new energy system. And there is a lot of transformational, reskilling expertise that is needed. It's an investment that needs to go across the entire supply chain and the entire industry. We are ready to do this. We're investing particularly in Sweden across, starting from the very early, from school age, high school, midterm, and vocational schools and so on. There is a lot that we have to do in order to make sure that scaling will be available. So it's not just manufacturing, it's really going through the educational and transform our society so that everyone is capable of delivering also the American dream, the European dream, the Swedish dream on its own with this new clean energy transition. One point that I want to make, though, there is a lot of, in addition to everything that the Deputy Prime Minister said, is there is a lot of innovation in Sweden. It's small, but it's definitely overweight in terms of innovation. I just take the examples of green steel. I take examples of green cement that I also learned recently. There is a lot ongoing in terms of innovation that, in my view, can be leveraged way beyond Sweden, way beyond Europe.
Thank you very much, Claudio, Ernie, Jason, Deputy Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our fantastic panelists. Thank you. Very good indeed, yeah.
Hello, good morning and welcome everyone. Welcome everyone here in the room and a special welcome to anyone watching us on the stream as well. So today is the Energy Day here at COP, and to me that's a really exciting day. AFRY, where I'm head of strategy and sustainability, we work a lot with the energy transition and also then the green industrial transformation that can happen on the backbone of the energy transition. And we're going to start now with what we say is a global perspective on the energy transition. So a global stocktake, if you wish, on where we are and how we can move forward and take a little bit the global perspective. I think that it's quite often that it's easy to end up in your local perspective wherever you're based because of your particular problems and challenges. But we're trying now to take the global outlook. So we're going to have an introduction by Linda Paulson, head of the energy division at AFRY. We're then going to follow that up by a comment from Tim Gold, the chief energy economist at IEA, and then have a little bit of a debate here, a discussion together with Madeleine Gilborn of Alfa Laval and David Radermacher from E.ON. So I really look forward to that. But I would like to start with welcoming Linda on stage for a few introductory, how should I say, inspirational slides and discussions here so, to fuel the discussion later. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you so much. Oh, wow. So, thank you. Good morning. Nice to be here. So we are here to talk about the energy transition and a little bit set the scene for today's discussions. And as Henrik said, I will present an overview of the current situation, also what needs to happen to reach the net zero, and how the challenges actually differ around the world. So the first thing I think you will hear me say a couple of times is that scale is of utmost importance for the transition and for the reach of net zero emissions. Okay. So, see if we hear. And then also that the change that we need to do must be both rapid, but also sometimes radical. But let's start looking at a couple of numbers. So now see if we get this one to work as well. Yes. So the data then, and we have the whole world to cover, so I will not use that many words per region. But if we kick off with North America, for North America, there would need to be a big push towards both modernization of the existing assets, as well as significant increase in the low carbon tech. And all this while ensuring also that the mineral supply chain enabling, for example, for electrification of transportation is resilient and sustainable. So with a mature economy and plenty of existing infrastructure, it's about transforming to low carbon tech and modernize what's already there. If we then move on to Central and South America, here the challenges lie in the cost of capital. There's a high inflation, interest rates are hindering some of the investments here. And also, while there is a broad talent pool, the shift to sustainable energy mix requires some reskilling. For Africa, it's a whole different case, I would say, where we need to talk about the overall electrification of the continent, especially looking into sub-Saharan Africa. So access to electricity with sustainable energy generation and the grids is key for the whole continent. Also here, as ensuring skilled workforce to maintain the new assets. Much like in North America, Europe also needs to modernize the existing assets. So modernization is required for the grids to support the implementation of more renewables, more intermittency in the system, but also for making the current assets more sustainable and efficient. And I would say also in Europe, the role of regulation and economic incentives it plays quite a big role in the technology development and also to enable financing. Here in Middle East, where we are, of course, the dilemma or the big challenge is moving from oil and gas to systems utilizing more renewables. Of course, the challenge would be with the stranded assets, and with that we mean that resources and infrastructure that might lose value in the turn into the new system. Similar to the Middle East, also in Eurasia, much of the entire energy ecosystem is based on fossil fuels, meaning there needs to be a change. So the solutions here must also mitigate for economic liabilities for the infrastructure. Sometimes it's about restructuring entire economies, policies and regulations. And on top of that, the geography itself requires novel solutions because the distances between the resources and demand centers are so vast. And finally then, in Southeast Asia, here absolutely the challenge lies in scale. So even if we see progress in many countries, there is such a high need to reform the energy system, to make use of the renewable energy sources, and to build grid that supports all of that. So also here financing and the cost of capital is in some cases hindering the progress. So now we talked a lot about the cost of capital and the scales of investments needed. So I think that is a good transition to this slide. And I'm not sure how well you see it here, but you can see that while we already are investing quite heavily, a lot more is needed to 2030 and to 2040. And even if the share of investments is quite similar, you can see the light blue is the fossil base, which needs to, of course, be phased out here to reach that one. So it needs to be on a declining trend. But a lot of investments, again, scale, going into the energy production. And on this slide, you can see how it's divided by region. But I recommend that you look far out to the right there, and when you see the dark green bar, that is based on existing historical data, whilst the lighter greener one is the need to reach net zero. The small dark brown there is the investments historically going into low carbon energy. Here we think of things like carbon capture, battery, nuclear, hydrogen. And the lighter brown is then the needed scenario for net zero. So clear we can't solely rely on the renewables, but we also need the low carbon solutions in the system to meet with it. And then, as we've talked about in many panels here and many discussions, we also have the grid side of the equation, because obviously we need the infrastructure to support the energy transition. And here you can see that we don't have the electrification maturity is not achieved globally yet. So there are regions that first need to come to that, to a full 100% electrification rate, for instance in Africa and Middle East. So, and also maybe hard to see, but some of the mature market, then you can see the age of the existing grids are more than 20 years. So of course that in itself means that we have to also reinvest a lot of money into the grids. So again, scale, looking at where we are and where we need to be on the grid side. But then, if we look on the more people side or human side of things, the energy transition is actually projected to have a huge impact on industries and labor markets, with reskilling and upskilling of resources across all industries, I would say. As we have seen on the slides before, having a skilled workforce to support this change is vital. So it's actually predicted to create 24 million new jobs in the energy transition. And even if there are some jobs that also will be lost from the old technologies, the net will still be around 18 to 20 million new jobs. So it's no wonder that all of us want to hire engineers around the whole world. So there are, of course, then definitely some global trends that we need to tackle. And yes, the starting point is different around the world. There is unique characteristics to projects, countries, and regions. But there are some common themes that we can observe. And we have stated them here on this slide, these 5 trends that we observe. And of course, coming from an engineering company, on the technology side of this, I think it's we have reasons to be hopeful. I think it's important to remember that a lot of the technology to achieve this already exists. And there are also some promising emerging technologies that will pave the way for this sustainable energy transition. But then, of course, finally, and what I think we all hope to achieve from this COP is a clear global acknowledgement on where we are, the current situation today, along with the guidelines on how to move ahead. Because to have a clear political commitment supported by the regulatory frameworks to promote these different aspects, I think, and with that, I think we can and with that, a way to mitigate the effects of the climate change. I think I leave it with that, and looking forward to discussing it further with the panel.
Thank you so much, Linda, and I will welcome you back later for a discussion. But I thought that was really, really interesting. And I would like, if I could ask you, Tim Gold, Chief Energy Economist from the IEA, to come on stage and maybe have some reflections. Because I heard here at the end Linda talking about that the technology is available. She also asked for policy, and I don't know if that is the obstacle to make all of this happen. But I know that the IEA has commented that technology is actually available, at least for the shorter term needs for the coming years. But what's your perspective on that, and how do you see it from a little bit in the global perspective?
Well, thanks very much indeed, Henrik, and thanks very much to Linda for the very interesting and informative presentation. Indeed, what we find when we look at these issues from the International Energy Agency is that for the emissions reductions we need to 2030, 80% of those additional emissions reductions to get on track for a 1.5 degree scenario comes from things that we know work. It's efficiency deployment, it's renewables that we tried and tested suite of policies to get those into the mix. It's methane abatement, which for us is a very accessible and low-cost abatement opportunity, which hasn't yet been taken up at the scale that we need. And it's, broadly speaking, sort of clean electrification, that ability to get more clean electricity into the mix and then find new ways to use it for our heating needs, our mobility needs, but also for our broader development needs. And I think one particularly interesting aspect of the way that Linda was presenting this was to emphasize that there are multiple pathways that countries will need to follow. So that, I think, the way that she moved across regions was quite instructive in that respect. And I thought another very interesting aspect was the focus on supply chains, because increasingly we find that policymakers are worried about the resilience, not just of some of their existing energy infrastructure, which is frail, and we've seen multiple examples of that frailty over the last few years. But they're worried also about the resilience of clean energy supply chains and the geographical concentration that we see in many areas. So I think it's vital also for the sort of political viability of transitions that there are benefits in terms of employment, benefits in terms of participation in those value chains that are widely shared across the world. So we see, much as was presented, some very positive signs. We are still well off track for where we need to be. We know how to get further, and I think that really has to be the agenda also for COP28.
For the discussions here, yeah. But is it possible, or is this a too difficult question, but are there some particular policy changes that need to happen in order then to accelerate the transition? Because as you say, we're not on track as it is. What are the key things to push us in the right direction, you think?
So I'm going to focus particularly on some emerging developing economies. We did some survey work recently. We released it last week, looking at the cost of capital in different markets around the world, and found that the cost of capital for a typical renewable energy project in emerging and developing economies, so we have South Africa, Indonesia, Brazil, India, various other countries around, it's countries in Africa as well, is 2 to 3 times higher than it is in advanced economies in China. Now, some of that has to do with broad macro trends, but some of it is around sector-specific risks. So regulatory risks, off-taker risks, you might not get paid, or you might have risks that you're not going to get paid for the renewable energy that you produce. And the grids, as was also highlighted in the presentation, are really a risk. So we think that that sort of insight is incredibly important, because if you understand what risks are putting up the cost of capital, then you can also have a sort of evidence base to talk to policymakers about what they need to do to address that and make it easier to put money into these very cost competitive technologies.
Interesting, but do you think that problem is solved then from these developing economies that you're talking about, or is it something that the industrialized world need to help them with, or is it something that can come from the negotiations that we have here at the COP, or how do you see it?
So for us, it's very clear that we are in, as many people say, a race to net zero. But it's a very unusual type of race in the sense that no one wins unless everyone finishes. Yes. And so for us, it is an obligation of the countries that are moving faster to help those that are not moving so fast to move ahead. And that means technical financial assistance. It means much more focus on international public finance and the ability of those financial flows to mitigate certain risks and allow greater capital to flow into a range of technologies in emerging developing economies. So the whole discussion around climate finance for us is an absolutely critical element of a successful COP.
Great, thank you. And if I can have one final question, we're going to have now a discussion with some of the companies that then are representing both in the energy industry with its contribution to the solution, then Alfa Laval as being a supplier to energy industry and many other industries. What would be your advice to the businesses in how to tackle this?
I mean, I think there's huge opportunities that are emerging in the clean energy economy.
Yeah.
And there is competition among countries and there's competition amongst companies to get a better foothold in that clean energy world, which is growing fast. I mean, I just came from a discussion in the China pavilion about investment and finance in China. This is a huge business opportunity. And you could see the way that the Chinese interlocutors were talking about that this morning, that this is I mean, of course it's about emissions reductions, but it's about jobs, it's about value. And you can already see in many countries in the world that clean energy economy is not a marginal bit of your overall economy now. It's growing fast, and it's, you know, of course there are going to be bumps along the road, but that's where you need to be. Because it's, you know, we have to move in that direction.
And now we're a lot of European, maybe some American participation in many of those discussions that we hear. But how do you see China and India playing along? Do they have the same language talking about this from your perspective? And do you think that they are having the same mindset?
So I find the Chinese discussion deeply pragmatic. It's moving ahead very rapidly. I find the discussion in India also full of recognition of the opportunities that exist in this space. India too is looking at ways to secure more value domestically. They have a production-linked incentive which puts in place ways in which it makes sense for companies to invest in India to supply that deployment that's taking place there. And, you know, clearly we need to retain the benefits of a rules-based international system of trade. Yes. But I think, the ability to create value in different markets around the world, the ability to create employment is a very important aspect of the way that I think many businesses are looking at this.
So you sound pretty hopeful anyway.
We are making progress.
Yeah.
I mean, the data show this very clearly.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more to be done. We're on track at the moment, in our view, with current direction of travel, is towards a 2.4 degrees Celsius rise in global average temperatures by the end of this century. That is not good news, but it's a lot better than where we were.
Indeed.
I mean, we're already seeing very dramatic implications of extreme weather events with 1.2 degrees of warming.
Yes, exactly.
And we're looking at double that. So let's not fool ourselves that we're on track. But there are signs that we're moving in a positive direction. There's an agenda around increased deployment of renewables, efficiency, grids, methane, more support for emerging developing economies, that we think helps us move in a positive direction from here.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tim, for those remarks. Very helpful, and I'm glad that you're at least a little bit positive, and then, of course, some challenges to remain. And that I would like now to take the opportunity to listen to the rest of our panel. But thank you very much with a warm hand of applause. So then I would like to welcome on stage Madeleine Gilborn. You're at Alfa Laval, and you're head of the clean energy at Alfa Laval, but you also have a sort of a new job as head of a new business unit for electrolyzers and fuel cell technologies, if I understand it correctly, right? And then David Rademacher, head of sustainability and climate at E.ON, and welcome back as well, Linda Paulson, head of energy division for AFRY. So, oh wow, a lot of, I hope it was a hopeful note, at least from Tim. I choose to interpret it in that way. But maybe I could start with you, David, actually, because listening to all of this, what do you think needs to happen in order to realize the clean energy transition? Or maybe if you wish, then what are the greatest obstacles? But I choose to take it maybe from the positive side. What do we need to make happen in order to get this transition going?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Hendrik. And the biggest obstacles we currently are facing are clearly two things. If I look at the European perspective, the German perspective, it's bureaucracy, approval processes. And the other is, and Linda, you've touched on this, it's shortage of skilled workforce. And in Germany alone, we right now have a shortage of roughly 200,000 skilled workers for installation of wind and solar. And we feel also in the grid that this is really an issue for us. And let me be clear, it's all about grids. It's all about electrification, and we need to connect the renewables. To give you magnitude of order on the challenge we're facing, we've connected most recently asset number 1 million of renewables in our grid. 90% of the renewables are connected to the distribution system. And this will increase by a factor of 20% year on year. We will increase from 1 million currently to 6 million in the next 10 years. Yeah. So that's rapid growth, and we already are facing bureaucracy for getting projects done and skilled workforce.
Yeah. Interesting to hear. And bureaucracy is an interesting topic because from a Swedish perspective, there has been a lot of political debate on how the authorities can simplify for businesses, both for energy permitting and the bureaucracy around that, but also for all sorts of industrial projects and the permitting. And you operate in many markets. Do you see it the same across the markets where you operate, or are there big differences?
Well, trying to not be too negative on my home country, but of course, bureaucracy is a German invention. But we see this across Europe, of course. And
I was more hoping that you would say that there's a great example we could all learn from, but you don't have one perfect. No?
I think in Europe we're trying carrot and stick. And there's a lot of stick in it. And so this makes it very difficult. There's the political willingness to really step back a bit and really show this sense of urgency also in getting things done.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. A little bit bigger carrot and a smaller stick, that could be a good analogy. If I could move over to you, Madeleine, but how do you see, because you have this now many hats in your company, but if you look at the opportunities, how do you see the greatest opportunities to achieve the emissions reductions that we're looking for?
I think we have many opportunities. We sometimes focus a lot on the policy supports and what is required from them, the obstacles to get there, right? But then, of course, there is a lot of opportunities, primarily because the technologies that to do this transition actually exist. But I think the technology that is most underutilized, that we don't talk about enough, is the energy efficiency one.
Yeah.
Yes. So, it represents 40% of the carbon emissions for 2040. And even more importantly, it is half of the abatement to 2030. These are the technologies that exist. They are available. They are affordable. It's all about implementation and speed up the implementation rate. So the energy efficiency movement, which is an association of more than 420 industrial companies like ABB, Sulzer, Wärtsilä, and also Alfa Laval, we just before COP released a new report showing how 10 key technologies that are all available can actually cut emissions by 11% already by 2030. And half of that can be done by 2025. This is here and now.
So that's a super interesting reflection then, because what is then stopping us from doing that, or why is it not happening then?
It's all about implementation. I think one of the key obstacles is that the energy of renewables is simple. We understand what is solar. We understand how to implement wind. When we talk about energy efficiency, what we have to remember here is that energy is not just electricity.
No.
Energy is also heat. And it's heating and cooling. Many of the energy efficiency improvements is on the heating side, and it's also about the integration between electricity and heating. And this is in the industrial sectors.
Yeah.
It's more difficult, but the technologies are available and they exist.
So maybe that's a good way to move over to you, Linda, to ask, because I know you also like to talk about opportunities in the energy sector that you think maybe are underutilized.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we talked about, of course, integrating a lot of renewables and the importance of grid and all that. But I think also, for instance, on the storage side, because, again, it differs a lot between different countries, what you can actually do. Not everybody has that possibility for huge baseload and so on. So I would like to talk a little bit about the storage side as well. Firstly, we see great development in many countries, especially I would say India, really running super fast in pump storage. So basically all the energy projects there are from the start, wind, solar, pump storage, but also irrigation connected to the dams that are created. So it is a multi-purpose project from the very beginning. And I think that is one way of looking at the energy equation. And also building on what Madeleine said, another example I would say is, yes, I mean, the heat side. One of the technologies that we might not talk so much about is the waste to energy, where we have this ability to actually, instead of using the waste for landfill, with all the risks involved with that, we can then burn them in a structured way, cleaning the gases, and then implementing both, of course, doing electricity, but also heating or cooling out of that. So I would say look at the storage side, but also these combined solutions with electricity and heat cooling.
That's interesting, because I would like to then maybe I'll take it with you first, Madeleine, because all of this then leads me to the question about hydrogen, because that's also going to be your new job. What role do you think hydrogen has to play in this equation?
May I allow to just comment on the two parts?
Of course you can. Yeah.
It's super interesting as well.
Go ahead.
And I promise I love
hydrogen. Go ahead.
I promise. I think just 2 points here, right? So first of all, energy storage is super important, and that is the piece of the puzzle where we not have the solutions in place yet, because we are here to triple the renewables by 2030. Storage is that piece to make this, and we talk about grids. And it's a lot about the long-duration energy storage technologies. When we talk about waste to energy, I think it's also important not to just talk about the waste streams. We have also excess heat available from all industries, and we have to remember that all waste streams need to be in place. Yes, on the hydrogen side. 50% of the of the future demand cannot be electrified, and this is where hydrogen plays such an important role. We need it for the hard-to-abate sector. It's not a silver bullet for everything. That is important to realize, but it has a super important role to play, in particular in industrial applications. And this is where we really need to get that scaling effect that you were talking about, Linda, but also deployment, and we need those to commercialize it. It's way too costly today.
Very interesting. And talking about electrification, maybe I will move back then to you, David. How do you see electrification as such playing a role in this?
So I find the number 50% very interesting, and maybe we can debate a bit further on that one afterwards. I think I'm deeply convinced that deep electrification is the default solution to start with. And then we'll prove that wrong in some cases in the hard-to-abate sectors. But we already see that also in heavy industry, also high temperature demand of 400 degrees can be fully electrified. And electrification is the solution number one there. And I think it always makes sense to use electricity from renewables in the first place directly before converting to other fuels. And I know there's a lot of hydrogen use cases. Hydrogen will be the champagne of the energy transition, rare and extremely expensive. And we'll have to use it, and we'll enjoy to use it because we will be able to tackle the hard-to-abate sectors. But I think anything we can electrify first is the solution. At the same time, I would really, really like to stress your point about excess heat. 90% of the heat in cities is wasted. City excess heat from data centers, for example, can be utilized for heating homes. We have conducted really cross-sector collaboration between heavy industry and, for example, a brewery. So we had excess heat and we replaced the lignite boiler to create the energy we need for the brewery process. And by this, really, this is really energy efficiency. Yeah. Anything we can avoid, we don't have to produce. That's super important.
Great, yeah. Thank you. And I like that, the champagne of the energy transition. You almost need to respond to that.
Yeah, well, both the champagne part, but I was also going to just to make a comment on the excess heat, if I'm allowed.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, we just have to put a little bit of numbers to it, right? I mean, if you look at from a European perspective, I mean, we talk so much how we can scale up the production of renewable energy, but 50% of what we produce is not used. Mm. And in US, it's 2/3 of all energy we produce is wasted. Mm. I mean, we have a super large challenge to scale up the production side. But why don't we use the energy that is already there? I think that is the key point here and now.
And flexibility.
And flexibility, absolutely. Yeah.
Great. And hydrogen, because you implied there also, David, that hydrogen is going to continue to remain quite an expensive way to store and transport energy, maybe. But how do you see that, Madeleine?
I mean, all types of low carbon hydrogen today are expensive. Yeah. I think that we all realize, because we are still at the early stages, and what we need to do is to scale it up, we need to deploy it, and we need to commercialize those technologies. We need flagship projects that are daring to take those risks, so we get the learning curves. And most importantly, we need to talk about not just do we need hydrogen. Yes, we do, but we need to talk about how we bend the cost curves of hydrogen, how to make it at scale. That is the challenge.
Good point, to be proven still, I guess, then. But can I then also ask you, because you now mentioned both that the technologies exist, I hear that you have the ideas, all three of you, right? And then we still hear Tom from IEA say that, okay, we're not on track, we're on track for 2.4 degrees, which is probably not going to be very good. So if everything exists, why are we then not on a better track?
Let me give you one fact. Take solar. In Germany, in the southern German state of Bavaria, there's more PV solar capacity installed than in the whole of sub-Sahara Africa. Mm-hmm. So solar has seen incredible cost curve reductions in the past years, and there's so much potential globally. We just need to implement it, and we need to consider the global south in this. We've so far had a very European, Western world focused discussion here, and about decarbonizing the heavy industry and so on. We need to really give the global south access to the technology, get the right financing schemes, and that's where we need the political will.
So political will and financing. Yeah, Linda, you want to comment?
Yeah, I would also like to comment, because you asked why is this not happening, and I take two takeaways from your comments here. And the first thing that I see is, of course, we talk, and you who know me know I talk a lot about the production, the storage, and the distribution side, but also now to include the energy efficiency side, or the savings in that equation. So I will take a fourth sort of pillar in my mission going forward. But I would actually like to comment on why this is not happening. I think we can use the good European examples in this cross-collaboration, because I think it comes to that when we have these crossing sectors to find the solutions that are both sustainable but also profitable, because the business case becomes rapidly much better if we is in it together from the very beginning. So I think that is something that should be scaled further also on a global level, the new ways of collaborating.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I think, the technologies exist, but I think it was also something Tim said. It's the pace of the implementation rate.
Yes.
It is how we scale, deploy, and commercialize them. And only one thing, we have to make them cost competitive. Otherwise, they don't scale at the pace we need them to. I think that is one point. And then I mean, we have to create new value chains, and we have to create them globally, right?
Yeah.
That takes time. And we have also a lot of constraints. We already talk about the critical materials, critical minerals. Energy supply will also be a shortage. We talk about hydrogen. The water is going to be a shortage. And then coming back to what you said in the beginning, the competences. The engineers are not simply upskilled and ready yet to take this. So there's a lot of components that need to come in place. Just to build on what you said.
Yeah, and can I just add one thing? We're approaching festive season. I know it's about Christmas, and if there's two things you can put on your wish list for actually solving it, we need to really reduce all fossil fuel subsidies, because that's still hindering a lot of business cases globally. And ultimately, it would be a global carbon price. Like in Sweden, I mean, we've seen the transition to heat pumps, for example, really accelerating in Sweden, because there was a carbon price of 100 euros put on top of it. So this is really, that was the game changer to get oil out of the cellars, out of the heating systems towards electrified heat pumps. And that's what we see globally. It's about fossil fuel subsidies and a global carbon price.
Great to hear your Christmas wishes. We'll make a note of that. Madeleine, do you have Christmas wishes to the greater world or to politicians?
Yes, I think for every of these sort of really clean technologies, whether it's the first fossil-free steel, whether it is long-duration energy storage project, or the world's first e-methanol project, we need someone to dare to do it first. We have to take those risks and really make it, and to dare to be those groundbreaking. And if my wish was, support them. It's not the same thing in terms of finance and risk, but we need those at large scale to really get the learning curves and the cost curve. That would be my wish.
I like that. And Linda, do you also have a Christmas wish? Or?
Yes, many, but no, but maybe to build on what Tim said here, he said something I think was good. This is a race, but we don't win unless everybody crosses the finish line. And I think that could be a wish list, and of course supporting the ones that is a little bit challenged in crossing that finish line. So that would be my Christmas wish then.
Great. So trying to summarize here, if I understand you correctly, okay, there is a lot of technology available. However, we actually do need to, even if it is kind of sort of available, we need to work on the speed of implementation and also getting the cost curves down. That seems to be also quite clear. To do that, we need politicians that make sure to point in the right direction. Maybe they will even set a carbon price, but at least they will need to reduce fossil fuel subsidies, and they need to point us in the direction that we really understand, all of us, that this is the way to go. I also hear something that politicians maybe can help us with the bureaucracy, because that seems to be a problem, and that seems to be a very unnecessary problem for us to get stuck on in a way that should not cost more, should cost less to get rid of, if you wish then. And then I take with me as well the skills shortage that you were talking about, because that's, I guess, also important to then solve in the future. Do you agree with this summary, or anything you want to add? Yeah. And then, of course, don't forget that there is champagne in the energy transition, wherever it might be. But thanks a lot for the discussion, and thanks a lot to the panel, and thank everyone for listening and watching today.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Hemsley. I'm Deputy Director of the Energy Transitions Commission, which is a global members coalition which analyzes and tries to accelerate the energy transition overall. And we've got a great panel with us today to discuss the energy transition. But before we do that, I'm just going to give a very short intro talk on how we see the global energy transition at the moment. And I want to do that by looking at both optimism and pessimism in the energy transition. And we've got a couple of examples for each. So if we start with optimism, you look at globally what's actually going really well. Solar power is going very, very well. At the moment, globally, we might install something like 300 gigawatts of solar power this year, and it continues to come down that cost trend, down in cost by about 95% over the last decade or so. From 300 gigawatts this year, the supply chain is already planning to supply 1 terawatt, so 1,000 gigawatts of solar power by 2030. So you talk about the tripling of renewables. Well, the tripling of solar is already planned by the supply chain. So we have very little doubt that it's going to happen. It has little barriers to implementation. We like to think of solar like a river. If you can't put it in a field, then you can put it on commercial rooftops or household rooftops. And a lot of those installations actually save money for the users as well. So absolutely no problems with scaling up solar. Moving on to pessimism, if we look at wind, it's not quite the same story. Wind has to be large scale, has to be in fields. Particularly in Western countries, you're getting into issues around NIMBYism and people blocking these projects, long permitting times, for example. I heard from a gentleman at Vestas yesterday that they built the only 6 wind turbines in Denmark this year. And they were very happy with their 100 market share, but very disappointed that it was only 6 turbines, and that took 7 years to permit. Obviously, we can't solve the energy transition if that's the kind of pace that we're going at here. But back to optimism. Again, another source of optimism, batteries. Batteries, again, have come down in cost, lithium ion, about 90% over the last decade. And electric vehicles are really starting to boom. When we look what's happening around the world, 2 in 5 vehicles sold this year in China will be electric. 1 in 5 in Europe, and slightly less than that in the US. That is on an exponential curve where we think all of those markets are going to get to either 100% or very close of all sales being electric vehicles by 2030. And that really starts to start phasing down fossil fuels demand. That's the key ask for this COP, but we already see that trend there in the oil road transport sector starting to displace demand there. But again, a bit of pessimism. When you look at some of the harder stuff we need to do in the energy transition, it's just not happening at the pace and scale we require. If you look at the announcements that we've got from companies in the industrial transition on green steel, green aluminium, green cement, there's loads of project announcements, but they're really struggling to secure the financing, the final investment decisions to actually get these projects off the ground. And unless policymakers, finance, and business come together to solve that, we're really not going to be fully on track to the transition. And I think that leads me to opportunities, and that's what I want to talk about with the panel today is, well, how can we go at the pace required for this transition, and how do we solve the industrial energy transition as part of that as well? And so to help me solve those questions, I'd like to invite the panel up. We've got Victoria Carlsberg, who's the Vice President for Communications, Government Relations, and Brand Identity at SSAB. We've got Johan Soderstrom, who's the Executive Vice President and Head of Regions for Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Hitachi Energy. We've got Annika Ramskold, who's the CSO at Vattenfall, and we've got Max Arman, who's an associate professor for environmental and energy systems at Lund University. Thank you very much for joining me here this morning in the Swedish Pavilion. So, pace and scale of the transition. Can we do it? What about industrial electrification? I might just start with all of you on that kind of pace and scale point. And maybe Victoria, if we start with you, I think there's some microphones in there. Can we go at the pace and scale required? What are the barriers you're seeing to pace and scale, and how do we start thinking about solving those?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, and thank you to all of you also attending this seminar here today. So first, very quickly, a few words about SSAB for those who don't know us then. So we are a global steel-making company specialized in advanced high-strength steels. And the journey that we embarked upon now is to find the solution for making fossil-free steel. We started already in 2016, and in 2021 we were able to prove, together with our partners Vattenfall and LKAB, that there is a technique that actually works. And now we have started to deliver fossil-free steel to our customers. We also have a partnership when it comes to that, together with Vattenfall. So far we have delivered more than 500 tons of fossil-free steel. And you're asking me now, so is it possible to to scale this, as quickly as needed. So I think there are of course obstacles to overcome in the society. I think we are, scaled for another system and for other needs and so on. So of course it comes to policy, it comes to how much renewable energy there is, it comes to having the energy where it's needed, and so on. So there are a lot of things to overcome, but so far we are following our plan, at least, of having fossil-free steel to the market in 2026, and I'm very optimistic for that to happen. And we're also now looking into a patent for this technique, also to be able to license it out to other parts of the world, because I think when you sit on a technique like this, it's important not just to keep it to yourself, of course, but actually see that you can spread it through exports of product, but then also by seeing if it's possible for others to use this technique.
Excellent, thanks, Victoria. I know we've been very impressed by your efforts on fossil-free steel, not just on the innovation side, but on your ambitions to scale it up as well into the millions of tons of production this decade, I think, isn't it? Great. Johan, maybe we'll go to you on the pace and scale of the energy transition. How do you see it, and what are the barriers?
I start on a positive note that in business in general, good companies will do business with good companies. Sustainability is super important to have that, and we see that more and more. In our field, we are one of the humble leaders in transmission of power with our high voltage direct current technology and also alternative current technology. And we see a big change now that we achieve more partnerships, anticipatory investments, giving us the possibility to scale, because we see a tremendous growth. We grow more than a startup company right now, and we are humble for that. We also need to get the supply chain with us. We need to work with our dear customers like Vattenfall and SSAB. So I'm standing here in between two very demanding but good customers. But we also need to make sure that we work with the suppliers and we really do the Scope 3 and everything like that, as we said, in the best of ways. But it's also very important to work with people, and academia is here as well with Max, and the partnerships with academia is super important because it's about people. Thank you.
And maybe just a quick follow-up. What's giving you the confidence to kind of scale as a business yourselves?
We received mega orders in the range of tens of billions of euro from our customers, and with big commitments. In the past, we spent a lot of money on competitive bids together with our competitors. Now, if we are competent and sustainable, we will get our share, our competitors will get their share. We don't compete to save the planet, so the best ones will get something, and then we can even then standardize in a better way, so the cost will ultimately go down, the lead times hopefully will go down, otherwise Vattenfall will not be happy, and SSAB will not be happy. But I'm convinced that we have the chance now to do our part of the game. But we are humble, and I think it's also important to really know what Vattenfall needs, what SSAB needs, and be really working like one team here.
Excellent, thank you, Johan. Annika, let's move on to you. How does Vattenfall see this? Are you expanding in the same way? What barriers are you seeing?
Well, I think we are definitely expanding a lot, and currently our plans are to quadruple the installed wind capacity and double the grid capacity. And of course, then, as both Victoria and Johan says, it requires a lot on the supply chains. We need to get all of that to work. But I think the positive thing is that we are doing so many things together, and I think the dialogue these days between buyer and supplier and sub-suppliers are really increasing. And personally, I think the only way to secure that we keep up the speed that we have to have is that we really work together with a joint timeline and joint targets. Because unless we do that, there is always, as always, the weakest link in the chain is the one that is breaking it. But I think what we hear, what I want to encourage everyone is to talk about the importance of this transition, and I think it comes back to people. And you also mentioned it about the acceptance, and I think this is becoming more and more a problem, where I think we jointly need to talk about that it's about the future for different parts of the world. And it will create a lot of job opportunities and other things. And because at least what we see, if we just look at last year, we had 22 applications for renewable installations, 21 vetoes. And a lot of that, you talked about NIMBY. Yeah. We are starting to talk so much more about banana, build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone. And that's bananas. And I mean, we know that that's not going to work. And I think this is where we jointly need to do something together. We all need to say that the prerequisites for SSAB to establish their new plants is that we also get access to the fossil-free electricity, or it's the prerequisite is that you get the chance to produce the transformers, etc. So it's about this ecosystem, and somehow I think we have a joint responsibility to our grandchildren to really secure that we drive this, and then we must jointly talk about transformation will happen, but it will not go unnoticed, but it has a lot of benefits, and we are sure that it will actually bring a lot of positive benefits if we do it at the right speed, quickly enough.
Thank you very much, Annika, and thanks for teaching probably most of us a new acronym this morning, which I certainly hadn't heard of before, banana. I hope we all take that away. And yeah, it is a real risk to the transition overall. I think there's a risk that people like us know what is needed for the transition, but we're still not communicating that in the right way. And there's a risk that that's just going to fundamentally stop it unless we actually get that right. Max, then, let's move over to you. Obviously, you sit outside of industry in academia, but you study the transition too. How do you see the kind of pace and scale required, and what are the barriers that you're picking up?
Well, first of all, I mean, I'm a born optimist. I'm an engineer, so normally it's my job to be optimistic. I am optimistic, but we're turning a tanker here. I started 7 years ago to work with fossil-free steel, thanks to SSAB and Vattenfall. At that time, there was the idea seemed a little bit ludicrous. Today, it's a fact that we actually are. It is the one sort of green steel option that exists, and there's a huge investment surge. However, globally, we're still building more carbon-based blast furnaces than we're building hydrogen direct reduction tankers. On the positive side, since the Paris Agreement 2015, the pipeline of new coal power projects has mainly collapsed. And we need to do that for steel, we need to do it for gas, and the biggest difficult one will be petrochemicals and oil. So yes, there's a lot of work to do. We need to keep up the speed. We need to keep up the increase in speed as well. So it's possible, but yes, speed in itself is also a challenge, a problem.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We're avoiding kind of fossil lock-in in the power sector to a large extent, but we haven't shifted that focus to industrial installations where people still are building coking coal blast furnaces and stuff like that around the world, outpacing the clean alternatives. Maybe, Max, just to stick with you for a second, I think when we analyze the global energy transition, we look at China, US, Europe, and to some extent India, and we think actually the energy transition is happening, and it's happening at pace, at least in the first 3 of those 4 global economies and 3 of the 4 biggest emitters. But is there a risk that it's only happening there? How do you look at the other countries in the world, and what can we do, kind of from a global north perspective, to make sure it's happening everywhere?
Well, physically, the potential, if renewable electricity is the main energy carrier in the future, physically, the potential is not in Europe. It is in Middle East, it is in Africa, it's a lot of our other countries. They have huge opportunities actually to do green steel or to do green petrochemicals or to do just energy. However, we have the money to support a transition. They don't. So it's a kind of, yes, we need to support them more. We need to ensure fair trade, that we actually trade. And we need to accept that maybe some of the investments will have to go there and not be so egoistic, say that all investments must be made in Europe as well. So it's a huge potential, but it's also a huge risk if we are kind enough.
Yeah, so don't be too inward looking. Make sure you look outwards and think about green trade and things like that as well. I'm going to shift tack a little bit and look at industrial electrification, and maybe Victoria will come to you first. I think when we look at what's really gone well in the energy transition so far, it's making wind cheap, making solar cheap, making batteries cheap, which points to using cheap electricity. But is that the end of the story? Are we looking at an electrified world, or are there other options there that are really interesting as well?
Well, I think for the steel industry as such, we are very dependent on the electricity system, and of course also then to make the green hydrogen that we're then looking to use as the the source for reducing the oxygen out of the iron ore, and that is how we end up with the technique with only emitting water then instead. So I think that's very important. But something that I really thought about, listening to the other speakers here, is also how entangled we are in this. Because what I hear now is that in order to be able to build out the renewable electricity system in Europe, it will actually be needed 74,000 tons of, or million tons of steel to do that. So it's quite a lot of steel, and you would hope that you do that then with, steel that has near to zero emissions or fossil-free steel and so on. So I think, for each sector, we will be dependent on others, and you have heard that before as well, that looking into the Scope 3 emissions and so on, that we are really dependent on each other in this transformation.
Yeah, there's a great opportunity there to kind of link up steel decarbonization or other heavy industry decarbonization with the clean energy scale-up. And I'm really interested to hear that you're doing that. I think, Annika, you guys do some of this, don't you?
We do a lot. and like I said, I think we are already, like I already said, sort of quadrupling our investment now in renewable capacity in order to actually meet this. But I think I want to continue to emphasize how we are sticking together and the importance, because now when we are expanding all this renewable and the grid to be able to both connect the renewable capacity and connect the new industries, it is so important to do it truly fossil-free. It's not only that the renewable capacity is there, but like you said, we depend on steel, concrete, aluminum, copper, and other things to be fossil-free as well, because otherwise it's not truly fossil-free. And that's why we are so dependent on each other. And again, coming back to this ecosystem, that's why we need to look for partners in order to do that. It's both about reducing the risks, but really increasing the opportunities and also sharing investments like we've done in the hybrid case. For Vattenfall, we are, of course, doing our share on securing that we get the fossil-free capacity out in the market. But a lot of the time is now spent in forming the partnerships and identifying where can we help our customers or industry sectors to do this decarbonization. So we have the steel example. We discuss a lot with cement and concrete. We look at aviation fuels, etc. And this is where we need to really work much more together. But the good thing here that I want to say, and it gives me a lot of inspiration being here at COP, I've had the privilege of discussing now with a number of actors in the transport sector as well as with the heavy emitting materials. And now it is order books that are coming out. It's not only sort of talks about we have ambitions to do something, but now it is really happening, which is good. It's not happening at the speed that it has to, but I definitely see the difference now. And now it's more a matter of that we need to, again, understand both from an acceptance point of view, from a risk-sharing point of view, we need to work together to show that it's needed, because otherwise we're not going to get the speed that is required. And also dare to bring together not only supplier and buyer, but like I said, also further down in the supply chain. And just to build on that, I want to say, because that we started off with a joint venture to produce the fossil-free steel. That's one thing. But now when we have this off-take agreement, there has been a lot of questions raised, because Vattenfall, you are not a steel buyer. No, that's true. We're not buying the steel. But we have really needed to do our homework, looking at what components do we have that requires a lot of steel in order for us to be building what we need to do. And how many different suppliers do you find under each of those key areas? And are those suppliers then interested and have clear enough ambitions to decarbonize and then start working? So, I mean, it's an enormous ecosystem that you need to tackle. But now we got enough certainty in 5-6 different main categories. We looked further down in the supply chain so that we can make this agreement. And now we can guide that steel to those suppliers. But again, we need to work together together and realize that it's not enough with bilateral discussions anymore.
Yeah. No, it's a fascinating point because it sounds like it's given you a much deeper understanding of your own supply chain, and you can't just act as two parties within this. You need to convince everyone else within the value chain to get this decarbonization journey going. Johan, I suspect you wanted to come in on the supply chain point as well, and then Max, I know you do too. So
I mean, we have the privilege that we provide clean electricity and connect clean electricity like solar and wind and even nuclear every day. That's what we do. But we have also a big need to look into our own Scope 3 and Scope 4. So we work heavily on that, and that's why we're also interested in the green steel, not only to connect it as a business, but also provide the green steel into our transformers and our equipment, etc. And we like to work with all the 17 SDGs, not only we need to work with the human rights and everything like that, and diversity and so forth. So we like what Annika mentioned, Victoria and Max as well. We are part of an ecosystem. We are humble. We need to speed up. We have the luxury that we got big orders, so we can scale really on our own, and we can build it, and we have more predictability than we had in the past. When we spent 30 billion on competitive bid together with 10 others, and then we won or we lost, and then we had no possibility really to plan. Now we can plan ahead. But I think I said it in the beginning, good companies do business with good companies. The future generation will not accept that we don't do the right thing. So I think the CEOs of companies who don't make this really happening now, they will be out of business in a number of years. What do you think, the young people?
A good warning there. Just to clarify, you lost me a little bit about Scope 4. Does everyone else clear on what Scope 4 is?
I think you do the definition, because there was another panel who started to criticize Scope 3 and thought that we should do a pilot on Scope 3 before we roll it out. And then Annika and me in the prep talk here, we work with Scope 3.
Okay, and what is Scope 4?
You can define it better.
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No.
No?
No.
That's really looking in. I think you are better in that one.
Maybe others know, but
the Scope 4 is really about the Scope 4 is really about enabling others to reduce. So the IT industry talks about this a lot about Scope 4, so that they are enabling others to reduce their emissions. But of course, yeah, when we look at the distribution part, that we are connecting customers. So in that sense, we are really enabling so many more to reduce their Scope 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So it's about that. But it's also somewhat difficult because you get into double accounting, and that's why Scope 4 is a tricky area. But I think, nevertheless, it is important that we are enabling others to tackle their different scopes,
yes,
even if we cannot count for it ourselves.
Okay, understood.
And the double counting doesn't count as long as we do the right thing and we are transparent. I mean,
yes,
that's the point. So you saw me, I was afraid to make the definition, but I'm not afraid to push the actions.
No, the actions sound very important.
So I think waiting for the perfect solution, that's not for us.
No. Max, back to you on the supply chains point.
Well, no, I just had a comment. I mean, my job is constantly go out and say the technologies are available there and they're economic, and we know that. The problem is that we know that, but a lot of people actually do not know that, and knowing is usually not the same as doing. And I was sort of hearing you talk about how you talk to your supply managers. That is actually transferring the knowledge, because I mean, we're still investing a lot in fossils, not because of economic logic, but just because we've done it yesterday. So why not do it today as well? And the knowing is actually quite a big barrier as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a point that struck me in the last few days about how much of this is just institutionalized in businesses and doing what they've done in the past few years. And maybe it takes us on to a broader point about partnerships. And we've obviously got a partnership in action here, but comments from anyone on the panel really, but what have you found, was easy, and maybe what have you found was difficult, to the extent you want to say, in building these long-term partnerships? Because there's only so far that businesses can combine while being separate businesses.
Well, I mean, we've been involved in so many partnerships, and I think one of the reasons why the hybrid partnership has been so successful is that it's easy to be clear about the target, where you want to go, but I think that the thing that often makes partnerships fail is the timeline. You need to align on the timeline, because you could still have the same targets, but then one of the partners wants to do it in 10 years' time and the other one wants to do it in 1 year time. Mm-hmm. So I think, and you also need to be very clear about being transparent and humble that you say all the time you want. It's about being curious, learning from each other, and daring to share. So the times when you sort of look at your own fence and I don't want to share knowledge, we don't have time for that. And it is really, at least what I find so inspiring with all the partnerships, that every time you have a dialogue, you learn something new that you can then also apply and enhance in your own business. So joint target with joint timeline and the openness, daring to share, I would say, are our success factors.
Excellent. Victoria, Johan, any comments on that from you?
No, but I fully agree. I think, the answer is, of course, working together. But I think also what was very exceptional in this case with hybrid was also the bravery from the leadership. Because when we set up to do this, we actually didn't have the answers at all. We just knew that we wanted to try to get rid of the root cause of the CO2 emissions. And I think along the way, we have come across a lot of challenges, but also a lot of new solutions and a lot of new answers to how we can do things. And I think that is encouraging for everyone who's trying to see how can we really transform our value chain, or how can we do things different. I think one key answer is to start, and to take every necessary step, and then perhaps or hopefully you will find the way forward.
Great. Johan, did you want to come in, or you don't have to?
We work with multiple partnerships on the customer side. It's really changing to partnerships for real, where it's give and take and more long term. But also in industry, we work also with SSAB. We work with other companies who do green steel or more startup character. But that doesn't mean that we will do worse with SSAB. They will take the SSAB relationship to the next level. So I think in every sector we work with both startups and with established companies, and we see that everyone needs electricity, and we are also into the green hydrogen, etc. So we have a role to play.
Interesting, thank you. I mean, we've talked a lot about supply chain collaboration. Another big theme that comes up with supply chains is supply chain availability. And I just wonder, in terms of getting the key components in time for these facilities, has that come up? Is that a theme in your organizations at the moment, including maybe the dominance of China in some of these supply chains?
Well, of course, it's been a lot in focus, but I'm just looking back now. I mean, we managed to get ourselves through the pandemic and the war, and we thought that we would run into a lot of problems. But again, by having an open dialogue with your suppliers, finding ways forward, we actually managed to deliver all of the things on time and get access to things. But you needed to innovate also there. You need to. So I think it's about, if you have an innovative mindset, I think you're able to overcome a lot of that. But of course, not to neglect, there will be shortage of materials. There is a shortage of fossil-free materials here and now. So that means that when we are now ordering, we want to have as much fossil-free materials as possible. Then you need to go to low-emission ones, and you will also need to continue to have the old-fashioned versions. So I think it's about, you need to diversify in many ways to do things. But again, if we innovate the value chains, we really have a possibility to be much more resource efficient as well. Again, I mean, I love our partnerships. So just to take that as one example, I mean, what we've just done by innovating the process is, instead of using 5 megawatt hours of coal to produce a ton of steel, we now use 4 megawatt hours of electricity. So it's 20% energy efficiency, while at the same time also using renewable electricity. So again, I think we need to be innovative in both how we design, how we source, and how we run the things. And then I'm sure we will find a way. But we need to have more resilient value chains, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it sounds like nothing that openness and innovation can't solve, as long as you're open to introducing those and expanding those in your business. And another very good point there, that electrification is efficiency. People like to talk about energy efficiency, but electrification by default is efficiency. There's obviously more you can do there as well, but worth re-emphasizing. Max, maybe to come back to you, and again, the kind of global perspective, I wonder, is there anything we can learn from previous energy supply scale-ups around the world to apply to this transition?
Well, one thing, we have done it before. We have done it in Scandinavia, we've done it in Europe, and recently we've done it in China as well. And that's the thing we can learn, that we have done it, but it usually requires quite active involvement from government to actually push this to go beyond what is sort of market-driven a little bit and let the market actually play with it. But at the same time, we've also seen the back sort of disadvantage of that. Overinvestments, other problems arising and so on. So it's not, I mean, we can learn, but we should also be very particular about what we learn from it. But right now we're in a situation where we're really subsidizing with the IRA, the EU Green Deal. There is now a huge momentum to supply push here. We need to also start considering maybe to focus on getting the fossils out, because I think we need dedicated policies for that as well. We're habitual animals. We do what we did yesterday, a lot of us, me included. So that would be sort of the take on that.
Yeah, interesting, thank you. And you mentioned kind of the importance of the role of governments here, and I don't want to turn this into a panel which blames governments or says that government has to do everything, but it is something that worries me and us when we look at the transition, in that do governments have capacity for some of these issues that they need to process? I heard the other day about somebody who submitted a planning application in Chile for an innovative e-fuels plant. 2 weeks later, they withdrew the same planning application because they just knew, and the government had told them, they had no idea what e-fuels were, and they didn't have the team capacity to process the application. Do you see that in your interactions with government? Do they have the skills and capability on the permitting front, on the grids front, and are they aware of the challenges? If not, what can your businesses or UMAX do to inform them and help them along this journey?
I think a lot is happening in a positive sense. If I start with Europe, all the transmission system operators comes together with energy ministers, and they talk about the situation, and the policymakers are also changing the game, and we see more of partnerships coming through in order to scale and also educate each other on the magnitude of the challenge and what is needed so people get better. But we have had also very good discussions about the permitting, for instance, what is needed, because it's not on state level, then it's on county level, and it's so many parties involved. So at least in our country, which we represent here, we have still a lot to improve in Sweden, so everything is not perfect. And it's the same for many, many countries, but there we can also then do cross-border collaboration and cooperation and copy with pride. But everyone is talking in the blue zone about this in our sector, and I think I'm an optimist here. Okay. It's going to be some people taking the lead, and we already see them taking the lead. The other ones need to copy.
Yeah.
Now, just to make the point also that energy transition is not just a company transition, it is also a government transition. They also need to build capacity, and we have to respect that could actually take time as well, because they're also habitual in their way of doing it. But I mean, when it comes to permitting, we love to blame permitting on everything, especially if they're not in the room. But I mean, we have seen example how it actually is possible quite rapidly to speed up the process, but it takes both government and also companies actually to do a better homework. I know we have a competitor that managed very well recently, so.
And I also want to add, I think it's like you said, the governments also need to understand what's happening. And I think what has happened in the wind market in UK, for instance, is sending a clear signal. First, like Vattenfall, we needed to withdraw from one of the lots that we had won, and then we had the next auction going, and there was no one bidding. And then there was a very good discussion between suppliers, buyers, and the government, and looking at what are the market conditions. And I think this is also, I think some of the responsibility falls on us as well. We need to collaborate together and do the education, and then now they are changing the framework, because all of us need to chip in ensuring that we now adapt to the new market conditions, and that's again where collaboration comes in. And it's not enough just to blame the politicians. We need to also tell them what is the market conditions.
And that's why Annika and me are also slightly optimistic. We're very optimistic on wind too.
I can tell.
Because we got to a turning point where it was too expensive from a value chain perspective. Now we redirect the whole thing, and then we're on again. Yeah. Because the world needs wind, the world needs solar, needs some other clean production of energy as well. And transmission. No transition without transmission.
I can just agree to what has been said in different ways here. I think that every society is built on a set of rules and policies and regulations, right?
Yeah.
That we have all committed to. And now we're also changing the needs or requests from the society. And of course, then we need new policies and ways of doing things. So I think that is what we're seeing right now. But in that, I'm very hopeful as well, because I think there are a lot of best practices to see. And right now from Sweden, we're looking a lot at Finland, to be honest, where we see that they can do things very rapidly, but still, continue to have the same safety around the system. So I think also like companies are innovating and looking into best practices, so will also governments do going forward.
Yeah, I think when we look at this, we find there's just so many common sense solutions, and actually just sharing those, not just within industry, but informing government of those, just has a kind of an adult conversation about how to overcome these barriers. And you quickly find that, a permitting solution in one country can be completely applied somewhere else, and the permitting time can halve compared to what it used to be. But I think we just need a lot more of that really quickly to make sure we're getting up to speed on this transition overall. We only have a few minutes left in the panel now. I mean, I think I started with notes on optimism and pessimism. I'm definitely leaving here with notes of optimism, particularly on how things are going in Sweden overall. But maybe if we could just go around the panel for one last tour of kind of what is your optimism and pessimism for the transition?
The speed of change for the last 10 years has been increasing. That's optimism. The problem is steel is not hard to abate compared to petrochemicals and oil. That's where we really have the tough nuts to crack. We need to work on that.
Well, I think the optimism is what I already talked about, that now we have seen that companies are starting to deliver and that we see the order books coming up to get the new technologies in place. And I think this is the optimistic thing, that now it really happens. The pessimistic thing is, of course, the speed, and we have addressed the permitting things, and maybe rather the acceptance, like I talked about, the bananas. We need to overcome the bananas, and we can only do that by working jointly.
I start with the pessimism is that we have a big catch-up to reach the Paris Agreement, if ever. That's the sad story, but the positive story is people and the collaboration and partnerships. We have it experienced here in the panel. We have it all over COP with 70,000 people coming together. We have it every day happening, and I said it before, good companies do business with good companies. Transparency is there. The young generation has sustainability and digital in the DNA. We need to give more power to them as well. Then this will be good. Also on wind.
Yeah, I would like to say when it comes to optimism that the technique is there, but I would perhaps then instead stress also that the market is there, that we really see now that the customers are requesting this and wanting this. And when it comes to the pessimism, then I would almost like to twist it to positive. I hope that the governments now will really show that they understand the competitiveness of the industries and that it's heading this way and that they will support in the best way forward. But that remains to be seen then.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much. I mean, it sounds like we've really seen a step change in scale up over the last few years. Still not quite enough for the pace of the Paris Agreement potentially, and because of some of the barriers that are remaining, particularly your bananas, particularly making sure governments are up to speed and things like that. And we're maybe not quite quick enough on some elements of the hard to abate sector, particularly petrochemicals, things like that. Maybe that's the next area of focus as we move forward. I think we'll leave it there, ladies and gentlemen. If you can join me in thanking the panel. We've had Annika from Vattenfall, Johan from Hitachi, Victoria from SSEB, Johan from Hitachi, Annika from Vattenfall, and Max from Lund University. Thank you very much.
Negative emissions also need to be created to counter what cannot be reduced. Negative emissions reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and are a key factor if we are to succeed in reaching the 1.5 degree target in the Paris Agreement. This is why Stockholm Exergi is working to establish the first large-scale facility in Europe for bioenergy with carbon dioxide capture and storage, BECCS. BECCS is a key technology for creating negative emissions. Thanks to its modern district heating system, Stockholm Exergi can combine BECCS with district heating, which allows for an energy-efficient process. Sweden has a long tradition of sustainable forestry and a well-established infrastructure for biofuels. The preconditions for BECCS are therefore very good. Stockholm Exergi is at the forefront of the development of BECCS and is a catalyst for creating an international market for negative emissions through carbon removal certificates, CRCs, that will be an important part of the financing of large-scale facilities. The company has been operating a research facility in Stockholm, while at the same time, work is underway to establish a large-scale facility. Once in place, it will be able to capture up to 800,000 tons of carbon dioxide each year. These are negative emissions that the society and the climate need.
Getting to net zero, that is where we need to get, and we need to get there pretty fast, and we need to get there together. The IPCC has stated that if we want to counterbalance hard to abate emissions, CDR or carbon dioxide removal will be of the essence. This is not a non-complex field. So to decode that today, we have a panel here with thought leaders from research, from policy, industry, and the NGO side. And we know that our panel sometimes also have different opinions, and that is of course needed if we want to solve problems. I am Anna Liberg, Head of Energy at Business Sweden. I'd like to call our first panelist and also opening speaker, Mr. Oliver Geran. Please join me on stage, Oliver. Oliver, you are Senior Fellow at the German Institute for International and Security. You are also the Vice Chair at IPCC Working Group 3, and you are co-editor of a few different key reports on CDR. So Oliver, please share your perspective with you and a little bit sort out the different scenarios, pathways, technologies that are required to get to net zero.
Thank you. Happy to do so. Thank you for the invitation. Let's start right ahead with a sentence you might have heard quite often. It's from the summary for policymakers of the Working Group 3 report in last year. These summaries serve as a co-production effort between report authors and policymakers. These summaries are kind of negotiated. Policymakers are not allowed to change the report, but you get to language that is then later on often used, for example, at COPs or in UNFCCC negotiations, or also in EU climate policy. I'm just going to read the first one. The deployment of carbon dioxide removal to counterbalance hard-to-abate residual emissions is unavoidable if net zero CO2 or GHG emissions are to be achieved. This is a little bit of a complicated sentence, but it's diplomatic language. That's how you push things through. Basically, it says if you already have a net zero target, then you already committed yourself to doing carbon dioxide removal, whether you knew it or not. But that's why it's called a net zero target and not just a zero target. And they all have net zero target because there will be residual emissions from industry, from aviation, from some forms of land use. And this is a basic, more or less synthetic figure we produce. This is not a concrete country. You could read it as a global trajectory, but you could also read it as a national one. It's more about the component. If you look at the end, if you can see it, might be a little bit hard because of the tables. You have gross emissions and gross removals left. You have them left at the end of the century. You have them left at the points of net zero GHG and net zero CO2, which are different points in time. And they're basically, towards the end of the century, basically non-CO2 emissions, for example, from agriculture, but also some fossil CO2, and then counterbalanced already basically by forestry removals, and then come novel methods online like bioenergy with CCS, direct air capture with CCS. And it serves mainly three strategic reasons. The one already now, we have that in the EU, for example, reducing net emissions already. Then, as already mentioned, to get to net zero CO2 or GHG, to provide that counterbalancing part. But also, and that's important, we have that in Sweden, I think, in the climate law, we have that in Germany, in the EU, going net negative thereafter. No country except for Denmark has quantified that yet, I think. But this is basically the plan also globally to get back to 1.5 once we crossed it, which is close to being inevitable. Whether this is acknowledged already in UNFCCC COP decisions or not, that's basically... Thank you very much for the applause. That's basically what the IPCC says, although sometimes in language that is not easy to understand. And here you see the whole suite of possible methods we assessed in the sixth assessment report, and it starts with afforestation, reforestation, forest management, biochar, bioenergy with CCS, direct air capture with CCS, enhanced weathering. It's basically up to ocean methods. It's a broad suite of methods, and policymakers are now exploring what they actually would want to do. In the IPCC, we explored what can be done, under which circumstances, what might be costs, what might be potentials worldwide. But basically, countries are going to find out themselves right now. And it's not always the same pathway. Whenever you hear, and I think this afternoon there will be a global CDR pledge telling you science says we have to achieve a certain amount of gigatons by 2050. That's actually not what the IPCC says. And integrated assessments models are not there to calculate the exact number, but to look at system components and which role does CDR play under certain emissions reductions assumptions. And you can see here, if you can see it, in that red box, that's all net zero CO2. So the colored columns above the zero line and below the zero line are basically the same, but the components are different. And it will look different in every country. And basically, we're all going to make plans right now, at least in the European Union, how that removal component will look like, but also how that component or the components above the zero line will look like. And that might even be more contentious than talking about the removal part. Which sectors are still allowed to emit in the year of net zero or thereafter. And here, and finally, this is a graph from a different report. It's the so-called State of Carbon Dioxide Removal report already mentioned, where we looked at so-called focus scenarios under different assumptions. What would be the level of removals in there? You see on the left, the black column is the removals we do right now. It's 2 gigatons, basically from forestry. We don't do that much bioenergy with CCS yet, direct air capture with CCS yet, biochar yet. And in all these pathways, left you have 2030, on the right you have 2050. The amount of carbon dioxide removal in the scenario is way higher than what we have now, the black line, but also way higher than the gray bars, which is what you would find in nationally determined contributions or in long-term strategies until 2050. And that's already it, and I'm way ahead of time, and I think now the other panelists come here. Isn't that right?
Thank you so much, Oliver. You know the flow. So then, rightly, I would like to invite your co-panelist up on stage. Please, Fabian Karlberg. Fabian, Fabian Levin, sorry. Fabian, you're head of research and development at Stockholm Exergi. You're also associate as docent to the Royal Institute of Technology, and you are appointed expert by EU on CDR.
Yes.
And as well, I like to invite Mr. Mark Preston Argones. Mark, policy manager at Bellona, Norwegian NGO and think tank. But Fabian, I'd like to turn to you first. We'll all listen to Oliver's kind of clearing out the large perspectives when it comes to getting to net zero here. We see there are different scenarios in that there are different technologies, and Stockholm Exergi, you're definitely behind one of the key technology, the BECCS. Just here on the last Economist special report, I think Stockholm Exergi, you were mentioned like the global flagship 2 or 3 times. Mm-hmm. So you're actually doing this, but you know, what is, from your perspective, what is missing to really make your large project take off?
Yes, I think a key issue, and especially when we're talking about corporations being part of this whole transition to getting to net zero, is how we form the marketplace and the markets. Because quite often, the ones that can do BECCS will not be the one requiring the residual emissions. And that, I think, is a very big issue. So a key in developing these projects, it's not technology. The technology for capturing CO2 has been around for a very long time. Of course, you can integrate carbon capture technologies in many different ways, and there are improvements. But the key issue is getting working markets and getting working policy that supports this development in the end. We're working quite hard on this, and also in the EU, where I'm part of the expert group, and Mark is as well, there is a development on getting the voluntary carbon market a bit more standardized and regulated. And I think these kind of incentives are very important for getting the whole industry of carbon removal started and taking off and reaching new volumes. But in that, I think we also must acknowledge, to get corporations aboard this journey, when corporations work, that they normally put out goals. They want to reach goals, remove their carbon maybe, and then maybe counterbalance the residual emissions once they get there. But letting corporations be part of the journey and involving them in the journey is a key.
Thank you so much, Fabian. I think you nicely outlined here what we have heard in many other panels also in various areas. Technology is not the problem, but policy needs to be in place, and policy and following business models. But you also raised the issue of having targets. So if we turn to Mark, complex question here, but how do you see EU's role in this? What targets that EU needs to take in place, and what part is CDR in that? We actually heard here already in the Swedish pavilion this morning from previous State Secretary Energy from the US that was a bit jealous of EU putting ETS in place, putting CBAM in place, and saying that they are doing their best with IRA from a different point of view. But coming back to the EU and your perspective, what targets and how does that? What is the role of CDR achieving those targets?
Thank you. Firstly, I want to apologize for my voice, but thank you for inviting me here. Very quickly on Dörner, we're an international climate NGO. We've been working on industrial decarbonization more broadly and on carbon dioxide removal with a bit more of a focus for the past sort of 5 years now. And we're in a project together with Stockholm Exergi, funded by the European Commission, looking at the realistic deployment potential of negative emissions, where we're looking at the governance structures to make that work. Sorry. In terms of the EU, we have the European Climate Law, which has a climate neutrality target by 2050. And I think, to Oliver's point, that's all greenhouse gases. So by 2050, the EU will require a balancing of the greenhouse gas emissions, all greenhouse gas emissions, with equivalent amounts of removals. We also have the 2030 target, which is a net 57% target, where there is a separate contribution from the land sink. So, 52.8% reductions and removals from the land sink on top of that. So there's a separation, and that is really important, because if there isn't this separation, any increase in the land sink will dilute emission reductions. And the thing is, what comes through from the presentation Oliver gave is that emission reductions are the large part of the effort that is required. So any removals must happen, at least in the short to medium term, on top of emission reductions. Now we're having the discussion about the 2040 target. And there's a discussion about how to split that again. So we have a discussion about having a target for emission reductions, on top of that a target for the land sink, and on top of that a target for industrial carbon removals, which is basically BECCS and DACS, the types of projects that Stockholm Exergi are doing. And again, we're really calling for this separation of targets to be implemented to reduce any fungibility, to eliminate any fungibility between an emission reduction and the removal in the land sink and a removal that is permanent, because these are three very different types of climate activities. If we treat them equally, there's a risk that they might undercut each other and that we might sort of dilute emission reductions. And I think that's one of the key priorities when we're talking about removals, is to make sure that we develop it on top of any efforts that we put in place to electrify transport, to install heat pumps, everything we saw in the video before the presentation. That needs to happen regardless of what happens on removals, and that needs to happen really quickly. We need to make sure that any efforts on removals does not undercut that work. So basically, we need separate targets as much as possible for emission reductions and removals to have a sound climate policy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, and thank you for making the effort. I'm sure that you've been speaking on quite a few panels already here in the past days. Oliver, maybe turning back to you here. We heard now, like from Mark here, we need many different targets for the different pathways, both from removals and reductions. What are you, if you comment back on what we heard here, what is your perspective?
No, I think that has emerged as a kind of consensus among CDR policy folks and analysts. I would like to add that we should go further than what usually is being proposed, because the target we now have under the 2030 target in the European Union, which is this minus 55%, that includes a component of net fluxes, net negative fluxes from land use change, and forestry, but of course there are gross emissions and gross removals. And we always only think about the net value, and we have a net target now under LULUCF, a new one, minus 310 million tons, but it's more like 100 million tons of emissions and 410 of removals. And in these 100 tons, there's also a lot of potential to further reduce. And I think first of all, we need to highlight that this is basically a combination of two numbers. Many policymakers are not aware of that and think, okay, the land sink, we just increase it by planting more trees, and that's it. And for example, in Germany, where I come from, we have 50 to 55 million tons of emissions from drained peatlands, which is right now 7% of the national emissions, more than industrial process emissions. But as long as you only have a net number LULUCF circling around in policy circle, nobody really looks at it. I mean, it's embarrassingly high, and it's not going down. It's the same like 1990. And yeah, of course you can say we try to plant ever more trees, which will be harder to keep the carbon there in a warming climate. So you also need to address the gross emissions under land use change, and forestry, and split that component as well. But yeah, I would say until net zero, it also gives a signal, because then you would have that gross reduction number, and it would become clear, okay, the main effort comes from reducing emissions, removals come on top. I think the debate might change once again, once we don't talk about net zero only, but about net negative. I think then the illusion will really go away that we just keep on going more or less and then do more and more CDR, because everybody would know, okay, if we want to go to minus 110%, we cannot just ever grow the CDR part. The easier way will be reducing our residual emissions. So I think that at some point we will see countries in the European Union following the Danish example. The problem, though, is we have a so-called union-wide net zero target in the EU. So some countries obviously already in 2020 thought, well, we might be net positive in 2020. You can imagine what that will mean in the European Union, what kind of a discussion, who's allowed to stay net positive and who should go net negative for these other countries. And I think that can also be a dangerous debate, because CDR basically allows for that flexibility. You can just think somebody else is doing the CDR and the net negative for you, and you just can keep going. So that somehow needs to be regulated.
Thank you so much. Fabian, I see you eager to comment here, and you know, needless to point out that you are situated in capital of Sweden, Stockholm, which absolutely not want to be net positive when we come into these targets. So what's your view here?
Yes, I think one important thing is I think we need to handle getting to net zero and getting beyond net zero a bit separately in a sense, because getting to net zero, you could follow polluter pays principle, whereby on voluntary basis, or even if you regulate the basis, you get those that want to emit long term, when we're getting closer to the net zero target, to actually being obliged to buy carbon removals. That's how you get control of the net zero target. And I know you have proposed something under carbon take-back obligations with some other researchers on that. But then the question of how to get beyond net zero, I think that one is really interesting, and I don't really see it as part of the debate that we have today. That said, I also think it's quite interesting the different capabilities of different member states in the European Union. So we know in Sweden there has been a governmental inquiry on the amount of BECCS needed to reach the Swedish net zero, and that ended up with about up to 10 million tons of BECCS. But the potential for BECCS in Sweden, looking at the pulp and paper industry and looking at combined heat and power, is over 30 million tons in existing larger point sources with not too far away from a port. And then, of course, you could share this obligation between member states, where you allow other members of the European Union to actually buy or finance more BECCS in Sweden because the capabilities are so high compared to the actual expected requirement for BECCS.
How is your view on that?
Yeah, I think
big opportunity BECCS in one market, and how can that be?
I mean, I think that's a good point. That in a way, the EU is a microcosm of the global discussion on climate neutrality, where we're going to see some countries like Denmark that has a 110% target that will need to be net negative so that other countries in the EU will be able to emit a bit more. And as a continent, as a union, the union will be climate neutral. And there's already going to have to be this political discussion between the member states on who is going to be removing more than others, who is going to be allowed to emit. That's a deeply political question that I'm not going to be able to have the answers to. But going back to the phrase from the beginning of the presentation, that it will only be for residual hard-to-abate emissions. And that, again, what is a residual hard-to-abate emission is, again, a very political question, very technical question, very economic question. But the discussion on removals does need to be sort of constrained and narrowed down to focus on those emissions. So if there is a company that is not, that is quite easily not one of those hard-to-abate sectors, there's probably little basis for them to rely on removals to meet any net zero target. And I think this is where potentially we're in disagreement on how to start the deployment of removals to make sure that we actually kick off some deployment, but without potentially leading down a road that would allow some emissions that are abatable to be counterbalanced by a limited amount of removals.
Mm-hmm. Oliver, you already brought up the example here of your home country, Germany, and how things are working out there. How do you see, let's say, here we really get the question on how the union and the membership countries are coming together and creating delivering on a common agenda. How do you see that working out?
No, I think climate policy is in the European Union largely harmonized. So if the union has issues laws about a certain aspect, and it supersedes national law. And emissions trading is even harmonized. We don't even talk about national emissions so much anymore under the emissions trading. So I think there's one interesting aspect that will come to the fore very early in the European Union. We have a net zero target by 2050, but we basically have three pillars in EU climate policy. It's LULUCF, it's emissions trading, and it's the non-traded sectors. And they're not going to net zero, or not supposed to go to net zero in the same year. So LULUCF is already net negative, and the ETS, after the Fit for 55 adjustment, the ETS1, the traditional one, will probably not issue new certificates, new allowances by the end of the 2030s or in 2040 or whatever, which means even a cement plant that has CCS installed, because it will not have a 100% capture rate, would cease to exist there. So you somehow now need to integrate carbon dioxide removal, maybe not directly into emissions trading, but you have a policy problem here now that policymakers are created themselves based on higher ambition, which I find interesting because it goes contrary to the usual suspicion we only have to talk about CDR because we don't do enough. No, they upgraded the targets in a way that they will run out of new certificates to be auctioned by 2040, and there will be installations under emissions trading 1 that still emit. So we need kind of a solution there. And if it is really the end of the 2030s, so in the next emissions trading period, then this legislation will come online, will have to come online around 2028 or so. That's the usual cycle. So the European Commission now has been called to present a report for options on integrating CDR into emissions trading. And I think then in the broader discussion about the 2040 target, the European Union, as some member states already do, will have to define what will be this removal component. And in Germany, the debate is moving pretty fast now on fossil CCS, because you use that to reduce your residual emissions that enter the atmosphere, but also on then technologies that remove the rest. And I think it will be quite hard to only reserve carbon dioxide removal to counterbalance truly hard to abate emissions. It's also hard to define what will be hard to abate in 2045. And I'm pretty sure there will be residual emissions in 2045 that actually, at least technically or economically, would have been easy to abate, but politically may be hard to abate. And then the question is, how do you deal with that? In Germany, they now think for CCS on fossil fuel installations from industry, just to create a list in which sector can it be used, in which not. But you have to keep it dynamic. You cannot say, okay, this is going to be the thing for the next 50 years. You don't know how technology evolves, for example, in the cement sector or in the building sector at large. But it's a new area of regulation. I would say in the European Union, many policymakers still don't know what to make of that CDR component. And the driver there is really the European Commission and some member states that got early in, like Sweden. For a long time, it's not a member state anymore. It was the UK. Now Denmark is very proactive. Germany gets active there. We run big research programs, and we will now have sub-targets under the climate law from 2035 for technological CDR.
So we've now really looked into what the union is doing, what is coming up in different policies, and of course what is creating the framework for business models that can be adopted, but also the responsibility for the different industries. And you already went into that area, Oliver. So can we dig a little bit further into that? Both what do you foresee being the strategies of the industries that want to step away from not being hard, even if they are hard to abate, push that a little bit and get outside the hard to abate area, but also what business models that generate. And you're already pushing on the business models from Exege's point of view.
Yeah, maybe not only from Exege's view, but also from so in my research, I'm part of industrial economics and management, so having a closer to corporate perspective in that as well. So I think as a start with, a key is getting, because I think right now, and for many organizations, climate change is part of the charity program of the corporation, and it needs to be integrated to being a core part of the development, the strategic development of the corporation. Of course, this differs between corporations, and some are better and some are further away, but I think that is a key development on that path, really. And then besides that, on the discussion, what is a residual or not, nobody can know, because it depends a lot on technological development, innovation, what other businesses strive or don't make it in this big transition that we see. So I really agree with that. We need to have some dynamics and keep it open, because we can't really know as it is. But then also I think, in essence, CDR, like BECS and DAX, they are not for free. On the market for BECS, we can see transactions, well, many of them are not open, but when you calculate what they have paid, it's somewhere maybe $200, $300 per ton of negative emissions. When we're talking about DAX, it's up to $1,100 per ton. And I think that makes it more serious in itself, because if you start paying that prices for, or pricing carbon in that way, you will work with reducing your emissions a lot further, because it becomes expensive to use the CDR in the last part. So I think that in itself make a sort of natural hedge toward keeping too many of the, well, non-abatable emissions. So.
Do you agree with Fabian on this?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the amount of removals that is going to be available is likely to be much less than what we currently expect, or what we see. The nice graphs you showed had many gigatons of removals, and in reality it's possible that those will be much lower than it looks. So no single sector should assume that they'll be able to rely on removals to meet their climate targets. They will need to be all transformed to some extent. But on the point about the ETS, you mentioned it not being directly integrated. I think that's really the key, because it's very clear that towards the end of the ETS, There will be some emissions, as you said, the residual part from a cement installation, for example, that will be that simply cannot not be emitted unless we shut down the installation, which is not desirable either. And there is a suggestion. There's a lot of industries that are pushing for removals to just be directly sort of chucked in there as a way to, introduce flexibility in the market. But ultimately, we should be using the ETS to sort of discover what these residual emissions are. And we can then use the revenues from the ETS to finance CDR projects, as is currently done with the Innovation Fund. So potentially also designing a parallel market, a removal trading system, I've heard, or having an institution that could manage the sort of procurement of sufficient volumes of removals to counterbalance the amount of residual emissions in the ETS. There needs to be a discussion on how exactly this will work, but the suggestions to just simply lump it into the ETS, that will lead to the risks that I mentioned earlier about reducing ambition on emission reductions. And we need to do our best to prevent that.
Good. We are Energy Day today at COP. We start to be half through COP, you could almost say. I would just like to hear like a final statement from you. What is your on top of your wish list? What will come out of COP? Whether it is from the negotiations or from a certain collaboration you might have. So feel free to have like number one wish list that you will travel back home with from COP and from Dubai. And Fabian, you just arrived today, so I let you come last. So we start with Oliver.
On top of my wish list is a phase down of ambiguous language in COP decisions.
I mean, very much echo that. To be a bit more specific, we're talking about phase out, phase down, but we also need to talk specifically about a rapid decline in the short term. Make sure that we decline the use of fossil fuels, because that is currently missing from the discussions. But I think another thing is, within the global stocktake discussions, which are giving recommendations on what NDCs should look like, there should be some recommendations on how to separate reductions from removals to make sure that we kind of take this logic that Sweden has started with the supplementary measures, kind of apply that at a global level and make sure that we really focus on reducing emissions to the minimum possible, and at the same time work on removals so that we can at least hope to have some kind of balance between the two.
Yes, so I arrived very late, midnight, so I haven't had much thought about all these things yet. But I think what I'm really hoping for during this COP is having these discussions that we're having right now, bringing academia. We have environmental agencies like Bellona and corporations together and discuss. Because I really think getting corporations truly engaged beyond charity in curbing climate change, I think that's the way forward. And to do that, one of the most important things is talking.
Thank you so much. And talking is, what we've already done here, and it's so nice to see that from leading industry, from leading academia, policymaker, and NGOs, and all of you experts in your own domain, is that we actually have a common base of understanding. So a very good ground then to get to the net zero. So thank you so much for being here with us today at the Swedish Pavilion, and wish you best of success here at COP for the remaining days, and for all of us to get to the zero. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the Pioneer the Possible Pavilion, the home of Business Sweden at COP28. My name is Robert Watt, and I will be your moderator for today's session. Actions to achieve a decarbonised and resilient value chain. Today has been designated, among other things, as Industry Day at COP28. And I think the volume of interest, events, discussions around the decarbonisation of industry has never been greater than at this COP. And the presidency has shone a real light on the importance of reducing emissions from all industries, not least from heavy industries. This isn't too surprising, given that not long ago, a few months ago, the International Energy Agency released their Breakthrough Agenda report assessing progress in the decarbonisation of key sectors. And one of those was the steel sector, for example. What the report showed was that there needs to be a lot of progress not only in technology, diffusing that, deploying that technology, in making sure the finance is available and the enabling environment is there. But one of the key features of making sure that we are on a pathway to rapid decarbonisation of heavy industries is making the business case. And to make the business case, we also need to work about joining together the value chains. And that's going to be the subject of our discussion today. Unfortunately, I've got four fantastic panelists with me to guide us through the ways in which we can ensure decarbonised but resilient value chains. And let me present them to you now. I'll start to my far left here. David Livingston, who is Senior Advisor, Clean Energy and Innovation in the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry. A very warm welcome to you, David. Then next to David, we have Per Norgren, who is Senior Business Development Manager, Supply Chain Sustainability at Scania. Warm welcome to you, Per. And then Victoria Karsberg, who is Vice President for Communications at SSAB. And lastly, we have Thomas Möller, who is Vice President Energy Division at Alfa Laval. A very warm welcome to them all, please. So I'm going to kick off with a question, sort of an easy question, if you like, or maybe not. Maybe it's a difficult one. So why does collaboration in the value chain matter? Thomas, tell us.
Yeah, so in Alpha Valley, every company and all societies have to look at how can we contribute the most to the net zero acceleration. And we have a lot of technologies that are helping our customers to decarbonize. But we also have to walk the talk. And like a heat exchanger like this, we buy a lot of steel. And we have a target to have carbon neutrality in 2030 on scope 1 and 2, and then 50% reduction on scope 3. And where we are struggling the most is definitely on the scope 3. And that we cannot do ourselves, and that's where we need to work together. And that's why we are working together with, for example, SSAB. So maybe over to you, Victoria.
Yes, exactly. And I think we are all quite entangled with each other. So we're very, in need of the other companies also to transform. But just a few words on SSAB and our business then. So we are a global steel producer and we're specialized in advanced high-strength steels. And for a very long time, our business has been to help our customers to reduce the weight of their steel. But in 2016, we realized that that is not enough. So we find this pathway to transform our way of producing steel, and in 2021 we were actually able to show that the technique is there. But I think that has been the message now for some time. The technique is there, we want to transform and so on, but I think the most important thing now is also to build the market, and that we absolutely need to do together with our customers. And we're happy to see that we're following the data on this, and for the last 3 years we've seen a great change when it comes to the demand and how also our customers start to see this as a business driver in their business.
Great. So, Per, continue this story along the value chain. Why does it matter to you?
Being part of the value chain here, I think just a few words on Scania and where we are. And as a truck manufacturer, we're part of the problem. So we need to be part of the solution. And that's been really important for Scania to drive the shift for sustainable transport systems.
And there Scania has taken a very bold and strategic decision to electrify. And in that, we are now in a stage where we are going from targets to actions. And going to an electrified transport solution, that actually means also we will have zero emissions from the tailpipe, but actually then the emissions from the truck is actually becoming a lot more important, especially adding the batteries and emissions from the steel. And that's the approach that we've taken. And right now we've taken a very strong decision to go to action when it comes to decarb the footprint of the truck. This year we are now launching mandatory purchasing requirements for the hotspot materials, steel, aluminium, batteries and cast iron. So that is what we're doing. And solving and taking the right turn when it comes to the hard debate areas like steel and batteries, collaboration is key. We can't do that together or by ourselves. We need to do that together with partners.
Let's pass it over to you, David, and just slightly alter the question for you. Perhaps you can tell us how important you think this value chain collaboration is to make sure that the markets are being created for these new products.
Well, let me sort of speak from a government perspective and sort of say, well, actually, it's quite refreshing to be in the sort of Swedish pavilion, because normally I say I'm from the U.S. government and I'm here to help, and it's considered 10 of the most dangerous words in the English language when you're talking to Americans. But I think here in Sweden, there's a greater perhaps appreciation of the constructive role that government can have in providing that architecture that starts to build a market. So let me say from our perspective, just the leaning into value chains is not only important, it's imperative, right? I like to say that actually one of the fundamental changes that we've seen over the past several years of these COPs, of these climate conferences, and you see it here in Dubai and even magnified further, is the fact that I think the global climate discussion has started to realize that though the nation state is still an incredibly important actor in climate discussions, after all, it's nation states and their control over their national borders that is represented in those negotiation rooms over there. But that can only get so far, and that when it comes time to implementation, you have to complement that nation state national axis with entities that cross those borders through global value chains. Because the things that we're trying to decarbonize are ultimately actually highly globalized, interconnected value chains that span the world and that cross national borders multiple times, sometimes back and forth and back and forth. And so that's why this discussion is so important, and value chain-based approaches, we think, are absolutely critical. Now, many of you, when you think about hard-to-abate sectors, will think first and foremost about what we're doing in the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act. Right? You'll think about our up to $3 per kilogram hydrogen tax credit. You'll think about some of the supports that we have for renewables or for carbon capture through our 45Q tax credit or the like. And all those supply side supports are indeed very important, but they're not enough. And it's for that reason that actually we've stepped up with other government partners like the government of Sweden from the very beginning, other governments of the World Economic Forum, BCG and others, to create something that many of you will know about called the First Movers Coalition. And the idea here was a novel idea. It's that, hey, government can also play a big role in corralling demand to the table. Because part of the problem was chicken and egg. Supply was there, but they said, we don't see the demand. And even to the degree we do see the demand, it's not really concrete, it's not material, we don't have a fixed date, and we see all these definitions of the sort of green steel that people want. So what we've done in the First Movers Coalition is we've taken 95 of the world's largest companies, representing $15 billion worth of demand commitments across hard-to-abate sectors like steel, aluminum, cement, trucking, shipping, aviation. And we get those companies to say in the year 2030, 10% of all the steel I procure as an automaker is going to be green steel of this particular definition. And we aggregate multiple companies into that demand signal. So now you have a multi-billion-dollar green demand signal, firm commitment to buy green steel from some of the world's most creditworthy counterparties, large Fortune 500 companies, and it's easier to then finance investments in those green steel facilities, in those inert anode aluminum smelters, and so on and so forth. Now, you have this approach literally embodied on stage, because you have many members, proud members of the First Movers Coalition on stage, and I'll say that SSAB, for example, is actually supplying green steel and set to supply green steel to Scania, to Volvo, to GE Vernova, other First Movers Coalition partners. And so there's a beautiful sort of interactivity effect where now what we need to do is match the supply to the demand signal we've created and figure out how we can also bring government and even philanthropy to the table to help catalyze some of those first-of-a-kind, second-of-a-kind supply contracts. Because we're in the very early days of the very, sort of creating what will the next, sort of clean hydrogen supply contract, green steel supply contract look like. And we may need governments, philanthropies, and others to play a role in helping to bridge where gaps exist. So that's very much our approach. Don't forget about demand, and let's make sure that we have demand at the table and we don't just push supply onto the market with no demand. And you see it embodied through the leadership of the companies up here on stage.
Thank you very much, David. I think actually also pushing demand, pushing supply onto the table is actually going to be rather difficult if the demand isn't there, and there are going to be real problems in making sure that the prices are competitive as well. That's another key aspect. I want to turn to you, if I can, Victoria. Since you got pointed out by David as a First Mover Coalition member, what's the First Mover Coalition meant for you? What's it enabled SSAB to achieve?
No, but just like David said, I think it's incredibly important that we, gather together to see the demand side and also put pressure on the supply chain, so to say, that or also the customers to actually act on what they say is important. And now we're also starting to look into what is also the definitions of this called green steel or fossil-free steel and so on. And I think that's very important as well, because for the customers, it's quite difficult to sit down and decide for themselves what are the differences between those different suppliers. And if we can get a framework for that, I think that's extremely helpful as well.
Thomas, perhaps you want to just come in and tell us a little bit about these nitty-gritty issues that need to be sorted out through coalitions like First Mover Coalition, standards, certificates, making sure that you know what you're buying, and your customers also can be quite sure that they're receiving these lower carbon products.
Yeah, I think that transparency is a must, and that's also why we are part of the First Mover Coalition. We also have made the massive plus where this scope 1, 2, and 3 data collection and transparency is being done. And of course, we have to show our customers that this fossil-free steel that they are getting, and this is the reduction they are getting. So, for example, on heat exchangers, we are now, with the steel we are getting from SSAB, we are reducing the carbon emission with 45% on every single unit. And it's just a year ago that we handshaked with SSAB on stage at COP that we are announcing this collaboration, and we will sell to our customers and take our commitment to the price premium that there has to be in place. And we have found customers for all the material we could get where they take part of the price premium also. So everybody is taking a piece to get this moving, and I think that's the must in order to have these flagship projects happening. Because if we were just saying to you, we want fossil-free steel, but we just want it at the same price as before, which we over time, but we want to be part of that journey and making that happen, because otherwise nothing happens.
So are you saying that there's almost a bottleneck in supply now, or are you still finding it difficult to find a market for these slightly more expensive products?
We were optimistic, but it was a little shaky also to see can we really forward we take some premium risk, but also our customers, and it has been surprisingly easy. So we have data centers moving with these heat exchangers. We have district heating where they take waste heat and turn it in, and then they have a carbon reduced heat exchanger doing that. So it all comes together, and right now the demand is bigger than the supply, but in 26 it's and then we have also the same with Boliden now, and today we are announcing a collaboration with Outokumpu on stainless steel also. So
Fantastic. There are many more piling into this value chain, which sounds like as we scale up, size really does matter in hopefully also bringing some of those prices down and introducing a bit more competitiveness into this. That should be exciting for you, Victoria. But I actually want to come to you, Pav. Perhaps you want to take over this story around, how easy is it to get hold of the material? How easy is it to sell it? And I'm also really curious because the number of components that must be in your supply chain, it must be enormous. And in trying to sort of keep track of how they are decarbonised but available at the right time, that must be a complete nightmare. Tell us how you sleep at night.
I do sleep well. I do. But we have a lot of hard work in front of us. And I wanted to just come back to one of the most important things that we had on this discussion, and that's in Front Movers Coalition work, where we are also part, the demand. I would like to underline the importance of demand. I think this is one of the most important tools and incentives that we have to actually drive the change and shift in steel industry, aluminium, and in batteries. We need to be very, very clear on the specific requirement, and because that will be what allow the steel industry, for example, to be able to invest and do the big changeovers. And the initiative with Front Movers is key there, I think, to make the demand signal very clear, what we are expecting, what we need, and what we are willing to buy as well. So that is key. And when it comes to how to manage this complex, let's say, product with a lot of components containing steel and aluminium and cast iron, which represents about 80% of the footprint of the truck. We've taken the approach to make very specific requirements on what production technologies should be used, like for steel, H2, DRI, and EAF. And for all the material groups, we have specified the requirements and turned into electrifying all the production processes and also increasing the recycling content. And with that, we are driving that now as mandatory purchasing requirements on all parts containing these materials. And then we need to step up in the collaboration with these suppliers, understanding how they are actually being compliant to these requirements. And that is not only for our tier 1 suppliers, it goes back to all the steps down the chain. So supply chain transparency is one of the new challenges actually to understand this, not only for CO2, but also for human rights. We are talking about critical aspects of critical minerals, for example, which are really important. So the key here would be to step up when it comes to the tools and ways that we are creating that supply chain transparency. But I think, as I see it now, I'm quite optimistic, as I see the route that we have taken is leading to that, a very clear route for these materials, and we see the strategic relationships with like SSAB, other steel manufacturers and battery manufacturers, and that is key. So we're already on our way, and I see that is what we will see more of, more strategic collaboration with partners and supply chains.
David, can I come back to you and perhaps flip this from the buyer relationship here between business to business, and perhaps you want to say something about the role of government as a procurer, as a buyer in this chain as well. Is there a role for government also to create these decarbonised value chains?
Absolutely. So multiple roles for government, and let me go through a few of them. I mean, one of them that is so critical is indeed sort of setting the standards or helping to sort of shape up a interoperable taxonomy of sorts. When we talk about green steel or fossil fuel-free steel or zero-emission steel or clean steel, right? That sort of interoperable framework of definitions and standards is incredibly important, and that's where governments need to be out in front leading. And because we can't wait for, the investments need to be made, right? FIDs don't just get made with quite a bit the governments can do, and also promoting the trade in these lower carbon or near zero emissions products as well. And I think that's another thing to keep an eye on in the years to come, is the way in which sort of the trade regime and our policies as like-minded governments start to create privileged positions in international trade for carbon competitive products. And you see, let's say, the early seeds of that in what the US and the EU have agreed to continue to work together on in dialogue towards a global arrangement on sustainable steel and aluminum trade. I think that's the exact kind of approach that we need to see more of, and that I think will be quite a lively area of discussion and probably debate over the coming years as well.
Thanks, David. That's going to be a thorny one, but perhaps we can come back and unpack it, because it's not only those relationships with countries that are setting the bar high, but it's also enabling perhaps others who are going to be the big places for demand in the future for these products to make sure that they can also get on this decarbonisation train. And getting onto the decarbonisation train, Victoria, sort of requires a huge amount of electrification. I mean, that's something that Per, you've already mentioned. So what's the challenge at the moment for you as a steel company when it comes to making sure that you've got enough of this green electricity as well to produce the material?
I think it's both a challenge and also a great opportunity, because we are also dependent on the build-out we're dependent on the build-out of the renewable energy, but they are also potential great customer for the steel, right? Because building the wind towers or the solar and so on will also require a lot of steel. For SSAB now, we are still struggling with finding electricity to our site in Luleå, because we want to transform it to 2030. So that's something that we're working on. And of course, in changing this kind of system, going from fossil fuels, it will require a lot of new energy as well. At the same time, as we heard before, that this is actually transforming SSAB's production to a more energy efficient way of producing. So I think that's important to keep in mind as well. So it's only the energy barrier that is actually shifting. But looking at the needed build-out of renewable energy in Europe going forward, and for the plans set there, we're actually talking about 74 million tons of steel demand. So that's also a great opportunity. And let's hope then that steel is fossil-free steel, right?
Yeah. So that all this new electricity is a great new market opening up for you as well.
Hopefully.
Yeah, great. Let me come back to you, Thomas, if I can. You talked about targets that you'd set yourselves, covering scopes 1, 2, and 3, being something of a motivation for looking at value chain partnerships and finding new places to purchase these steels. Are there other policies that you'd like to see put in place to help you accelerate the transition and support value chains?
So I think what we are talking about here at the COP now, with a 2030 perspective instead of just the 2050 with the triple up and double down, I think that's a must do now. And then we can say the triple up, we have seen, we are selling heat exchangers to heat pumps, where there have been a lot of subsidies in Europe, and it has really taken off, and the energy efficiency of sustainable cities and so on is really moving thanks to those subsidies. Then maybe they have to be a bit more stable, so it doesn't fluctuate too much. That's another thing. But I think policy makers can be two things. They can help taking part in the price premium to make it a bit more attractive for everybody. But also the flagships, like the first plant, the second plant, and so on, that SSAB are building. We have flagships in so many areas: hydrogen, long duration energy storage, and so on. And the risk taking and the difficulties in bankability and so on, I think policymakers needs to overcome that hurdle, not just the industry sector.
And just unpack that a little bit for me. How do you expect them to overcome some of those hurdles? Is it by making sure that the right infrastructure is in place at the right time so that those final investment decisions that David was talking about can be made? Is that the key, or are there more sort of direct incentives or even subsidies that are needed?
Yeah, the heat pump subsidy, I mean, that is money to the residential user, right? So making that a bit more overcomable. But you can also have grids. I mean, you can have for long duration energy storage and so on, the off-take commitment at a certain price level for 10 or 20 years. Like we have, you mentioned, David, the REA, where we have hydrogen being capped at a certain level, which instead of stopping everything at $8 per kilogram, okay, there's a 3.5 that then it starts to happen, right? So I would say it's both those two examples.
It's got quite a broad, they've quite a broad palette of different ways of sort of sharing the risk. I think is what I'm getting the impression from you. I'd like to come back to you if I can, Per. I talked about green public procurement, and in Sweden just alone, and I know that you're present in many more markets than just Sweden, but in Sweden alone, the public procurement budget is something like 760 billion krona a year, and about 70% of that is actually procured by municipalities, people who buy buses, for example. Is that an important area for making sure that the demand is being stimulated?
Yes, I think it's important for public procurement to show the way, but that is maybe not the most important for us, but it is the transport sector for us. We need the demand. We come back to the demand to be the important driver here, not only public procurement, but actually transport buyers, the demand to buy sustainable transport solutions. That is what we need. So we have the solution. We are ready. We ramped up our battery factory and ramping up production for electrical vehicles. And now we need transport buyers to actually have the demand for our trucks. That is key.
So that last link in the chain, in that case, the hauliers, haulage companies, what's missing for them to make that leap, do you think?
Yeah, it's several dimensions in this question, and one is electricity, because we need renewable electricity availability. We need the grid capacity. We need the charging infrastructure. So that's important perspectives in that. And then we need to have a leveling playing field with regards to fossil fuel and electricity. So the prices of electricity versus fossil fuels also need to be in the right level, and avoid and stop subsidizing fossil fuels is something.
I see a little nodding going on there in the panel. So some very clear policy signals are required. Some infrastructure is needed so that the purchasers of your trucks know that they can actually have those benefits of final total operating costs as well, charging at the right time, those sorts of things. Let me come back to you, David, if I can. So the First Movers Coalition has been around for, is it 2 years or so?
2 years in, exactly. So it was first launched by President Biden at COP26 in Glasgow. So we're sort of at the 2-year report card. And I think it's our great hope that we'll see the COP host 2 years onwards time in Brazil, potentially join the First Movers Coalition with a major voice of support from the Global South as well. And I just actually want to highlight the excitement that we have around the role. If you really think about all the assets that Brazil has as a country, as a nation, it's an enormous opportunity for it to play an outsized role in addressing hard-to-abate sectors, in being a clean steel champion, given the incredible renewable and zero-emissions resource mix they have. So anyways, it's simply to say we're 2 years in. We feel like we've checked the box on our recruitment journey, and the next 2 years are going to be all about implementation with the right country partners and with the right supply partners, and again, with the role of governments and philanthropy stepping in to help bridge gaps where they exist.
Okay, David, it's the report card time in that case, since you mentioned it. So you got an A+ on recruitment.
Thankfully, you grade on a curve.
But are there any sectors or any aspects that you feel there's more work to be done? I mean, we heard about Brazil and the opportunities there. Are any things you've...
Absolutely. Well, if we got an A+ for recruitment, you're obviously looking at our star pupils on the stage here. But let me say, absolutely, we do have a couple things that are sort of on the to-do list as we look ahead. I mean, one of those is not just sort of saying two things. We recognize there's no one-size-fits-all approach to matching supply and demand for across all of our very heterogeneous sectors. Remember, we're talking about steel, aluminum, cement, shipping, aviation, trucking, also carbon dioxide removal, which has its own very unique characteristics. So what we also realize is you can't just sort of say, here's a bunch of suppliers, go sign offtake agreements with them. We're going to need different approaches for each of these sectors. So in some of these sectors, we're talking about, how do we now contract to deliver on commitments? And some of those, it's going to look like reverse auctions, reverse procurement mechanisms that we're looking at in areas like SAF for our aviation challenge as well. We partnered obviously with WRI on a steel supply RFI to meet our demand in steel. We're going to continue to look at what is the exact sort of mechanism that we can help with, either directly or at arm's length with the appropriate role as government and as the secretary to the FMC. What mechanisms can we use for each of these sectors, given their sectoral characteristics, to help match the supply with demand in a way that actually drives the market forward? But I will say I'm very enthusiastic about the role that sort of reverse auctions and some of those reverse procurement mechanisms can play as well.
Great. I just want to pick up on the Brazil point you made, and just to say that it is very exciting to know that the United Kingdom and Brazil have now set up an industrial decarbonisation hub to support Brazil make the plans, have access to technology and finance to make this decarbonisation a reality. So these things go in parallel, I think, and hopefully we'll be supporting one another. I think we've got time for a final round of questions for you all. And so, I mean, what I'm hearing is that, you went from perhaps a relationship of supplier, client, to something a little deeper than that, a partnership that actually sought to develop a market together. Am I right in that? What made it happen and what are the next steps, Thomas?
I think for us it happened simply because we have our own ambition to become carbon neutral in 2030. So it came from inside, and then we quickly realized we can only succeed in partnerships. And luckily there are companies out there that are also looking for the same approach. So it was quite easy with SSAB, and now we have also Boliden and Outokumpu, as I said. So it's really, and I think for us it's the partnership in everywhere is happening. That's the new leadership, and we want also partnerships around the energy efficiency side, because that's the double down thing we also have to solve, right? Because 50% of energy that is produced just goes to waste today. And we see a lot of partnerships around that as well. So
in the same way as the building out of the electricity network is an opportunity for SSAB, the double down on energy efficiency, that's a great opportunity.
Which you mentioned, Victoria, right? So we need to get it right this time when we build the new supply systems, the new energy landscape and so on. We didn't do it right in the first time. Let's do it right now and next time. Yeah. So maybe we'll be a supplier partnership with SSAB on the other side.
Great, excellent. Victoria, what about?
No, but I think it really shows how dependent we are on each other on so many different levels, and that this is not just happening, as a silo for each and every company, but it needs to happen together, I believe. And also stressing that how important it is to work in the value chains, because there are also a lot of details that are not fully worked out yet. So what we do now in the partnerships with fossil free steel is also to work with research and development between the different companies in order to also find out how does this fossil-free steel work for our different partners in their production systems and so on. So there are still things to be done there, I would say. And then lastly, also stressing the importance for us to for the First Movers Coalition, but also knowing that the demand is there. So when in 2021 we realized that we had the technique, and then later on we realized that our customers, they are asking for this and they are wanting us to get to the market as quickly as possible, we were actually also able to cut 15 years from our own transformation journey. So that also says something about the importance of partnership, I think.
Wow. Per, over to you. I'll just give you a quick number for you to reflect on. The Mission Possible Partnership says that we need to have 7 million electric heavy-duty vehicles on the roads by 2030. That's a big market opportunity.
Yeah.
How are you going to get there?
Yeah, we are ramping up production. Yeah, we are. But on the theme of strategic partnerships, I think with the partnerships that we have with like SSAB, we should deepen that and leverage on that. This is one example of direct supply of fossil-free steel, but as we have a large supplier base for parts containing steel, we need to find new models how we can actually help our tier 1 suppliers also to meet the requirements that we have, maybe with some fossil-free steel. But then also we need to do a lot more of these, because we have only started and we have closed one part of the gap for steel, but we have aluminium, we have cast iron and batteries. We need to continue that journey and work together with our suppliers. But first, having very clear requirements, then collaborating and work together with suppliers to what is needed for them to actually do the shift that is needed. But lastly, I think collaboration cross industries as well, because the demand, I come back to the demand, this is the key. I think this is one of the most important things. And if we cross the industry, it starts to become very clear of our requirements on these materials that is needed to drive the shift in especially steel sector and also in aluminium and cast iron and batteries. So I think the collaboration here, we do recognize that in our industry, we're the first mover, and we being out there, being the first one putting really firm requirements on these materials, we need colleagues who do exactly the same and become very clear on the demand. That, I think, is one of the key levers for us. And then we need the transport sector as well to start to ask for sustainable transport solutions. Great.
And a final word, if I can, to you, David. Thinking about COP28, what are your hopes that it might deliver that can help these guys from FMC, your star pupils, to make sure that they achieve their resilient and decarbonised value chains?
I've heard it said a couple times here at COP28 that if the planet's to be saved, the planet needs a business plan. And I think that's exactly the sort of hope that I have coming out of this, is that this will be a COP where actually the sort of the presence of the private sector is a quite positive thing, because what I greatly hope is that it's not about individual companies talking about what they're doing in their silo. I do hope it's about reaching across these value chains, upstream the value chain, downstream the value chain, and creating collaborations where the green signal gets sent through the value chain and doesn't hit some choke point or some dead end or some dampening feature of the value chain, so that it gets all the way from the end consumer up to the final sort of the original commodity or input producer, and that we can transport all of that along the value chain. I also hope that we recognize the importance of creating the markets. If you create a market, they will come, and I think that's an incredibly important role for governments to be leaning forward on. And then and then finally, I will just say, I hope that we really put our head down after COP and we just implement. There will have been plenty of pledges, plenty of goals, plenty of high-level numbers, but when the dust settles, when we all leave COP28, we've recovered and we've gotten a good night's sleep for once and all of that, the next morning that we wake up, it's time to pour some coffee and get right down to implementation and full speed ahead. So, yep.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dave. I think you summarised that beautifully. It's time to move from the talk shop to the workshop. Thank you very much. A warm round of applause to our fantastic panel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the Swedish Pavilion, where we are sending live from COP28 here in Dubai. Welcome to everyone who are joining us online, and welcome to everyone who are participating here in the Swedish Pavilion. Today is the Energy Day, and as you know, world leaders from all over the world, experts, scientists, innovators, academia, civil society, and several NGOs from all over the world have gathered here at COP28 in Dubai to collectively try to ensure that we are reaching the targets that has collectively been set globally to reach the Paris Agreement targets. We are today halfway to 2030. We have 6 years, we have 6 harvests left to make sure that we are reducing our emissions and actually halving our emissions by 2030. Currently, however, science is showing that we are actually potentially increasing emissions by 40% instead of halving them. So in order for us to keep 1.5 limit alive, we need to triple the renewable capacity by 2030. It's no doubt that it is urgent to find new ways forward, find new innovations, new collaborative efforts in order for us to scale this transformation. And it is really in the time of crisis and in urgency that we need to present new solutions that exist already today and showcase how they can be implemented and what's needed to scale them. And this is exactly the purpose of what we're doing here and the biggest contribution we can do here at COP28, to showcase those innovations. So here at the Swedish Pavilion, we will host more than 60 events throughout these 2 weeks, and we have gathered front-running stakeholders from academia, civil society, public and private sectors at the very forefront of the green transition. And we are incredibly happy to today talk about such an important topic regarding the energy transition. And while we see that the energy from wind and solar are rapidly growing, we also see the need for complementary and also affordable renewable energy sources. And this is something that we will touch upon today. We will look at new innovative solutions, pilot projects, and also how the Nordics are really at the forefront in trying to increase and unlock the potential of renewable sources. We're going to learn about something called energy from tidal streams and ocean currents. And I, who have the honor to moderate this session, my name is Emma Moder Viking, and I'm head of sustainability at Business Sweden, who are hosting this Swedish Pavilion. I do have the absolute honor to be gathered here today together with several fantastic panelists, and I'm very delighted to welcome our first speaker, the Minister of Environment from the Faroe Islands, Ingelin Ström. Please welcome up. I would also like to welcome the CEO of Minesto, Dr. Martin Edlund. Please welcome. And Tord Hustveit, who is a senior political advisor at Statskraft, welcome up. And last but definitely not least, we have Isabella Gustafsson, who's a research program manager at the Swedish Energy Agency. Welcome, everyone. So, as mentioned, we definitely need to wrap up and speed up the green transition, and not least within the energy transition, and find new ways forward for renewable energy. And Martin, I would like actually to start with you. If you could just tell us a little bit about this innovation that your company has developed. Yeah, give us a little pitch on about what does it mean? How does it work?
Yes, I will do that. This is the Energy Day, isn't it?
It is.
At COP. And then it's really appropriate to talk about a new renewable energy generation technology that we have developed. We are converting the kinetic energy from ocean currents and tidal currents into electricity with a unique principle. I'll not go into the principle in detail here because we'll talk about scale up and the context around it more. But what we do is that we fly kites underwater. And the unique principle is directly linked to being able to utilize a pretty much untapped global resource that will give us more than what nuclear on Earth is giving today. And for many areas of the world, it can even be a dominating energy source. And if you think about, we talk about impact technologies a lot here. I think that we really need to think hard about what we mean by impact technologies. But when we look at the few candidates available next to solar and wind, there aren't that many on Earth. And we know with intermittency and the challenges we face with solar and wind, it does not exist all over the world. There are areas where it's dark in winter and the wind is not blowing in summer and so forth. So we need complementary generation solutions to fix this challenge, the net zero challenge. The tidal resource, the ocean current resource, is global. We can find it on all oceans, and basically all continents can utilize this. But in order to start, I mean, we're generating electricity in one place on Earth with this system, fully functional, feeding it into the grid, and that place is a very beautiful group of islands in the middle of the Atlantic called the Faroe Islands. And someone explained to me that it might be so that it's the Faroe Islands that originates from it, but there are more theories on that. But this place will be sort of the case for us today. And you see some visuals from the Faroe Islands on the screen behind you here with a roadmap of a 200 megawatt rollout of electricity production in the Faroe Islands. And when you develop innovation, when you really want quick impact, when you want to scale up, you need to find a really, really good and strong first deployment area for this. And I think, as you will see when we move on here, that this is a very good match for our technology. Modern society with a natural resource that's perfect, with a stable built-out grid and a very strong local partner in the utility that manage the network and production capacity. Also really good collaboration with authorities, both in the Faroes and from a Nordic and Swedish perspective. The key here is that we will add base load capacity to the grid. So the goal, the political goal of being net zero by 2030 can be reached, 2030 in the Faroe Islands, can be reached quicker and at a lower cost if we realize our build-out roadmap for the islands. And that base load aspect is so important to create affordable net zero networks. We will do a lot of storage, we will find ways around that. But in this case, if we look at the cost for the society of transforming into net zero here, the cost of storage, if we're just utilizing wind and the small hydro resource, the cost of storage investment is equivalent to the total build-out of tidal generation capacity. And that tells you how we can reach more affordable solutions by combining renewables. So I believe that the Faroe Islands case is a model case, both when it comes to policy ambitions and the thinking around the high-level system costs, And the good thing for us and for our technology is that there are thousands of Faroe Islands around there, the world. So let's see if we can keep some focus on this rollout and discuss the challenges and opportunities.
I would love to do that, but first of all, I would just say it's such an impressive and pioneering innovation that you have developed there. And typically we talk a lot about the importance of affordable energy and of course also renewable energy, but Martin, you also mentioned the fact that it's actually predictable. Could you just like elaborate a little bit on that? Why is that important, and also how can your kites actually ensure that it is predictable? Why is it important?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to compensate with heavy investments in storage. And I mean, the Faroe Islands is a closed energy system. You can't rely on someone else providing electricity. So you need to have this system stable. And in order to keep the diesel generators shut off, in this case, there is a small hydro resource, and there is a phase shift between tides in the north and the south. So when we build 200 megawatts of capacity, we can guarantee a 40 megawatt base load injection to the grid because it's such a good grid that is built out and because the phase shift with the resource. And that means a lot. The value of that electricity is much higher than if you have sort of stochastic generation built into it.
Yeah. Turning over to you, Minister, you are not only having one of the most ambitious climate targets in the world to be net zero by 2030, and applaud to that, I think, like it's fantastic, very impressive. But you've also been very bold, I'd say, to take on this innovation and to pilot this new technology in the Faroe Island. Could you just tell us a little bit about this pilot and tell us how come that you were such bold government to take on this new technology in order to reach your targets?
Yeah, well, the target that we set was to have 100% renewable energy in 2030, and it's also a goal that the national electrical company SEV set. So it's a collaboration between, of course, SEV and also now the government also wants that to happen. When it comes to emission, there are some other goals also for 2030. That we are working on also to scale up to the Paris Agreement. As Martin said, you know, in the Faroes we have, if there's anything that we have a lot of, it's weather. Being an island, you know, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of rain, but it's not something that you can be 100% dependent upon. You know, when you have an isolated electricity grid, you need to be able to have something to back that up if we are to reach our goal to be 100% renewable energy. So I think that for us, the tidal energy is a really, really good source. If that could be a part of our energy mix, you know, being an isolated grid, that could be very, very valuable to us.
And do you have any examples on how would, I mean, the importance of then unlocking renewable energy? Like how important would this kind of innovation and this kind of renewable energy be for you to reach the target? Would it be possible to elaborate on that energy source?
Yeah, so what the tidal energy, the stable tidal streams that we have around the Faroes. I don't know if you saw in the video, you know, there are a lot of areas where you can have these tidal kites, and with the project now in Vestmannaeyjar and also the upcoming one in Hestfire, it is, you know, it would mean, if successful, it would mean phasing out oil for us, which is extremely important in our work to really make this 100% renewable energy goal, to make it come true and to make that happen. So for us, it would be also, as Martin said, you know, of course we'll have to look into other storage systems as well to stabilize the energy systems, because when you have a lot of wind coming in, and you know, you guys probably all know this, you need to stabilize. So yeah, it would be very meaningful for us to have that, but also also because mainly it would mean phasing out the oil in the Faroes, which is
that's a
very important.
Big part. Yeah. Thank you, Martin. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I've learned by talking to some of the leading aquaculture fish farming companies in the world that are based in the Faroe Islands. Bakkafrost is one of them. Also, that the whole agenda for society to go 100% renewable, I think it's a very good, illustration of how important a sustainable value chain is for your product. It's probably the cleanest salmon you can get from those fantastic areas around the islands in the middle. But of course, if we're using diesel in the rather energy-intense production of the salmon, then we burden that offer to customers. So by going 100% renewable, there's a good synergy in offering more customer value in the most important industry in the Faroes as well.
Yeah, of course. And when it comes to being 100% renewable on land, we also have our entire fishery sector and shipping that we will have big problems with, as anyone else. But when it comes to the salmon farming, they're also really big. They're making some big pushes to upscale the renewable energy on land on the Faroes, and everybody wants it. So it's very important that we deliver on that. Also because we facing the changes in the climate that more heating would cause would be for the businesses in Faroes it would be very, very bad for the entire production.
So I'm curious to hear more about how you've been able to enable this project. But first I would like to turn over to you, Tord, working at Statskraft, who's one of Europe's largest producer of hydro and renewable energy. And you're focusing a lot on then hydropower, but also wind and solar. And then considering then the importance of scaling and also then really triple the renewable capacity to 2030 to keep the 1.5 degree target limit alive. Do you see that there's any, need for additional technologies within renewable energy, and any complement to the existing deployment and plans that you're working with today?
Yeah, let me just start by saying we're not one of the largest. We are the largest producer of renewable energy in Europe, so that's important to point out, both based on our existing hydropower fleet, both in Norway, but we also run 54 hydropower plants in Sweden, but also now growing with wind and solar globally. And I think just to step one point back, I think it's hard to comprehend how fast the energy transition is going right now. When we prepared for this COP, I wrote some speaking points using the Bloomberg New Energy Finance report on solar. And it says that in the Q3 version, said this year is going to be built 392 gigawatt of solar globally. And then we came down here and we thought that number, that's a bit large, can't be right. So we Googled and someone found, wait, this one says 413. And I was, what have I done wrong? But I hadn't done wrong. It was the Q4 version that had come, and they had to revise up their targets. So things are happening incredibly fast. And I think in general, we have a tendency to focus too much on what's not working and too little on what's actually going the right way. And if you also look at the International Energy Agency's modeling, if you look at the World Energy Outlook in 2015 and compared it to the net zero scenario, I think it was something like 67% away from reaching the net zero scenario. If you do the same today, it's 20% away. So there has been an incredible amount of progress over the last decade. That said, there are of course challenges. And this doesn't happen by itself, and innovation is of course an important part of going the next mile forward. You can push a lot of solar into the energy system. You can put a lot of wind into the energy system. But in general, we have done a lot of modeling, especially in our home market in the Nordic, but also globally. And we see that if you use a plethora of different technologies, it's typically easier to get to net zero than if you only use one or two technologies. In a sense, it's obvious, but it also needs to be said. And I think that's because you can And here I think the role of a well-functioning electricity market is extremely important. That you see that, okay, solar, cheapest way to generate electricity, maybe not in the Nordics, but in the rest of the world. But you see that if you have an enormous amount of solar, you need to balance that out with something else at some point.
Right.
And there, of course, tidal energy can play an important role.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the importance of really highlighting the positive transition and the progress that we're seeing. And I also read that between the COP in Copenhagen in 2009 and then the Paris Agreement year for 2015, that just the price on solar actually fell with 70% just over those 2 years, through a few years. But considering the need, when we actually have developed an innovation that is useful and very much needed and demanded, there's of course several tools that we need. It's finance, it's policies, and it's of course collaboration, and also other frameworks. And you at Statkraft, are there any policies that you see are needed, and are there any policies that you are pushing for in order to then continue scaling and not only being the largest renewable provider in Europe, but maybe globally?
I think in general, if you look at electricity markets, there are a few things many things that's needed, but in general, this is long-term investments. So one important thing is predictability.
Yeah.
We also see that there is issue with access to grid right now in many places of the world. The goal at this COP is to increase, or we agreed to triple renewable capacity to 11,000 gigawatt by 2030.
Right.
If you look at the grid queue in the US and in Europe, there are 1,000 gigawatts of solar in the grid queue. So 10% of that target can be reached just by fixing grid. And there are also, I think, like 500 gigawatts of wind in the same queue. So fixing grid, and then you also have permitting, both for grid, of course, but also for new sources of renewable energy. And I think there is one thing that we always have to mention, and that's carbon pricing. And especially I think that's important for technologies like tidal wave, because who is your most important competitor? That's probably a gas peaking plant somewhere, at least outside of the Faroe Islands and other places. So if you sort of get to increase the price of carbon, then you probably push out fossil fuel as a peaking and balancing capacity.
Martin, would you like to add on to that? Do you agree?
Just to say that we're also developing projects and looking into North Norway as a small company. You can say, are you insane, or trying to deliver energy technologies to Norway? But I think that for us, one reason is, of course, that there is some differences to Norway as a whole compared to Norway in the north, with weaker grids and a growing need to decarbonize LNG facilities and other things up there. But for us, it's also a matter of offering partnerships and working with the existing offshore energy sector. And I believe that if you look at Norway and the competence you have in subsea engineering, in marine operations, in exploring resources at sea, that match for us could be a really, really strong match, and thus building sort of a joint export offer to the world.
And then besides like public-private partnerships and the trading systems, and as well as policies, of course, we're also talking a lot about finance. And we also have the Swedish Energy Agency and Isabella here. And the Swedish Energy Agency are working all over the world to scale new green and sustainable energy sources. And everything from, you are a lot of experts at the Energy Agency, and also conducting several feasibility studies and similar. And you've also played a crucial part in this partnership in enabling this project at the Faroe Islands together with Minesto. Could you just tell us a little bit about that work, and also for the Faroe Islands, but also how the Swedish Energy Agency are working globally to take leadership for the green transition and energy transition?
Yes, thank you for the question. I believe that this partnership and this project and innovation is actually a beautiful example of how research funding and financing can play a role in creating the future's technology. We have funded, I think, 6 projects together with you. So all of these projects have accumulated with new knowledge and taking the innovations one step further every time until you are where we are today, where you can actually launch this and say that it works. It works in reality, and I think that's a beautiful example of research funding, really, and something that we take with us with pride. And on the broader question, on the Swedish Energy Agency, we fund a lot of research in a variety of fields. We do a lot of work with international corporations and other funding agencies. And I think that looking at how research funding plays a role in the system as a whole, from early development to scale up and actual implementation is something that is so important to take with us here, and to be able to take all the knowledge that we have gathered the last couple of years, or the last couple of decades even, and be able to now implement this, scale it up, and demonstrate it on a large scale. I think that's very important. And at the same time, of course, considering the people who live in the societies that have to implement this technology, and considering their needs as well.
Thank you, Isabella. And also, Martin, I see you grab the microphone again, ready to jump in. And I'm also curious to hear, how do you see that, stakeholders such as the Swedish Energy Agency and other participants on stage also can support in scaling and commercializing these kind of innovations to ensure that they are being implemented and scaled globally?
I think it's one thing that should be noted here is that Sweden, we do not have any tidal resource. So it's not the Swedish natural resource.
Right.
So the Swedish Energy Agency is sponsoring projects to sort of support the transition elsewhere. Of course, there is an export opportunity to it, but I think that's a very strong acknowledgement that this is a global problem in a sense.
Right.
I also believe, even if Swedish Energy Agency can't sort of sponsor Minesto's complete growth, it's raw large infrastructure projects needed moving forward. But by having that sort of backbone support on the R&D side is also sort of it's a good sign of quality, and we can sort of rely on that when we have that support, it builds our own brand. So therefore it's also important in the scale-up phase.
Indeed, and considering that, back to you, Minister, could you, you were mentioning earlier the permitting processes. How are you at the government working with that, and how important has that been in order to enable these innovations?
Yeah, of course. Now we're talking about with what we're doing with Minesto currently. Yeah, it's on a test scale. So the licensing for the testing is of course approved. But if you are to work towards scaling up, it would be probably another form of licensing. But I think that we have a fast working process. I think, yeah, you're nodding, yeah, and I think that the collaboration has been good. But of course, if you're looking to scale up in a very on a big scale as this is, that we're seeing the plans for Minesto and on a Faroese level. You bear in mind that the Faroe Islands is a country of 55,000 inhabitants. So but the cooperation between licensing when it comes to also the municipalities, I think has been good, and if there are any issues, those have been solved. But of course, there's also the need to do the environmental impact assessments, and those need to be approved. I think that those have been approved probably during over some months. Yeah, so it would be more of that, but when you look at the Faroe Islands as such a small place, going renewable like we are, and also having wind and solar energy and also hydropower, you need something that is stable to sort of. To work with that, and when it comes to the tidal stream in the Faroe Islands, you know exactly how that works. Almost by the minute when the streams change and how the tide flows. So yeah, I think also one, if I can add one thing that I see is very different from other installations is that there has been almost, or not that I know of, any NIMBY effects on the Faroes when it comes to the tidal kites. I don't know if it's because it's a new technology and it's very exciting, but we've only seen excitement. The Vestmannaeyjar is my hometown, and I've only heard people being happy. Also, I think there's been a good collaboration between local people that you told me you hired some people right now, and also using companies from Vestmanna to help with diving and drilling. So that's very positive. Yeah.
Indeed, and I mean, it's truly an inspiring project and an innovation, and really like a lighthouse project this. And Martin, we're talking a lot about the opportunities here and the possibilities, which is incredibly important, but we are also, of course, facing a few hinders and challenges in order to actually reach the speed that we need. Could you tell us how you're working to harness, of course, the innovation, but also what critical hinders that you see are in the way for your scale globally? Because clearly there's a demand, not least in areas where it could be very difficult to maybe have solar or energy or any kind of renewable sources. So what challenges you see?
I mean, there are challenges in many areas, of course, related to this. For sure. But I mean, one is related to how do you integrate this natural resource into sort of society in the legal context? And if we take the Faroe Islands, I mean, we would need to use maybe 7 different sites in different straits around here. And in order to make an investment case plausible, to bring inbound investments and create it, it might be so that you need to view this as one site. Right. And who should own it? I mean, in Sweden, in the 50s, we built the big rivers in the north, and it's owned by Vattenfall, and it's sort of a national resource in that sense. And I believe that kind of setup in many parts of the world will be good here also, that you sort of control that locally, and therefore the collaboration with the local utility, SEV, is very important. But then how do you rent? How do you rent or lease seabed? How do you legislate that? But then it's good to be in an area where there is a long tradition of aquaculture, where you have different rights to different areas. So that will help.
And considering the importance of collaboration, which we've been talking about a lot here, between different interconnecting stakeholders, I would like to turn to you, Tord. I mean, the Nordics have already a high, share of renewable energy in their energy mix, but we do also see, of course, an increasing demand. But how do you see that the Nordics can then work together, to even closer together, to ensure the supply of more renewables in not only the Nordics but globally?
I think the Nordics has been a global leader when it comes to cooperation on the energy sector, especially on electricity. If you go back to the 1960s, that was the first interconnection was built between Norway and Sweden. And that was, at that point, Norway was a bit poorer than we are today. So to finance a hydropower plant outside of Trondheim, we built a connection to Stockholm. And then the Swedes paid for it. And gained some electricity as well, of course. So that's a good trade, I guess. And I think going forward, I think that, let me start another place. I mean, the demand is going to increase massively in the Nordics. We recently did an in-depth study of Norway, where we see that even if Norway doesn't reach its climate targets, doesn't have any industrial growth, but do some more climate policy than today, electricity demand is going to increase by 30%. If we do a lot of climate policy and a lot of industry, it's going to increase by 90%. And I looked at Sweden earlier, and I saw that if you sum up all the investment plans from Swedish industry, I think it's 70 terawatt hours needed to meet that. And to reach net zero in Sweden, I think you have to double your electricity demand. No, I mean, yeah. So that's a massive increase. But I think what's important in the Nordic is that we keep that cooperation going, because normally when we talk about things, the larger the system, it's often harder to do. But I think when it's come to decarbonizing, it's almost harder with a small system.
Right.
Because you can't use flexibility in different parts of the grid. You can't sort of play on the different time zones or different areas or different weather patterns. And I think that the Nordics has been good at doing this, both because we have had a weather-dependent system for a long time due to hydropower, but also because we have a high trust in each other and are able to have this close interconnection. So I think it's important that we keep cooperating on electricity markets and on trading electricity across borders.
Isabella, do you agree? How do you see that we can work even closer together, and how can maybe others learn from the collaboration and the trust that we have developed within the Nordics?
Yeah, I completely agree. And we have, within the research funding, for example, we have a strong collaboration within the CETP partnership, Clean Energy Technology Partnership in the EU, where we finance a lot of different research projects, and especially within ocean energy right now, as we've seen a very large growth in those applications. So that's really interesting to be able to collaborate with other European countries and within the Nordic countries as well. I just wanted to touch upon another of your questions as well. You talked a little bit about the hinders that are to be able to implement this technology. And I wanted to ask you, Martin, a little bit about that. From our perspective, we see that the competence and skills required to be able to implement these technologies are a very large factor and something that we need to take into consideration. Not only the engineers or technicians that need to implement the systems, but also, like you said, the people who can analyze the environmental consequences of these systems. All of these skill sets are needed and very important to be able to make the transition right now. So I wanted to just ask you how you see on that question if you're having trouble finding these competences.
I think it's slowed down ocean energy if you're looking a few decades back. But where we are now, I mean, if you just look at the Faroe Islands, I mean, we're collaborating with the university in Tórshavn on mammal observations and to study environmental impacts. The relatively small utility company in the Faroe, I mean, they are doing advanced economic modeling of the total energy system investment costs, capex in different scenarios, hiring PhDs from Aalborg University employed full-time to work with those things. So I think there are disadvantages with a small system, but the advantages is also that you can quickly reach sort of the end game of net zero, and you can use this sort of as a model and show the dynamics. But the competence area is a challenge, and it's environmental aspects. I mean, it's one thing, but it's as you get closer and closer to larger infrastructure projects, you realize that you need more competence than you can sort of muster yourself as a small company. I've said it earlier here, and I say it again. If we really want to accelerate the net zero drive globally, this sector, I mean, we're done with innovation. The technology works, it's there. It's one of the most high-performing technologies you can find in converting a natural resource into electricity. So we want to invite big players, offshore sector, the Norwegian sort of area, for example, and also large project developers from maybe the Danish and that perspective. So that's our number one challenge, to have some big friends with us as we move into the global rollout.
And we are indeed among global and big friends here at COP28. And before wrapping up, I would just like to ask all of you, start with Isabella, what are your key messages, but also expected outcomes from COP28?
Well, I think that on the theme that we're here today, I think collaboration is something that is so important, and I really hope that we can expand on that on a global level to be able to reach our targets.
Thank you, Isabella. Tord.
I hope that in a world with growing tension, that we can come together and agree that the climate crisis has to be solved with cooperation. So that's my biggest hope for this COP.
Angeli?
Yeah, of course, I completely agree. Cooperation is extremely important, but I also think that when we look at where we are now and where we should be, action is probably the key word that I would find most suitable for for that. Yeah.
Yeah, for Minesto, it's obvious. I mean, it's to tell the world that there are a solution that that can help fixing the global problem or challenge. Yeah.
Fantastic. So, hearing from a private company, an innovator, and government representatives, and a private sector, and also an expert agency such as the Energy Agency, I think it's incredibly inspiring to hear the alignment and also the necessity for us to work together, public-private partnerships, and collaboration definitely has been key. Action, as mentioned, and as also I've been mentioning, the fact that existing solutions exist. We just need to work better together to innovate. Not only innovations exist, but innovate new policies and incentives for us to scale. So I would say thank you so much and good luck with the fantastic initiatives that are being conducting out in the Faroe Islands, and thank you for everyone participating. Thank you so much, Minister of Environment of the Faroe Islands, Ingeling Ström. Thank you so much, and also Tord from Stadskraft, Isabella from the Swedish Energy Agency, and Martin Edlund from Minesto. So thank you so much for everyone who participated today. Please join the Swedish Pavilion, tune in to our sessions online, or visit us here in the Swedish Pavilion. Together, we are here to ensure that we are scaling the innovations, finding new ways forward within policy and finance to pioneer the possible. Thank you very much.
At the run-up towards COP28, Swedish battery producer Northvolt, together with their partner Altris, announced the release of a sodium-ion battery developed to expand the energy storage market of cost-efficient and sustainable batteries. I am Anna Liberg, Head of Energy at Business Sweden. And I am very glad to have with me here in the afternoon for a chat at the Swedish Pavilion at COP28. Rockstar of green battery technology, Peter Karlsson. Peter, please join me on stage. Peter, you will start with now a little bit tell us about how sodium-ion batteries will lead the way into the second wave of electrification.
Sure.
And then I'm glad to join you back here, and let's dig a bit into that together.
Sure. Thank you. And so Peter Karlsson is my name. I founded a company called Northvolt roughly 7 years ago with a clear ambition to help build a green battery supply chain in Europe. And the reason why we did it was number one, if Europe should achieve its Paris Treaty agreements to reduce carbon footprint with 80% over 3 decades, you need basically to do a massive overhaul of transportation, and you need to do a massive change of power generation. And both of these big changes requires a very large amount of the ability of store energy, and batteries being in the center point of that energy storage. And Up until that point of time, Europe did not have any supply chains in battery of scale. You know, Saft and Varta will be a little bit upset for me saying that, but the reality is, at scale, we did not have it. And from them, from that early days, we have, you know, managed to build a pretty significant setup so far. And if you look at the picture here next to me, this is our first large factory in Sweden, in Skellefteå, where we are basically using 100% hydropower to feed this factory. It consumes somewhere towards 3 terawatt hours a year. So energy, batteries are incredibly energy intensive. And what is unique with this factory setup is that at the starting point here, we bring in raw materials. So we bring in lithium hydroxide, we bring in nickel sulfate, cobalt sulfate, manganese, and we do and cathode, both a pre-cam as well as a calcination process in this setup. Incredibly energy intensive processes. Here we can do it with a 0 carbon footprint. We then take the cells down. This is downstream 1. We have downstream 2. Here is the buildup of downstream 3, which is an additional, this is first 16 gigawatt hours. We're adding 15 here. And actually, in the last plot here, we're building another 15 gigawatt hours. And down here is actually Europe's largest recycling plant. It is it's a 4 gigawatt hour setup where we basically bring in all the different batteries and scrap materials from the factory into this. We crush and sort the material into a black mass. And that black mass we are then hydrometallurgically separate so that out of this process we get nickel, cobalt, and even lithium. This is the first large-scale operation that actually recycle lithium in Europe. And what's unique with this setup is that you have an entire circular flow from cradle to grave and rebirth of a new battery in one location. So this is part of a bigger journey that started in Sweden. We built Northvolt labs in Västerås. We have now over 1,000 engineers from all over the world in Västerås. We've spent over 600 million euros in building up probably the most advanced development center for batteries in the Western world. Reason why I'm saying that is that we do active material development. We're developing both cylindrical as well as prismatic cells, and we are developing also recycling methodology in one campus. That then being scaled up in Northvolt 1, the factory you just saw. From Northvolt 1, we're actually delivering cells to Poland, where we are both building industrial applications as well as energy storage applications for different types of customers. But since Northvolt 1 as a factory is already sold out in customer contracts, we then need to go beyond. So the next steps beyond is we are industrializing the next generation Volvo Cars battery platform that will start in Et and then will go down, where we're building a second factory outside Gothenburg, where we will produce large prismatic cells. We are also in Germany, in northern Germany, we're right now doing the groundbreaking of our third factory, called it Northvolt 3, in northern Germany. And you could kind of ask yourself, why would you go to Germany with its energy crisis and when you have so much energy up north? We go to Germany out of a couple of reasons. One is we have a lot of customers in Germany. Second one, we have a lot of engineering capabilities that is available in Germany. And we found one spot. It is north of Hamburg. It's in a city called Heide, where actually both onshore and offshore wind from the North Sea comes in, plus Nordlink, the big transmission cable from Norway. It all comes to the same spot, where last year there was actually an energy surplus of 3.7 terawatt hours of energy that couldn't be transmitted towards the rest of the German grid. That's where we're putting this factory, and we have just basically signed a pretty big agreement with the German government on building a German lighthouse factory for green batteries. We're then moving also towards the other side of the Atlantic, and where we have put a setup in Montreal, in Quebec, in Canada. You know that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, have really stimulated a lot of activity in North America, both on the customer side, on the automotive investment side, but also to build up the infrastructure around batteries. And we have, with Montreal, we found a location where we, in the Quebec grid, have 177 terawatt hours of hydro power, fully green, at comparable efficient cost that we have in northern Sweden. We have in Montreal a very attractive location to attract talent, but we also have the full raw material flow of critical minerals from Canada in order to develop this site. Then we have two smaller sites, one in Silicon Valley, where we are developing the next generation high energy density batteries, where we are moving towards aviation, so 50% higher energy density, higher cost at this point of time, but towards the electric aviation. And then we have a joint venture down in Portugal, where we are building a lithium hydroxide plant as a joint venture to build up a supply chain for lithium, where we are today roughly at a very high dependency of China supply chains to support this. With sodium ion, why did we go and focus on this when we have 55 billion in customer orders just on high nickel type of batteries? Well, we clearly saw with very fluctuating raw material prices that the emergence of a technology called LFP, so lithium iron phosphate, which is a lower energy density. It's roughly half the energy density of a high performance nickel battery. So it's not optimal for transportation. It can be used, but it's really not optimal. But it is really taking a big stake in the energy storage market. And we were looking at LFP, and we were struggling. We were struggling to basically say, should we do this? Because we would be 100% dependent on an LFP supply chain that comes from China. There is basically no supply chain developed for LFP cathode materials. It would come with a very high carbon footprint. So the carbon footprint of LFP is even higher than it is for NMC material. And it would also come with a material where you haven't really developed recycling methodology. So we were really struggling with how to approach LFP and seeing a very strong market adaptation into a technology which we felt was not sustainable. So 2 years ago, we found an alternative. We found a spin-off from the Ångström laboratory in Uppsala, a company that have developed a salt-based cathode material for sodium-ion battery. So we stepped in, we became the largest owner, and then we put the battery cell development team together. We worked for 2 years now, and 2 weeks ago, we basically have validated our first cell that we are very happy with. That cell has an energy density that is on par, basically with LFP. It has a cathode material that contains, and the cell in itself contains no nickel, no cobalt, no lithium. So you're basically using a salt-based cathode. You can also use a very sustainable anode. Most anodes in the battery industry is a graphitization of petroleum coke. It's all, again, done with a very high carbon footprint since you use coal or natural gas to do that graphitization. But here, we can actually use wood fiber or so lignin, or we could use coconut fiber, and we can graphitize this hard carbon into a cell that have the equivalent performance. So you basically have an inherent, very sustainable cell. The carbon footprint of a cell like this, when we are modeling a supply chain, is it is somewhere between 10 to 20 kg of CO2 per kilowatt hour. The reference point for any battery that you're getting today is somewhere between 100 to 150 kg of CO2 per kilowatt hour. And the difference if you are doing the electrification of just the automotive industry, that is a new carbon footprint the size of half Germany's carbon footprint when you're looking at it. And this is why this mission is so important. What is also very interesting with this technology is that since it is sodium instead of lithium, lithium is highly reactive, which means that a lithium-ion battery, you need to contain it in a certain temperature interval. Otherwise, you will have a thermal runaway because of the, well, I shouldn't say explosiveness, but because of the inherent instability in lithium. In sodium, with these batteries, you can heat it up 3x, so over 300 degrees, without having a thermal event. So it's a significantly safer product, which is, of course, important when you're looking also where you want to install big solar parks. If you want to install it in the desert, if you want to install it in very high temperatures, India, Africa, in different parts of the world, you basically have a significantly inherently safer product that does not require the same amount of cooling to operate. What is also very interesting is if you look at the cost of atoms, which I like. If you look at scale, you will have a product here that is significantly more cost efficient than an LFP. So that's why we are so enthusiastic about sodium ion as the next generation battery for starting point energy storage, but later on also for certain parts of electromobility. There is a slower charge discharge, so it has certain disadvantages, but the opportunity is definitely there. So if I kind of summarize the different waves of electrification, the way we are seeing it, you basically have the big driver today of large volumes, which is the electrification of the vehicle industry. And also, if we look at our order book, it is somewhere between 80 to 90% of the volume that goes into this, and where we see high nickel combined with LFP being the drivers in this. But when you then look at the energy storage systems, we are only in the very early days of energy storage implementation. And I think it is a market that is hugely underestimated in the need for balancing the grids, but also to make more efficient grids going forward. So I think the energy storage market over time will probably be as big as the automotive market. It will just take a bit longer time. But there's so many user cases where we need the storage. And then the third wave goes then into air mobility, where we need higher energy density. We need basically to double the energy density today to really get efficient electric air ranges. So that wave we see towards the end of the decade. We see a number of different products being certified in the 25, 26 type of time frame, and then towards 2030 and 2035 we will see a large boom also on electric aviation. That's the short summary. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Peter. Very pedagogic explanation here of sodium-ion batteries. So sodium-ion batteries, it's low cost, environmental friendly, based on other areas, but also that it's not based on scarce mineral. It's not sensitive to high temperature, and it seems to be also competitive from an energy density point of view. Can it really be this good? Will you be competitive with this product?
What you need to recognize is with any emerging technology, you need to have the right fundamentals in the product. How have you designed the product? But then, in order to really realize the scale effects, you then need to build both a manufacturing footprint that really allows for low-cost manufacturing. In this case, if we would take a sodium-ion battery and put it in our factory in Skellefteå, the capex would be, that would be stupid. Because you don't really need that advanced manufacturing setup. You can do it easier, you could do it more robust, and thereby you could get the capex down significantly for these factories. And that's a key driver to lower cost. And then you also need to build very efficient supply chains at scale. So you need to hook up the supply chains where we have products in other industries that fits into this supply chain, and that is the chemical industry. But there is also a very, very interesting case. It is not, but that is that you could also potentially connect the desalination and the salt that comes out of desalination into this process. You can't use it alone. You need to build it, but you can build it into the supply chain and then actually solve another problem.
So fitting capital investment for the manufacturing and the right supply chain. So that leads us into one of the key topics of COP, value chains and how value chains are developing. And the battery based on iron, wood, or even coconut, as you said, salt and water. You could call it the salt the coconut battery. Yeah. What does that? Can you a little bit elaborate on what you really see that will mean for the traditional value chains of batteries?
Well, I mean, there is so much, as you know, there is so much focus today on the value chains of lithium, nickel, and cobalt, and also concerns about accessibility, the scarcity of some of these raw materials. So to open up a new supply chain towards a market, energy storage, that does not require the same amount of energy density as transportation, I think is a really, really smart way of rebalancing the critical resources that we need. But what is really, really interesting with this overall transition is whether it's high performance nickel batteries or whether it's sodium ion batteries. I mean, we go from basically burning raw materials towards building closed chemical systems that recycle this. So it's a huge paradigm shift of not stopping burning and building smart chemical systems that feeds the energy going forward.
Interesting. Sweden is, of course, a land of forest. We have a lot of biogenic forest coming from the Swedish forest, and you already mentioned other kind of forestry products that could go into the battery. But with all these materials, they are not as scarce as what is required for a lithium-ion battery. Do you still see bottlenecks in building up and scaling this technology globally?
I think there is huge opportunities, but you need to do it right. So there is over the next couple of years, it's going to be critical to develop these supply chains in partnership with different companies who has access to some of these raw materials going forward, if you really want this to be as cost efficient as it could be. So that is absolutely critical.
Cost efficiency. So I think that hints us a bit at, let's say, what regions are you looking at here? What will be the main deployment regions?
So I think energy storage will be big in pretty much every region, but for different reasons. I mean, if you take Sweden, for example, obviously we have already a lot of energy availability, but as our industry is being electrified and we remove natural gas and coal and all of that, all our base power, what we get from nuclear and from hydropower, is really going to be needed for the industry. And that means that we need to basically take more of the movable parts of the market, which is home, households, etc. We need to take them off the grid. And the way we do that is by combining renewable energy sources with energy storage. But if we then take an area like we are here in the Middle East, there is huge investments in solar parks, also in wind, and this needs to be balanced. So the opportunity here, of course, is huge. If you talk with India and their electrification plan, it is massive amounts of renewables that needs to be balanced in order to provide 24/7 availability of electricity. The same in Africa. So there is so many opportunities here that I see.
Very interesting. I think this, now you started to dig into the stationary energy storage and balancing of networks, and you could in a simple way describe that you can use battery technology for energy storage, balancing the network, but you could also use hydrogen. And looking at the last slide you showed here, we see also that you see that batteries will be stepping up into more extreme transport user applications such as aero, where we are so far thinking of sustainable aviation fuels, which is also coming from the hydrogen value chain. And I think we will need both of these. I think this is what I said as COP. We are not competing here, like it's all partnership and pushing the boundaries. But what is your view of hydrogen versus battery technology for transport or for energy balancing and storing?
My view is that battery is going to be the key driver for transportation, and hydrogen is going to be the key driver for industry transformation.
So basically using hydrogen for feedstock rather than energy into the industry. And the rest you will manage with batteries.
Exactly.
Excellent. So I think we will continue to see pushing boundaries here for battery technologies. Northvolt and video partners. Yeah. And then coming into partner models. You showed us here your different Northvolt Labs, Novo, Northvolt One, and so on. And you're already trying on a number of different partnerships, development partnerships, partnership with your customers, etc. What will be the partnership you foresee for the sodium-ion battery?
For sodium-ion battery, given the amount of effort and resources we will have to build up this infrastructure that I showed, we foresee that we will, over the next 18 months, we will continue to develop this product into a full energy storage product. We will develop the manufacturing blueprint. We will develop certain ideas around the supply chain, but then we actually want to partner up with regional companies that are resource rich, that have competence, that can help us scale this, because we just don't see our own ability to build all these needs to do it fast enough.
So how many Northvolt sodium-ion batteries will there, like, if you continue to use numbers as you've done so far, how many will, how will you go?
I honestly think, if we do it right, this technology could be as big as the technology we're using for transforming the car industry.
And just by judging, actually, by the flow that we have had in the Swedish pavilion here at COP during this week, with all the participants here coming from across the globe interested in partnering up with Swedish industry such as Northvolt, I think there's lots of partners out there for
you. Absolutely.
So Peter, I know that you actually flew in this morning or this night, and I think you look actually in great shape for being 5 p.m. and I think you had a full day already. But let's say we are really glad that you're here with us, of course. But why else are you at COP? What will happen this week?
So we are obviously networking here. We're meeting some potential investors. And we're also, figuring out what's going on around us, and how, what are the different movements around the energy transition.
So COP has become a bit the place not only to support reach net zero, but also to look at the latest trends in energy transition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And final thought. Do you see also that you will do some major contribution here at COP?
Major contribution.
Or contribution.
I think if there's one, besides achieving our mission, I would say it is as important for us that we also influence the rest of the industry to start thinking around what is really a sustainable battery versus non-sustainable. It is an incredibly energy-intensive industry, and there needs to be a bigger thought-through build-up of supply chains, factories, etc., in order to really get the transition we would need. And that's what we hopefully also can affect others to think in that way.
Mm. So Peter, I'd like to thank you for inspiring and influencing industry to go faster towards the climate transition, but also for actually opening up their eyes for Sweden, because we definitely see that the interest for Sweden as a place for investment in green technologies has increased immensely in the last years. And I also like to thank you for being here with us at the Swedish Pavilion this afternoon.
Thank you so much.